Hello guys, good to see you back. This is the second part of our CSS course, and at that section we are going to start with the remaining grid concept. We are going to start it with CSS grid positioning. Also at the end of this tutorial I am going to cover CSS preprocessor, Sass. So without talking too much, let's get started.
Here you can see a parent div and we called it grid container. And all the div inside the parent container we called it grid items. Now the question is, what is the meaning of positioning? Suppose you want to move grid 3 item in 5th place. And also you decide to move 5th one is 3rd place. Something like that. And we called it grid positioning. As you can see, we moved the 3rd item in 5th place. Similarly, we moved the 5th item in 3rd place. So related this kind of alignment, we have some CSS properties. Let me show you. As you can see, we have total 7 CSS properties. Like grid row start, grid row end, grid row, grid column start, etc. At last, we have a shorthand property named grid area. So let's jump into the Visual Studio Code Editor and try to understand how it's work. Here you can see I already created a HTML document and I open my browser and my code editor side by side. If I show you, here you can see we have a parent container, and inside this parent container we have total 6 div. It's mean 6 grid items. As you can see, every grid item color is different. At first, I'm going to move the first grid item into the 6th place, and similarly, I'm going to move the 6th grid item into the 1st place. As you can see, we already create our selectors. Item 1, item 2, item 3. As I told you earlier in this tutorial series, we have a browser option in our console, which is grid lines. Let me show you. Just select your browser and press F12, mean developer mode. And I'm going to open this panel, bottom of my browser. So I'm going to press this option. Here you can see an option in my parent container, which is grid. If I click on it, here you can see some lines. Now you can see grid line numbers. You can see it row-wise, also you can see it column-wise. In this tutorial, we are going to understand what is the use case of these lines. So let's jump into our first item selector, which is item 1. As I told you, I'm going to move this first item in 6th position. So at first, I'm going to use a property which is grid row start. So at first, we need to move this grid item in 2nd row. As you can see, this is our 2nd row. So I'm going to type 2 here. If I save this file, now you can see our first grid item move into the 2nd row. And also we need to declare the end position. For this, we need to use another CSS property, which is grid row end. Now once again, if I show you my grid lines, here you can see our end position is 3. That's why we need to pass 3. If you do not use grid row end property, maybe it creates some trouble when you responsive your website. If I save this file, here you can see there is no changes. But it is good manner to use this property. And now we need to work with columns. As you can see, we need to move this grid item 3rd position. For this, I'm going to use another CSS property, grid column start. And here, I'm going to set 3. If I save this file, you can see the result. We successfully move our first grid item in 6th place. And also, we need to declare the end position of this column. Grid column end. As you can see, our row end in 4th position. So we need to pass 4. If I save this file, here you can see there is no changes. It's not mandatory, but for responsive purpose, it's very important. And now I want to move this 4th item in 1st position. For that, I'm going to copy this code. And I'm going to jump into our 4th item selector. And I'm going to paste the code. So our starting row is 1st. So I'm going to type 1. And our ending row is 2. Similarly, as you can see, our column start with 1 and end with 2. So I'm going to type column start 1 and column end 2. If I save this file, here you can see the result. We successfully move our fourth container in first place. But the important thing is we do not change our HTML structure. Here you can see our HTML structure. Using CSS grid properties, we can change their positions without changing their actual structure. And now I'm going to show you shorthand method all of these properties. And now I want to move the fifth item in first place. So I jump into the fifth item selector, and then I'm going to use a different CSS grid property. If you want to create shorthand for row, then we need to use grid row property. Let me show you. Grid row. First we need to provide the starting row position, which is 1, and then we need to use slash, and then we need to provide ending row position, which is 2. Similarly, we have shorthand property for column, which is grid column. Let me show you. Our columns start with line number 1 and end with line number 2. If I save this file, here you can see we successfully move our fifth grid item in first place. But what about fourth grid item? We do not remove fourth grid item from this container. It still exists in the first place. Just item 5 overlap the fourth one. That's why we cannot see the fourth one. Not only that, we have another shorthand of this property. Using this shorthand, we can pass 4 value at once, which is grid area. Let me show you. Suppose I want to move the sixth item in second place. For this, we need to provide row starting point and column starting point. So our row starting point is 1 and our column starting point is 2. And then we need to provide row endpoint and column endpoint. Our row endpoint is 2 and our column endpoint is 3. If I save this file, here you can see we successfully move our sixth container in second place. Just we need to use one CSS grid property, which is grid area. Just you need to remember, first you need to provide row starting point and then you need to provide column starting point. And next you need to provide row ending point and you need to provide column ending point. I hope now it's clear for you how row and columns are work. There are a lot of methods we can position our grids. In my upcoming videos, I'm going to teach you all of them. In our next tutorial, we are going to learn how can we span our grid items. Suppose you want to span your third item width. I just want to fill this blank area with this third item. Means it's going to take 2 column width. And we call this method span. So stay tuned for our next tutorial. Thanks for watching this video. See you soon. Good to see you back, guys. Once again I'm back with a new tutorial related CSS grid, and in this tutorial we are going to learn CSS grid item spanning. But before start the practical, we need to understand what is the meaning of spanning. So let's simplify it. Here you can see a grid container, and inside this grid container we have total 6 items. If you notice, you can see every div item width is same. And now I want to extend div 1 width. I want to extend item number 1 up to 2 items. Similarly, I want to extend item 2 row-wise. Something like this. For item 1, we use column span. And for item 2, we use row span. And other items automatically arranged at its own place. So let's start the practical and try to understand how it's work. Here you can see, side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code Editor and my browser using Live Server extension. And as you can see, we have total 6 grid items in our parent container. And we arrange it serially. Let's turn on the grid lines. So I'm going to press F12. And if I click on this option, you can see the grid lines. And now I want to span our first item column wise. And I want to extend this column up to line number 3. So I'm going to type grid column end 3. And you already know that item 1 is our first item. So if I save this file, here you can see the result. We successfully span our first grid item, column wise. And if you notice, you can see all the grid items automatically change their places. You can see that item number 6 has came down. And we do not specify any height to our third row. That's why it looks small. So now I'm going to specify height for this third row, 100 pixel. If I save this file, now you can see the result. Our first row height is 150 pixel and our second row height is 150 pixel, but our third row height is 100 pixel. And once again, I'm going to turn on my grid lines. And now I want to extend our second item row-wise. And I want to extend it from this point to this point. Means 4. For this, we need to work with these two properties. So I'm going to copy these properties and paste it here. And I'm going to change grid row endpoint, which is 4. If I save this file, here you can see the result. Now it's look like a web page. This is our header and this is our sidebar. Not only that, we can use shorthand property for this. Let me show you. Grid row. If I comment out this two property and if I type 1/4 and if I save this file, here you can see the same result. There is no changes. I hope now it's clear for you how spannings are work. Let me show you one thing. Here you can see we have total 3 columns with 1 FR value. So for this example, I'm going to comment out this property. And once again, I'm going to turn on the grid lines. Here you can see we have total 4 column line in our structure. But what happened if we pass 5 value here? If I save this file, here you can see it extend our column with default value. Now we have total 4 column in our container. But here you can see we do not declare 4 column. We just declare only 3 column. So we can extend our grid item beyond the container. Then it automatically arranges the grid item according to the fraction value. But this is not the good practice. So I'm going to use 4. And if I save this file, you can see the result. And now I'm going to fix the third item in his absolute position. For this, inside the item 3 selector, I'm going to type grid row. And also I'm going to turn on the grid lines. Our third item start from row number 2 and end up to row number 3. And our next property is grid column. And also it start from column number 2 and end at column number 3. If I save this file, you can see there is no changes. So this is the absolute position of third item. Now we cannot move this grid from this place. And now I want to extend second column width up to line number 3. For this, I'm going to use grid column property. And our column start from line number 1 and end at line number 3. If I save this file, here you can see a different result. Because we already placed our third div in that position, so our second grid item cannot take its place. Then it's automatically shrink down. But if you notice, you can see we use only grid column property. We do not use grid row property. If I use grid row property, let me show you. Row. And try to move this item in this place. Let me show you. But first, I'm going to turn on the grid line. So, our row start from line number 2 and end up to line number 3. If I save this file, now you can see a different result. Now it's overlap each other. If you want to see the second item completely, then you need to use z-index property. Let me show you. So I'm going to type the property name, z-index. By default, it's come with 0. So I'm going to type 1. If I save this file, now you can see the second item with completely. Our third item still exists behind the second item. And now I'm going to show you the different value that we use for spanning, which is span. Let me show you. So I'm going to type span, and I want to span our first item up to 4 column. Span space 4. If I save this file, sorry, we don't have 4 column in our container. That's why it extends our column and create a new grid line. For that, we need to use span 3. If I save this file, now we back to our old result. If I show you the grid lines, here you can see we have total 4 lines. This value work with grid item numbers and this value work with grid line numbers. This is the main difference between two values. And also we can span it row wise. Let me show you. Span 2. If I save this file, now we span our first container row wise, also column wise. And because we use z-index property for our second item, that's why our first item do not cover the second item. I know it's little complicated, but I am trying to explain it very simply. Not only that, we can use this value with this different value. Let me show you. Span 2. If I save this file, here you can see the result. For now, I don't need it, so I'm going to undo it. And also I'm going to change the grid row end value. Just 2. And once again, I'm going to turn on the grid lines. Suppose we have lot of columns in our container and I want to extend the red grid item from beginning to end of this container. But I don't know how much column line we have. For this, we can use minus points. Here you can see a line number -1. Remember, our last line number always start with -1. So we can use the minus value here. Let me show you. If I type -1 and save this file, here you can see there is no changes. So I hope now it's clear for you how spannings are work. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. In this tutorial we are going to learn CSS grid line naming. In our previous tutorial, we use grid lines to span our grid items. But in this tutorial we are going to learn how can we assign line name and how can we use the line name as value. Let me simplify it. This is our header item and this is our sidebar item. To create this sidebar item, we need to use grid row property and grid column property. And in grid row property, first we need to pass line starting point and then we need to pass line ending point. But in this tutorial, we don't going to use line numbers. We are going to create our own value name. As you can see, for starting point, I use sidebar start and for end point, I use sidebar end. So let's start the practical and see how it's work. Here you can see side by side I open my Visual Studio Code Editor and my browser using Live Server extension. And I already created a HTML document for this example. And here you can see a web layout, which I create using grids. Here you can see a header, a menu bar for different boxes, and a sidebar, and last a footer. And here you can see the container and all the div inside this container. And I create this layout using spanning. So let's jump into the container div selector. Here you can see we have total 3 grid column with 1 FR value. And also you can see we have total 5 row with different sizes. For header, I use 150 pixel height. For menu bar, I use 50 pixel height. And for our third row, once again I use 150 pixel height. And for footer, once again I use 50 pixel height. And here you can see I span my header from beginning to end, from 1 to -1. And here you can see we use grid line value for that. So I'm going to turn on my grid lines using developer mode. And you can see the line numbers. This is not a very complex template, but sometimes we need to face difficult templates or a very complex template. In that case, it's very difficult to remember these numbers and it can create very big problems. So to resolve this kind of problem, we assign a name to these lines and we call this process grid line naming. So let's see how it's work. So first, I'm going to start with rows and we need to assign these line names with these values. So for grid line number 1, I'm going to use a name which is header start. Let me show you. So first I'm going to use square braces. Inside the square braces, I'm going to assign a name for our first line, header dash start. Just you need to remember you cannot provide space between two words. And I'm going to turn on word wrap. Otherwise you cannot see my lines. You can use hyphens, underscore or any other character. And if we start this header, also we need to end this header. And I want to end this header in row number 2. So I'm going to use square braces once again, and inside the square braces I'm going to type header end. So if I save this file, here you can see there is no changes. And now I'm going to show you how can we use these names in our value. So in our grid row property, I'm going to type header start, because this is our starting point. And for our endpoint, I'm going to use header end value. So if I save this file, here you can see there is no changes. So our names are worked properly. So let's jump into the menu section. Let's create a starting point for menu. For this, we don't need to use another square braces. Just we need to use a space between header end and menu start point. For menu start point, I'm going to use menu start. I'm going to use menu start name dash start. And to end this menu after 50 pixel, I'm going to use menu end name menu dash end. And I'm going to use these names in our grid row properties. Let me show you. So I'm going to copy the menu start name and I'm going to replace 2 with this name. And for our menu end value, I'm going to use menu end name. If I save this file, here you can see there is no changes. It's worked very perfectly. Similarly, you can take names for all the rows. These line namings method are very helpful when we work with complex layouts. And now I'm going to name our columns. Here you can see we have total 3 columns. But if you notice, you can see we use repeat value here. And I use 1FR value for 3 columns. So how can we assign name for repeat values? There is 2 methods you can assign name for your columns. Either you type 1FR 3 times and every time you use these brackets. Otherwise, we can assign name with this repeat value. Let me show you. So before 1FR value, I'm going to use a name, which is call dash start. And after 1FR value, I'm going to type call end. You can type any name as you want. But there is a problem. It's going to use call start and call end 3 times. First, it's going to use call start here, and then it's going to use call end here. Once again, it's going to use call start here, and then it's going to use call end here. And it's keep going on. So how can we use it properly? For this, first we need to type call start. And then we need to assign from where our columns start. Our columns start from 1. So I'm going to type 1. And for endpoint, I'm going to use call end. Call dash end. Because I span up to 3 columns, so I'm going to use 3 here. You don't need to notice line number here. Just you need to notice how many columns you want to use. So if I save this file, here you can see there is no changes. So there is no problem. It's worked perfectly. And now I want to span our header up to 2 columns. So I want to use 2 here. If I save this file, you can see the result. It used 2 column value for header item. So I want to back to my old position. So I'm going to use 3. We can use the same value for our menu columns. Let me show you. So I'm going to copy the value and I'm going to replace with this one. Because our menu item takes same amount of column area, that's why we can use this value. If I save this file, you can see there is no changes. So in that way, you can assign any name for your lines and you can use it multiple times. So I hope the concept of grid line namings is clear for you. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hey, good to see you back. Once again, I'm back with a new tutorial related CSS grid. And in this tutorial, we are going to learn CSS grid min-max function. Using this function, we can dynamically change rows and columns height. So let's start it. In this tutorial, we are going to learn 2 other values without min-max. First one is max content and second one is min content. So let's see how we can change height and width dynamically. Here you can see side by side I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using Live Server extension. And I already created a HTML document. And as you can see inside my parent container we have 8 different grid cells. And we declare 4 columns for our grid cells with 1FR values. And we also have 2 rows with 175 pixel height. So let's start the practical. As you can see in my first grid item, there is a text name first. So I'm going to insert more text inside this grid item, lorem 20. It's going to add 20 words inside this grid item. If I save this file, here you can see the result. Let me reduce some words, and then I'm going to save this file. Here you can see it breaks down our lines according to width of this grid item. But what happened if I use max content value for our first column? Let's use it. So I'm going to use max content value for our first column. If I save this file, you can see the result. Here you can see there is no line break for this paragraph, and also it overflow from the container width size. If we use this value, it do not going to break our lines. It's going to print all the paragraph in one line. It's not a very useful thing for our real projects. So I'm going to reduce some word from this paragraph, and then I'm going to save this file. Let's reduce some more words. Now it's look perfect. And now I'm going to add some more text in our fourth content, lorem 10, and I'm going to save this file. And then I'm going to use our next value for this column, which is min content. And if I save this file, here you can see the result. It dynamically changes the width according to the biggest word of this sentence. And also I'm going to add more text in this item. Let's add more text. Lorem 8. If I save this file, here you can see our text overlap the grid item. To solve this kind of problem, we can add minimum content value in our row. Let me show you. So I'm going to remove 170 pixel value, and here I'm going to type min content value. If I save this file, now you can see it set the grid item height according to the text area. Suppose I want to add 50 word paragraph in our 7th item. So I'm going to jump into the 7th item, and I'm going to type lorem 50. If I save this file, here you can see according to the text size, it's change height and width. It's going to consume minimum height and minimum width according to this text. That's why this value name is main content. And now I want to fix the minimum height of our row. So I'm going to remove some word from this text, and then I'm going to save this file. And now I'm going to use min-max function to set a fixed height. Let me show you. So I'm going to use min-max function here. Min-max. And inside this parenthesis, and here we need to pass the two value for minimum size of row and for maximum size of row. Suppose our minimum row height is 175 pixel, and for maximum I'm going to use main content property, because I want to change the height according to this content size if our content take more than 170 pixel height. So if I save this file, here you can see by default our row come with 170 pixel height, but as you can see in our first row, it take more than 170 pixel height because it content size take more than 170 pixel. And for our maximum value, we use main content. That's why it can take as much height it want. Min-max function is very useful for our rows. Here we set minimum value for our item height. But if our content take more height, then we can use main content value as maximum value. But what happened if I set 200 pixel maximum height? Let me show you. If I save this file, here you can see by default our second row take 175 pixel height, but our first row extend up to 200 pixel, and then our content overflow from this item. That's why we refer to use main content as max size. Main content. Now it can hold the all content in our row. And now I'm going to use min-max function as a column value. Let's use it. So for our first column, I'm going to use the min-max function. And I'm going to set a minimum width of this column, which is 150 pixel. And also I'm going to take 200 pixel for max width. And here you can see we already set maximum container width, which is 700 pixel. but I'm going to use percentage value in this place, 80%, and it's going to make our web page more responsive. And if I save this file, here you can see the result. Let's add more content to our first column. Lorem 6. Here you can see our first column take maximum width of 200 pixel. If I increase the maximum width size 300 pixel and then save this file, now you can see the changes. By default, it's going to take 150 pixel width and it can extend up to 300 pixel. And after that, it's going to break down our lines. And now I'm going to use 200 pixel for our minimum width. And if I turn on my developer option and I select this content, here you can see the maximum width of this content is 300 pixel. And if I try to make it responsive and then I select this item, here you can see the minimum width of this item is 200 pixel because we already set a minimum size to this column. Similarly, if we scale up our window, let me show you, and then select this item, you can see it cannot extend the width more than 300 pixel. So I hope now it's little clear for you how it's work. And if I use percentage value in our maximum size, let me show you, 60%, and then save this file. Now you can see a different result. It's going to take 60% width of this container. Here we can use percentage value, FR value, pixel value, etc. But if I reduce the browser size and then it's going to stop at 200 pixel width, we cannot scale down our first column more than 200 pixel. So I hope now it's clear how main value and max value are worked. So thanks for watching this video and stay tuned for our next tutorial. Good to see you back, guys. Once again I am back with a new tutorial, and in this tutorial we are going to learn implicit grid and explicit grid. So let's see what is that. Here you can see side by side I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using Live Server extension. And as you can see in my parent container, we have total 8 grid cells. So at first I'm going to set width and height. So at first I'm going to use grid template column value, grid template columns, and I'm going to create 2 columns with 1 FR value. For this I'm going to use repeat value, repeat 2 columns with 1 FR value. If I set this file, you can see the result. And also I'm going to set row height. For this I'm going to use grid template row property. But I'm going to set 3 rows height from this 4 row. So I'm going to use repeat value once again. Repeat 3 row, comma, 100 pixel value. If I set this file, you can see the result. And also I'm going to provide gap between these cells. So I'm going to type grid gap property 20 pixel. If I save this file, you can see the result. So here you can see we just defined 2 column size and 3 row size. But we have total 8 cells in this structure. We do not style our 7th grid item and 8th grid item. Suppose we dynamically extract the data from the server and I want to show this data in our 7th and 8th column. For this, we need to set height. But we already defined height using grid template rows property. So what are these columns? How can we set height to these columns? Let me show you something. If I press F12 and show you my developer toolbar and click on this grid icon, here you can see some grid lines. As you can see, we style 3 row and 2 columns and we call this structure explicit grid because we explicitly define this area using these 2 property, and this one that we not defined and we called it implicit grid. So to style this implicit grid, we have some new properties. Let's see it. Here you can see we have total 3 property related implicit grid. Our first one is grid auto rows, our second one is grid auto columns, and our last one is grid auto flows. So let's start the practical and try to understand how it's work. So after grid gap, I'm going to use our new property which is grid auto rows. So I'm going to type grid auto rows. Here we can define our implicit grid row height. So for our implicit item, I'm going to define 50 pixel height. So if I save this file, now you can see, now the implicit grid item height is 50 pixel. So if we add more cell to this container, let me show you. So I'm going to duplicate this line 2 times and save this file. Now you can see it automatically set 50 pixel height for these grid items. So for now, I'm going to delete these columns. I don't need it. And save this file. So here you can see when we add a new cell, it's going to add row wise. But now I want to add a new cell column wise. For that, we need to use another value, which is grid auto flow. So I'm going to type grid auto flow. It's come with 2 type of value, row and column. By default, it's work with row, but here I'm going to use column. So if I save this file, now you can see the result. Because we already defined 3 row in our explicit grid, then after 3 row, it's going to add all the cells item column wise. And here you can see we do not define any column size to this grid item. It's take width according to this text size. And now I want to assign width to our implicit grid. For that, we need to use a property which is grid auto columns. And here I'm going to provide 0.5 FR value for our implicit grid. So if I save this file, here you can see the result. Our explicit grid columns take 1 FR value and our implicit grids column take half FR value. And if I add some more column to this container, let me show you. And then save this file. Now you can see it's also take 0.5 FR value according to this grid item. So this is our implicit grid and explicit grid. So I hope now it's clear for you. Thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. In this tutorial, we are going to learn CSS grid item alignment. In our previous video, we learned about how can we create layouts using CSS grid items and how we can position these items. But in this tutorial, we are going to learn about horizontal alignment and vertical alignment. We have total 6 property related CSS grid alignment: align item, justify item, place item, align self, justify self, and place self. So let's start the practical and try to understand how it's work. Here you can see side by side I open my Visual Studio Code Editor and my browser using Live Server extension. And I already created a HTML document named index.html. And here you can see we have total 10 grid items. Our first 6 grid items are explicit grid item and our last 4 grid items are implicit grid items. And here you can see our explicit grid item height is 100 pixel and our implicit grid item height is 50 pixel. And now I want to span my 5th grid item and I want to span it row wise. For that, I'm going to jump into the item 5th selector, and here I'm going to use a CSS property which is grid row. And here I'm going to span this item up to 2 row. So I'm going to type span and then I'm going to pass 2. If I save this file, you can see the result. And here you can see our 10th grid item and I want to span this grid item column wise. So I'm going to jump into the item 10 selector and here I'm going to use a CSS property which is grid column. So I'm going to type grid dash column and I want to span it up to 2 column. So if I save this file, you can see the result. So here we span our item row wise and here we span our item column wise. So let's start the alignment. So at first I'm going to cover vertical align. For that we need to use align item and align self property. And these properties came with 4 values. Let me show you. First one is start, end, center and stretch. If we use start value, it's going to place our content start of this container, means in that place. And if we use end value, it's going to place our content in that place. And if we use center, it's going to place our content center of the grid item. And stretch is our default value. So once again, I'm back to my Visual Studio Code Editor. And now I'm going to jump into the parent container. So first, I'm going to use a CSS value, which is align items. So I'm going to type align items. So I'm going to use our first value, and our first value is center. If I save this file, here you can see it align our content center. And this is our vertical alignment process. If I show you my grid lines, here you can see it clearly. As you can see, this is our grid item. And this is the content inside this grid item. And as you can see, it places our content middle of this item because we use align item center. But what happened to our fifth item? According to this line, it align our content end of this grid item. But it is not. Because we span our fifth grid item, that's why it used two items. And according to item, it center the content. And also you can see the same alignment for our implicit grid items. And now I'm going to use end value. So I'm going to type END. If I save this file, now you can see the alignment. Here you can see it align our content end of this item. Similarly, if we use start value, let me show you. And then save this file, you can see the alignment. Here you can see it align our content start of this item. And our last align item value is stretch. Let me show you. If I use this value and save this file, it's a default alignment positioning. It's not very important one. It's a default value. So for now, I'm going to use center value. And now I'm going to talk about align self. What is align self? Here you can see all the item content are aligned center. And now I decide to align our third grid item differently. I want to use align end value for this third item. So I'm going to jump into the third item selector. And for this kind of alignment, we need to use align self property. So I'm going to type align self. And here I'm going to use end value. If I save this file, you can see the result. If I turn on my grid lines, here you can see all the contents are aligned in center, but our third grid item align at end. We can use this property only in individual cell, not for the whole container. So now it's clear for you. If we want to apply alignment all these items, for that we need to use align item property. And if we want to apply in individual items, for that we need to use align cell property. And now I'm going to talk about horizontal alignment. For horizontal alignment, we need to use two property, justify item and justify cell. It works similar to our previous one. And we need to use same value for that. Start, end, center and stretch. So let's start the practical. So once again, I'm back to my Visual Studio Code editor. And I'm going to jump into the parent container. And now I want to align our content horizontally center. For that, we need to use a property, which is justify item. And our value is center. If I save this file, here you can see the result. And if I turn on my grid lines, you can see it clearly. It horizontally center our content. And similarly, if I use different value, end, and then save this file, now you can see the result. Now you can see the content end of this grid item. Similarly, we have another value, which is start. And if I save this file, you know the result. It horizontally align our content start of this grid item. If you want to move your content left side, then you need to use start. And if you want to move your content right side, then you need to use end. And as you know, stress is our default value, so I don't going to explain it here. And now I'm going to talk about justify cell property. Suppose you horizontally center your first item. For that, we need to use justify cell property. Let me show you. So here I'm going to use justify cell property. And I'm going to use center value. If I save this file, you can see the result. And if I turn on my grid lines, you can see it clearly. If you need to align your content individually, you can use justify cell property. And similarly, you have total 3 value for that: center, start and end. And now I want to talk about 2 new properties: place item and place cell. Place item is a shorthand of align item and justify item. If you want to use this value in one line, then you can use it. In this property, first you need to pass align item value and then you need to pass justify item value. And between them, you need to provide a space. Similarly, we have place cell property. This is for individual grid items. First, you need to pass align cell value and then you need to pass justify cell value. So let's see the practical how it's work. So once again I'm back to my Visual Studio Code editor. For now I'm going to comment out this two line. So first I'm going to use place item property. So I'm going to type place items. And as you know, first we need to pass align item value and then we need to pass justify items value. Our first value is center. And our second value is start. And now I'm going to save this file. If I save this file, here you can see the same result. There is no changes. You can use this value this way or that way. It's totally on you. And next, let's see how place self value is work. As you know, it's work individually. So in our item 2, I'm going to use this property. Place self. First we need to pass align self value and then we need to pass justify self value. So I'm going to provide center. And our justify self value is also center. If I save this file, you can see the result. It centers our content horizontally and vertically. So I hope now it's clear for you how place self and place items are work. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. In this tutorial, we are going to learn about CSS grid track alignment. To alignments our track, we have total 3 property: align content, justify content, and place content. And place content property is a shortened version of align content and justify content property. So let's try to understand what is grid item track. Here you can see side by side I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using Live Server extension. And I already created a HTML document named index.html. And here I'm going to use the same grid structure which I used in my previous tutorial. Here you can see total 10 grid items. And as you can see, we span our 5th grid item row wise. And we also span our 10th grid item column wise. So at first, I'm going to reduce the column width. Let me show you. So I'm going to reduce 1FR value and I'm going to type 150 pixel. And if I save this file, you can see the alignment. And also I'm going to increase the container height. So I'm going to use height property. Height 750 pixel. If I save this file, you can see the space. And now I'm going to show you how can we use align content and justify content. But first, we need to understand what is justify content. We use justify content for horizontal alignment. And we have total 7 value related justify content: start, end, center, stretch, space around, space between, and space evenly. Our last 3 value are used for content property. So let me show you how it's work. So once again I am back to my Visual Studio Code editor. So at first I'm going to turn on my grid lines. So I'm going to press F12 and then I click grids. And here you can see the grid lines. And now I'm going to use the justify content value. And at first I'm going to use center value. If I save this file, you can see the result. Here you can see all the grid items all together move to the center of this container. Using justify item property, we can center our content inside these items. And using justify content property, we can align our grid items inside the container. Using justify content, we can move the whole track. Similarly, we have another value, which is end. If I save this file, you can see the result. Horizontally, it moves our grid items end of this container. And start is our default value. Let me show you. If I save this file, you can see the result. And now I'm going to talk about our 3 new values. Our first value is space between. So I'm going to type space between here. If I save this file, you can see the result. If we use space between value, then it's going to provide the remaining space between our grid items. As you can see, it split our grid items end to end. But if you have 3 columns, let me show you. So I'm going to pass 3 here. And then save this file. Here you can see the result. As you can see, it put our second column center. And it split our blank space 2 parts. And for now, I'm going to use 2 columns. Our next value is space around. Let me show you. If I save this file, here you can see the result. If we use this value, as you can see, first it provides a space, then our grid item, and then you can see the similar size of space 2 times. And then once again our column and a blank space. So you can see the equal space left and right. And also you can see the same amount of space after first column. Similarly, you can see the space before the second column. So you can see the more space in center. And our next value is space evenly. So I'm going to type space evenly. If I save this file, here you can see it's pretty similar to space around value. But there is a basic difference. The main difference is you can see the same amount of space between our grid items. If the space size is 1FR, you can see the same amount of space before and after the column. So this is our justify content property. We basically use it for horizontal alignment. And this property works with grid tricks. So let's talk about align content value. We use align content property for vertical alignment. And as you can see, there are total 7 values for this property. Start, end, center, stretch, space around, space between, and space evenly. And we already know about this 4 values. But in this tutorial, we are going to learn space around, space between, and space evenly. So let's back to the practical. Here you can see our grid container height is 750 pixels. So I'm going to type this property name, which is align content. And our first value is center. If I save this file, here you can see the result. If I turn off my developer mode, now you can see it clearly. As you can see, it vertically centered our content. Similarly, if I use end value and then save the file, now you can see it put our grid structure end of this content. And as you know, start is our default value. But now I'm going to use a value named space between. So I'm going to type space between. If I save this file, here you can see the result. Here you can see it put our first grid item and our last grid item end to end. And here you can see the spaces between all the grid items. So this is the use case of space between value. So let's jump into our next value, which is space around. So I'm going to type space around. If I save this file, now you can see the result. This value going to provide the space top of the content and bottom of the content. Suppose it provide 10 pixel space top of this grid item. And it also going to provide 10 pixel space bottom of this item. And then come grid gap area. And once again, top of this third item, it provide 10 pixel space. So in that way, it's work. And our last value is space evenly. So I'm going to type space evenly. So if I save this file, here you can see it provide same amount of space top and bottom of this item. So this is the use case of these values. Let me show you one thing. Here you can see we span our column 10 2 times. So I'm going to remove the grid column property from item 10. And now I'm going to span the item 7. So I'm going to paste it here. If I save this file, here you can see a gap. Here you can see an unfilled space. If you are working with complex grid structure, sometimes this kind of problems are awkward. And if you want to solve this kind of problem, we have another property, which is grid auto flow. Let me show you. So I'm going to type grid auto flow. As you know, we have total 2 types of flow, row wise and column wise. So I'm going to use row wise. If I save this file, here you can see there is no changes. But if I use another value with this, let me show you. So I'm going to use a new value, which is dense. If I save this file, here you can see it put our 8 grid item in the blank space. If we use this value, then it's not going to unfill the blank space. So I hope now it's clear for you what is grid tracking. So please stay tuned for our next tutorial. Thanks for watching this video. Hello guys, good to see you back. In this tutorial, we are going to learn autofill and autofit property. Using these properties, we can control grid width. So let's start the practical and see how it's work. Here you can see, side by side I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using LiveServer extension, and I already created a HTML document. And here you can see a container, and inside the container we have total 4 grid items. And as you can see, our container width is 700 pixels. And we use display grid property. And now I'm going to set width and height to these items. For now, I want to use 2 columns with 1FR value. So I'm going to use grid template column property. And I'm going to use repeat value. Repeat 2, with 1FR value. If I set this file, you can see the result. And also I'm going to provide height to our row. So I'm going to use grid template column row property. And once again I'm going to use repeat value. 2 rows with 150 pixel height. If I save this file, you can see the result. Suppose I don't want to use fraction value, so I'm going to type 100 pixel. If I save this file, now you can see the result. Now our column width is 100 pixel. With that, I want to show 3 columns in our row. If I save this file, you can see the result. And now I want to adjust our 4th grid item in this place. For this, we need to use 2 values, autofill and autofit. Let me show you. So in this place, I'm going to type autofill. If I save this file, you can see the result. It automatically set our 4th grid item after the 3rd grid item. Similarly, if I use the autofit value, let me show you, and save this file, here you can see there is no changes. But there is a basic difference. If I use autofill value, it's going to create extra track. Let me show you. So I'm going to type autofill once again. And if I turn on my developer toolbar and click on this grid icon, here you can see there is a space for 3 grid items. Because our container width is 700 pixel and we set our grid item with 100 pixel. That's why we have a space for 3 grid items. But if I use autofit value, let me show you, and then set this file, and then turn on my grid lines, here you can see it do not create extra track lines. It creates the track according to the grid items. Suppose I want to shift our 4th column end of this container. So I'm going to use grid column end value. Grid column end. And I'm going to set position -1. If I save this file, here you can see there is no changes. Because autofit property doesn't create extra track. But if I use autofill property, let me show you, and then save this file, now you can see the result. And if I turn on the grid lines, now you can see it clearly. Because autofill property create extra column, that's why we can move our 4th grid item at end of this container. So this is the main difference between autofill and autofit value. And now I'm going to use min-max function for our column. So I'm going to remove this one and save this file. And first I'm going to type autofit, and then I'm going to use min-max function. I want to set minimum container width is 150 pixel and maximum up to 1 FR value. If I save this file, you can see the result. But what happened if I reduce the container width? So I'm going to type 70% container width. If I save this file, here you can see our 4th grid item shrink down. And if I show you my computer section, here you can see now our container width is 546 pixel. And we set our minimum item width 150 pixel. And if we multiply 150 pixel with 4, it's going to return 600 pixel. And as you already know, our container width below than 600 pixel, that's why it shrink down our 4th grid item. And if I increase the container width, let me show you. Now you can see it set our 4th grid item in our first row. And if I show you my container width, here you can see it's above 600 pixel. That's why it fit into this row. And similarly, if I show you my grid item width, here you can see our grid item width is 167 pixel. We cannot reduce our grid item width below than 150 pixel. And if we try to reduce our grid item width forcefully, let me show you. Here you can see it shrink our grid item in the second row. And if we try to reduce more, here you can see it's also shrink our 3rd grid item in the second row. Because we cannot reduce the grid item width below than 150 pixel. So without using media query, just using autofit value, we perfectly create our container responsive. Similarly, if I increase the browser width, here you can see all the grid item in a single row. And if you notice, you can see it also increased the item width. Now the item width is 245 pixel. If you want to show all the grid item in a single row, then you should have 600 pixel minimum container width. And if I reduce browser width too much and increase the container width percentage, something 85% is, and also I'm going to increase the minimum width, so I'm going to increase it up to 300 pixel. If I save this file, now you can see total 4 row. So now it's look like total responsive. And as you can see, we set height for 2 rows, 150 pixel height. I hope now the concept is clear for you what is autofill value and autofit value. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. In this tutorial, we are going to learn a new property related CSS grid, which is fit content. So let's see how we can use it practically. Here you can see side by side I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using Live Server extension. And I already created a HTML document named index.html. Here you can see inside the parent container we have total 6 grid items. Basically, fit content property working like max width property. So let's use this property. So I'm going to remove the previous one. And I'm going to type, suppose I want to show 2 columns using fit content. So I'm going to type fit content and inside the parenthesis, and I'm going to set 200 pixel maximum width for our first column. And similarly, for our second column, I'm going to use fit content property. And for our second column, I'm going to use 400 pixel max width. If I save this file, here you can see the result. Here you can see for first column, we take 200 pixel width. And for second column, we take 400 pixel width. But if you notice, you can see our item width is according to content size. Let's take another column with 1 FR value. So I'm going to type 1 FR. If I set this file, you can see the result. If we set fit content value, we cannot extend our column more than 200 pixel. Similarly, we cannot extend our second column more than 400 pixel. Let's add some content in our first item. So inside the first item, I'm going to type lorem 30. If I save this file, here you can see the result. If I turn on my grid lines and show you my cell width, here you can see our first grid item extend up to 200 pixel. If we use fit content property, we cannot extend width more than 200 pixel. Similarly, if I add more content in our second grid item, let me show you, and then save the file, here you can see the result. If I show you my cell size, here you can see it extend up to 400 pixel, not more than 400 pixel. Because we set maximum width of this grid cell using fit content property. And for our third column, we use fraction value. So it can change its size according to the content. Basically, this technique is very useful for image gallery. Also, you can notice we cannot see the whole content in this item. For this, we can use min-max function in our rows. Let me show you. So I'm going to remove this one and I'm going to set min-max. Inside the parenthesis, here we can set minimum height for our grid item. I want to set 200 pixel minimum height. And then if you want to extend the grid cell height according to the content, for that you can use main content function. Let me show you. min-content. If I set this file, here you can see the result. Now it's look perfect. We learned about main content property in our previous tutorials. So I hope now you understand what is the use case of fit content property. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. In this tutorial, we are going to learn a new grid item positioning property, which is order property. So let's see how we can use this property. As you can see, side by side I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using Live Server extension. And I already created a HTML document named index.html. Here you can see inside my parent container we have total 6 grid items. So using order property, we can change grid cell position. Suppose you want to move first grid cell in 6th position. For this, you can use order property. In our previous tutorials, we learned about positioning. But in this tutorial, we are going to position our cells using order property. Suppose I want to move the item 1 in 6th position. For this, I'm going to jump into the item 1 selector and I'm going to use order property. Order. And here I'm going to pass one value. If I save this file, here you can see it automatically move our content in the last position. Ordering start from opposite direction, that's why it's come to the last place. And similarly, if I use 0 value and then save the file, here you can see there is no changes in order. 0 is the default value of this property. But if I pass order 2 and then save the file, here you can see it's also come to the first place because there is no order 1. Suppose now I want to move our second item in first order. For that, I'm going to jump into the item to selector and I'm going to type order property. Order 1. If I save this file, here you can see the result. Now, this is our order 1 position. Now, suppose I want to move the fourth item in third position. Let's jump into the fourth selector and I'm going to type order 3. If I save this file, now you can see the result. This is our order 1 position and this is our order 2 position and this is our order 3 position. First we order our item 1 in second position. So it's come to the second position. And then we order our item 2 in first position. So it's come to the first position. And then we order our fourth item in third position. And you can see the result. It's come to the third position. And as you can see, we do not work with third item, fifth item and sixth item. So it has came forward. Suppose now you want to move the third item behind the fourth item. So I'm going to use order property once again. Order and I'm going to pass 4 value. If I save this file, you can see the result. Now you can see our third item came to the 6th position because we use 4 value. So our first order position is this one. And this is our second order position. And this is our third order position. And this is our fourth order position. So now it's clear for you how it's work. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. In this tutorial, we are going to learn about nested grids. So let's try to understand what is nested grid. Here you can see a grid container and inside this grid container, we have total 6 grid cells. Now you decide to add more grid cells inside this grid cell. Then you need to convert this grid cell into a grid container. And then you can add more grid cell inside this container. Something like that. And we call this whole system nested grids. Using nested grid, we can convert a parent grid cell into a grid container. So let's start the practical and see how we can create it. As you can see, side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using Live Server extension. And I already created a HTML document named index.html. As you can see in my parent container, I have 4 grid cells. And now I want to add more grid cell inside the fourth grid cell. For this, we need to use display grid property for item 4. So inside the item 4th selector, I'm going to use display property, display grid. Now it convert our cell into a grid container. Now we can add more grid cell inside this container. Let me show you. So I'm going to remove this text and inside this div, I'm going to create 4 more div. Div dot sub sub1 and I'm going to duplicate this line 3 times. And also I'm going to numbering their class name sub2, sub3 and sub4. And inside these grid cells, I'm going to type capital A, capital B, capital C and capital D. If I save this file, you can see the result. So as you can see, we create 4 grid cells inside the 4th container. And now I'm going to assign width to our cells. For this, I'm going to use grid template column property. Grid template columns. And I want to assign 2 columns with 1 FR value. 1 FR. 1 FR. If I save this file, you can see the result. Let's set a background color to this div. Otherwise, it's not going to be visible. So I'm going to select item 4. Inside the item 4, I'm going to select all the divs. Then inside the curly braces, background red. If I save this file, you can see the result. And as you can see, there is no gap between these cells. So I'm going to use grid gap property. Grid gap 10 pixel. If I save this file, now you can see the cells clearly. So as you can see, inside a parent grid container, we have total 4 cells. And then we convert our 4th grid cell into a grid container. And inside this container, we also have 4 grid cells. And we call this process nested grid. Using this, inside a grid item, we can insert more grid items. And also you can insert more grid items inside these subgrid items. Suppose you want to insert 4 more grid items inside this cell A. Then once again, you need to follow this similar procedure. First, you need to use display property grid for this cell. And then you can add more grid item inside this cell. And if I show you my developer toolbar, here you can see inside this grid, we have another grid structure. And you can see the grid lines of this grid structure. And if I show you my layout section, here you can see in grid overlays, we have total 2 grid system. Our main container grid system, and next our overlay grid item system. And you can turn off and turn on your grid lines according to your choice. So thanks for watching this video. I hope now it's clear for you what is nested grid. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Good to see you back, guys. This is our last tutorial related CSS grid. In this tutorial, we are going to learn what is overlapping grid items. So moving forward, and let's try to understand what is that. Here you can see a grid container, and inside this grid container, we have total 3 grid items. And as you can see, items are overlapping each other, and we called it overlapping grid items. And now you want to green one came first, something like that. So let's see how we can create the overlapping grid items. With that, we are going to learn how we can change the stack order of these grid items. Stack order means Z index. So let's start the practical and try to understand how it's work. Here you can see side by side I open my Visual Studio Code Editor and my browser using Liveserver extension. And I already created a HTML document named index.html. And as you can see, I already created a grid structure. And there are 3 grid items in this grid structure. And as you can see, our container width is 400 pixel. And our column width is 200 pixel. And also our row height is 200 pixel. So let's try to overlap the grid items. At first, I want to span our red grid item. I want to span it up to 2 columns. For this, I'm going to use grid column property. 1 from column 1 to span 2. If I save this file, you can see the result. We span our item 2 columns. And also I'm going to span this item row wise with 2 columns. Let me show you. So I'm going to use grid row property. Grid row. From row 1, span up to row 2. If I save this file, you can see the result. So now our first item span up to 2 columns and 2 rows. And our second item and third item is our implicit grid items. And now I'm going to assign a maximum with all of these grid items. As you know, we use this item class all of these grid items. So I'm going to use max width property. So I'm going to type max width 200 pixel. If I save this file, you can see the result. And now I'm going to align our first cell vertically. So I'm going to type align cell start. If I save this file, you can see the result. And if I show you my grid lines, here you can see it's take full area. Because we use align cell property, that's why it's look like smaller. If I comment out this property and save this file, you can see the result. But to create a overlapping grid items, we need it. So I'm going to undo the comment and save this file. And now I want to move our second item center of this page. For this, I'm going to use same properties for item 2. If I paste the code and save the file, here you can see it overlap our first grid item. But I want to place it middle. So I'm going to use align cell property. Align cell center. If I save this file, you can see the result. We vertically align our item center of this container. And now I'm going to horizontally center this grid item. For this, I'm going to use justify self property. Justify self center. If I save this file, you can see the result. And for our third grid item, I'm going to use same property. But I want to align our content end of this container. So I'm going to use align self end. And also justify self end. If I save this file, you can see the result. I don't need this orange background color, so I'm going to remove it. Now all the grid items are take same amount of area. We just align the items start, center and end. But their column size and position is same. And now I'm going to add some text in all the items. So in item 1, I'm going to type lorem 15. It's going to add 15 word character. It can add 15 word paragraph in our item. And I'm going to copy the paragraph and I'm going to paste it in our second item, also in our third item. If I save this file, you can see the result. Hey, we need to add more character to overlap this item. So I'm going to paste this character once again. If I save this file, now you can see it's overlap each other. And now I'm going to show you how can we change the stack order of this item. To change stack order, we need to use our old property, which is z-index. So now I want to bring the first item to the forefront. For this, I'm going to use z-index property. So I'm going to type z-index 1. If I save this file, you can see the result. You can see it came on top. And now I want to bring the orange item top of the all. For this, we need to use z-index 2 value. So I'm going to type z-index 2. If I save this file, you can see the result. So now it's clear for you how we can control the overlap areas. Now let's see if I remove all the alignment of this container and then save the file. Here you can see the result. Now all the grid items are still exist in the same place. And now I want to show our green grid item. For this, we need to use z-index value once again. z-index 3. If I save this file, you can see the result. I hope now it's clear your doubt about overlapping. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. This is the introduction video of CSS Flexbox. So let's try to understand what is Flexbox. Basically, Flexbox is a new module in CSS 3. It's make alignment very easier in different direction and different order. It gives container the ability to expand and shrink elements to best use all the available space. So this is the best way to use all the available space. And our next point is CSS Flexbox layout replace float layout. Similar to the grid layout, it also can replace float layout. It made our job very easier. Using Flexbox, you can create one-dimensional layout very easily. CSS grid is not one-dimensional, it is two-dimensional, but CSS Flexbox is one-dimensional. You cannot handle row height and column width together. At a time, you can handle only one dimension, row, otherwise column. Suppose this is our main container, and inside this parent container, we have 4 subdips. We call the container flex container. And if you want to create it Flexbox, then you need to use display property. Display flex. In our parent container, we need to use this property, and then it convert into a flex container. And all the items inside the flex container, now they are flex items. As I told you earlier, Flexbox work in one-dimensional way, row-wise, otherwise column-wise. If we talk about rows, means horizontal way, for that we call the axis main axis. Otherwise, you can call it rows. And if I talk about vertical dimension, then we call it cross axis. Otherwise, you can call it columns. So let's see a little demonstration how we can use a Flexbox. Here you can see side by side I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using LiveServer extension. And I already create a HTML document named index.html. And as you can see, there is a parent div which classes container. And inside this parent container, we have total 4 items. And as you can see, we use different classes for all of this. Item 1, item 2, item 3 and item 4. And I already set a background color to our all the subdips. And as you can see, our parent container width is 600. And also I set a background color, margin and border to this parent container. Now, if I want to make it flex container, for this, we need to use display property. Display, and I'm going to use flex value. As you can see, we have total 4 rows in our parent container. If I save this file, as you can see, it automatically saves all the items in one row. So now it's little clear for you. When we convert our parent container in a flex box, whatever item in our container, it's come in one row. In our upcoming tutorial, we are going to learn some new properties. So let's see the properties. There are total 12 properties that you can use with Flexbox. Flex direction, flex wrap, flex flow, flex grow, flex shrink, flex basics, flex, justify content, align item, align self, at last order. And for alignment, we use this property. And we already learned about it in our grid chapter. So in our upcoming video, I'm going to cover all the properties. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Good to see you back, guys. In this tutorial, we are going to learn what is flex direction property. Let's see the values of this property. As you can see, we have total 4 values related CSS flex direction. Row, row reverse, column and column reverse. And row is our default value in this property. So let's start the practical and see how it's work. Here you can see side by side I opened my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using Live Server extension, and I already created a HTML document named index.html. And as you can see in my document, there is a container, and inside this container we have total 4 flex items. And as you can see, we already convert our container flexbox. And you already know that if we use display flex property, then it put our items in a single row. And in this tutorial, we are going to talk about flex direction property. This property is related to container, not the items. So I'm going to use it after display property. And I'm going to type flex direction. And our first value is row. If I save this file, here you can see there is no changes. And as I told you, row is the default value. If you use it, it's not going to affect on your structure. And by default, row follow the left to right direction. But if I use row reverse value, let me show you, and then save the file, now you can see the result. Here you can see it's reverse the order of our item. Now the direction is right to left. So this is the use case of row reverse value. And our next value is column. Let me show you. So I'm going to type column. This value works vertically. If I save this file, you can see the result. Basically it follows top to bottom order. As you can see, first, second, third, fourth. And if you want to arrange it bottom to top, then you need to use another value, which is column reverse. If I save this file, you can see the result. Here you can see our first item came to the bottom, then comes second and then third. And our last item came to the top position. So it's basically changed the direction from bottom to top. And if I use only column value, then the direction will be top to bottom. So this is the flex direction property. As I told you earlier, it's work on one-dimensional way. At a time, it's work with row-wise, otherwise column-wise. And you cannot handle row and column together. So I hope now the flex direction property is clear for you. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Good to see you back, guys. Again, I'm back with a new tutorial related Flexbox. And in this tutorial, we are going to learn what is flex wrap and flex flow. These two new properties are very important in our Flexbox. So without further discussion, let's start the practical. As you can see, side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using Live Server extension. And I already created a HTML document named index.html. And here you can see, in our container, we have total 4 flex items. And our container size is bigger than flex items. And if I increase the flex item in this box, otherwise if I reduce the container width, in that case, items are overflown to this container. Let me show you. I already create 6 other flex items. And I'm going to uncomment these div tags. And I'm going to save this file. Now you can see we have total 10 flex items in our container. And now I'm going to reduce the container width using width property. So I'm going to type width 400 pixel. If I save this file, Here you can see the result. Here you can see flex items are overflown to this container. Similarly, if I use height property and increase the height 200 pixel and save this file, you can see this result. But if I change the flex direction, let me show you, flex direction column and then save the file. Now you can see once again flex items are overflown to this container. To solve this kind of problem, we have another flex property, which is flex wrap. Basically, flex wrap has three values: no wrap and wrap reverse. No wrap is our default value. If you use or not, it's going to overflow your data. So let's see how it's work. For this, I'm going to use flex direction row, and also I'm going to set a width of this container with 400 pixel. If I set this file, you can see the result. And now I'm going to use flex wrap property, flex wrap. At first, I'm going to use no wrap value. If I set this file, here you can see there is no changes, because this is the default value of this property. So it's not going to affect the flex items. And if you want to wrap it, you need to use wrap value. Let me show you. If I save this file, now you can see the result. Now you can see our container width is still 400 pixel, but it perfectly wrap our flex item inside this container. As you can see, it automatically come to the next line. Let's add some margin between this flex item. So I'm going to type margin 5 pixel. If I save this file, you can see the result. So now it's clear for you, when data overflow from the first line, then it's automatically came to the next line. Then it's automatically come to the next line. But if I change the flex direction column, and also I want to use height property, height 200 pixel, and I'm going to comment out the width property. If I save this file, now you can see the result. Here you can see it's set in vertically order: first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth, 10th. I hope now it's clear for you how items are set in vertically order. And now I'm going to use the next value of this property, which is wrap reverse. So I'm going to type wrap reverse. If I save this file, now you can see it is just reverse the order of items. And now it start from the right side and end it left side. And if I change the flex direction row wise and set width of this container and comment out height and set this file, as you can see our items start from the second line of this container: first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth, 10th. Basically, we use wrap property to control overflow data. I hope you got the point. And our next property is flex flow. What is flex flow? It is a shorthand property of flex wrap and flex direction. Using one property, you can control both the properties, and we can use it in one line. So I'm going to use flex flow property, flex flow. Here, first we need to provide flex direction value, and then we need to provide flex wrap value. So first, our flex direction value is column, and our flex wrap value is wrap. And I'm going to comment out this two property. And also need to comment out width property, because we use column value. And I'm going to uncomment the height property. If I save this file, here you can see it's worked perfectly. If I use no wrap value here and save this file, now you can see our flex items are overflown to this container. Basically, flex flow is one-liner of these two property, flex direction and flex wrap. I hope now the concepts are clear for you. What is flex wrap and flex flow? So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hey, again I am back with a new tutorial related Flexbox, and in this tutorial we are going to learn justify center property. So let's back to the computer screen. Basically, we use justify content property for horizontal alignment. And this property comes with total 6 value. Let me show you. Our first value is flex start. It is also a default value. Then come flex end, center, space around, space between, space evenly. It is very similar to our grid property, justify content. And we already learned about it in our grid section. So let's start the practical and see how it's work. As you can see, side by side I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using LiveServer extension. And inside the parent container, we have total 4 flex items. And now I'm going to align it using justify content property. So I'm going to type justify content. At first, I'm going to use center value. If I save this file, you can see the result. As you can see, it moved all the flex item center of this container. And next, I'm going to use flex end value. Flex end. If I save this file, as you can see, it shifts all the flex item right corner of this container. And flex start is the default value of this property. If I use this property, let me show you. And save this file, as you can see, it's the default value. If we use any flex value or not, it's going to return this result. Our next value is space between. So I'm going to type space between. If I save this file, as you can see, it moves our first item and last item end to end of this container. If I remove the margin, now it's more clear for you. And also I'm going to remove the padding one. Now you can see the result. And it's going to add all the space between these items. It equally divided this space between flex items. Our next value is space around. Let me show you. If I save this file, now you can see it provides equal space first and last of this item. And between these items, it provides double space. As you can see, it provides equal space before the first item and after the first item. Similarly, it provides equal space before the second item and after the second item. That's why the gap between items are double of this first gap. And our last value is space evenly. If I use this value and save this file, as you can see, it provides similar amount of gap between flex items. So I hope now it's clear for you how we can horizontally align our flex items. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again, I'm come with a new tutorial related CSS Flexbox. And in this tutorial, we are going to learn align item property. We use align item property for vertical alignment. And we have total 5 value related align items property. Flex start, flex end, center, stress and baseline. If we use flex start value, and then it's going to put my flex item top of this container. And if we use flex end value, then it's going to put my flex item bottom of this container. And if you want to align its center vertically, in that case you can use center value. And stretch is our default value, but baseline value is different one. So let's start the practical and see how it's work. As you can see, side by side I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using Live Server extension. And as you can see, we already create a container, and inside this container we have total 4 flex items. And as you can see, we use display flex property. Using this property, we can convert our container as a flex container. So I'm going to use this property, which is align item. Align items. And our first value is stretch. If I save this file, here you can see there is no changes because it's the default value. We are work with vertical alignment, so we need to increase the container height. Height 500 pixel. If I save this file, you can see the result. By default, align item use stretch value. And now I'm going to use the first value, which is flex start. If I save this file, as you can see, now the vertical alignment of this item is top of the container. Similarly, if I use flex end value and save this file, as you can see, all the items are aligned in bottom of this container. And if you want to align this item center of this container, you can use center value. Align item center. You can see the result. It aligns our all the flex items center of this container. Let's add little height in our third item. So I'm going to use height property in our third item. Height 50 pixel. If I set this file, as you can see, now our third item height is 50 pixel. And now I'm going to talk about baseline concept. If I use flex end value, flex end and set this file, as you can see, items are end at baseline. But if I use start value and set this file, now the baseline end in top. And now I'm going to talk about our last value, which is baseline. But at first, I'm going to increase the third item font size. Font size. So I want to use font size property. Font size 34 pixel. And now also I'm going to reduce second item font size. So I'm going to use font size value once again. And I'm going to use 10 pixel for that. If I save this file, you can see the result. Now you can see the text baseline alignment is different. And now I want to align this text in a same baseline. For that, we need to use baseline property. Let me show you. Text align items. I'm going to use baseline value. Baseline. If I save this file, you can see the result. Now all the text are come in same baseline. And if you want to use horizontal alignment, yes, you can use with that. Just you need to use justify content property. Let's use it. Justify content center. If I save this file, you can see the result. And also you can change flex direction. As you know, by default, our flex direction is row. So let's change the flex direction. Flex direction. I'm going to use column value. If I save this file, as you can see, now our align item property working horizontally, not the vertically. If I use flex end property and save this file, as you can see, it's aligning horizontally. Because we change x-axis direction and y-axis direction using flex direction property. Now it's follow the opposite cross axis. So this is it for this tutorial. I hope now the concept is clear for you what is align item property. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. In this tutorial, we are going to learn CSS align content property. In our previous tutorial, we will learn about align item property. This property also used for vertical alignment. As you can see, we have lot of different value related align content property. Flex start, flex end, center, stretch, baseline, space around, space between, and space evenly. In our previous tutorial, we will learn about align items. Both the properties are used for same purpose. But there is a difference between this property. Align item used for single row alignment, but align content used for multiple row alignment. Suppose your content not covered in a single row. It wrapped and come to the next row. Then we need to use align content property. So let's start the practical and see how it's work. As you can see, side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using Lifesaver extension. And as you can see, I already created a HTML document named index.html. And here you can see in my parent container, we have total 10 flex items. So at first, I'm going to assign width to this container. After height, I'm going to type width. Width equal to 450 pixel. And as you can see, our data is overflown to this container. In this case, we need to use flex wrap property. So I'm going to type flex wrap. And I'm going to use wrap value. If I save this file, you can see the result. And in our previous tutorials, we learned about flex wrap property. Now you can see overflown items are came to the next row. And as you can see, our items are already stretched. So let's use our property align content. So I'm going to type align content. Our first value is stretch. If I save this file, as you can see, there is no changes because stretch is our default value. But if I use flex start value and save this file, now you can see it's moved vertically top. Similarly, if I use flex end value and set this file, now items are moved vertically end. Similarly, if I use center value, then set the file, now all the items are center of this container. Our next property is space between. So I'm going to type space between. If I save this file, you can see the result. This value going to fill all the space between two rows. And if I use space around value, let me show you, and then save this file, here you can see whatever space we have top of the row, it's going to double it between this row. And then come same amount of space bottom of the last row. Then come our next value, which is space evenly. So I'm going to type space evenly. If I save this file, now you can see it add same amount of space between rows. This property only work when we have multiple rows. If I remove some flex item from this container, let me show you, and then save this file, here you can see all the items are moved vertically center. Now this property not going to work properly. If I use different value, something space between and then save this file, here you can see it's not work. This property exactly work when we have multiple rows. Otherwise, it's not going to work. If we have single row, in that case, we need to use align item property. So I hope now it's clear for you what is align content property. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. In this tutorial, we are going to learn CSS flexbox align cell property. This property also used for vertical alignment, similar to align item property. As you can see, for this property, we have some similar values. Just we have one new value for this property, which is auto. Then come flex start, flex end, center, stretch, and baseline. Now the question is, what is the difference between align item property and align cell property? Align cell property basically used for individual items. Suppose you want to vertical align individual flex item. In that case, you need to use this property. As you can see in this image, remaining one flex item, all the flex items are came to the top of the container. Because for this particular cell, we use align cell property. Because of this, we have been able to differentiate. So let's start the practical and see how it's work. Here you can see side by side I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using Live Server extension. And I'm going to use my previous HTML file for this example. As you can see in our flex container, we have total 5 flex items. And as you can see, by default items are stretched. First, I want to align all the items top of the container. So I'm going to use align item property. Align item flex start. If I save this file, you can see the result. And now I'm going to use align cell property. Because now I want to align one individual cell. Suppose I want to move number 3 cell end of this container. Then we need to jump into the item 3 selector and we need to use this property, align cell. And I'm going to use flex end value, flex end. If I set this file, you can see the result. We successfully move an individual cell end of this container. Remember, this property is used for vertical alignment. Let's move number 2 cell center of this container. For this, once again I'm jumping to the number 2 selector and I'm going to type align cell property, align cell center. If I save this file, you can see the result. Let's talk about our new property, which is auto. If I use auto value in our item 2 and then save this file, here you can see it's back to the group. Now this value is related to parent container alignment value. Let's change the parent container alignment. Align items, center. If I save this file, as you can see, our auto value automatically follow this alignment. If we use align self auto, then it's relatively work with align items value. If we use center value, it's also act like a center value. If we use flex end value, it's also act like a flex end value. Just you need to remember, align cell property only work with flexbox cells, not the flexbox container. So I hope now it's clear for you what is align cell property and what is the use case of this property. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. In this tutorial, we are going to learn about order property. This property works the same way we did in the grid. So let's start the practical and see how it's work. Here you can see side by side I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using Live Server extension. And I already created a HTML document named index.html. And as you can see, inside the flex container, we have total 6 flex items. If you remember, using order property, we can change cells positions. Suppose you want to move 4th cell in number 2 position. In that case, we need to use order property. So I'm going to jump into the item 5 selector and I'm going to type order. At first, I'm going to pass 0 value. This is the default value. If I save this file, here you can see there is no changes in their order. But if I pass -1, let me show you and save this file. Now you can see our 5th item move first place in this order. By default, all the cells order property value are 0. So order start from minus value. For item 5, we use minus value. That's why it came first. So this is -1. And also I'm going to type -1 in 5th place. minus 1. Similarly, for our third item, I want to pass minus 2. Order minus 2. If I set this file, now you can see it came first place in our order. Because minus 2 is less than 0 and minus 1. That's why it came first. And as I told you earlier, lowest value came first. So I want to type minus 2 in third place. Minus 2. First minus 2, then comes minus 1, then 0, 0, 0 and 0. But if I pass one value in number 1 item, let me show you. Order 1 and then set this file. You can see it has came to the right side. Because 1 is greater than minus value and 0 value. That's why it came after 0. So I'm going to pass plus 1 here. It's moved lowest to greater value. Now if I pass order 2 in our fourth item, let me show you. Order 2. And if I set this file, as you can see, now it's came to the last place. Because plus 2 is greater than 0 and 1. If I set this file, now it's clear for you. Now you can clearly understand how orders are worked. We do not set any order in item number 2 and item number 6. So by default, the order of these items are 0. So I hope now you understand the ordering. Now the question is, where we use the order property? When you want to make your website responsive, then order is the most important property. In desktop view, you want to follow this order. But in mobile view, you want to move item 4 in first place. In that case, order property are very useful. So I hope you got the point. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again, I'm come with a new tutorial. And in this tutorial, we are going to learn a new property, which is flex group. So let's start the practical and see how it's work. As you can see, side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using Live Server extension. And I already created a HTML document named index.html. And as you can see in our parent container, we have total 6 flex items. So let's use our new property. Basically, flex group property not work with container. It work with flex items. As you can see, there is a common class name named items for all the flex items. So I'm going to jump into the item selector and I'm going to use our new property, which is flex group. Flex group. Here we need to pass numeric value. If I pass 0 and then set this file, as you can see, there is no changes. If I pass one value here, so I'm going to type 1 and then set this file. Here you can see all the space are equally divided to flex item. I hope now it's clear for you how flex group property work. If I pass 2 here and then set this file, as you can see there is no changes. Because we equally divided this space, all of these flex items. That's why it's not going to work. So I'm back to my old position. 1. And I'm going to set this file. And now I want to increase item to width. Yes, we can do it. At first, we need to select the item individually and then we need to use this property, flex grow. And here I'm going to pass 2. If I set this file, you can see the result. You can see here, now it's doubled compared to other cells. Similarly, if I pass 3 and then set this file, now its size is triple compared to all. And now, similarly, I'm going to use the same property in our item 4. I'm going to type flex grow. And I want to expand the width up to 4 times. So I'm going to pass 4 here. If I set this file, you can see the difference. And if I remove the margin between cells, now it's more clear for you. Without item 2 and 4, all of the cells value are 1. For item 2, flex group property value is 3. And for item 4, flex group property is 4. So this property only works for flex item width. Basically, we use this property when we need to provide equal width all of the cells. So I hope now it's clear for you what is flex group property. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hey, once again I'm back with a new property related CSS flex box. And in this tutorial we are going to learn what is flex basis. This property is pretty similar to max width property. Basically, it handles flex item width. So let's see how we can use it practically. As you can see, side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using Liveserver extension, and I already created a HTML document named index.html. And as you can see, inside the flex container, we have total 6 flex items. And as you can see, we use display property, flex, and also we use flex wrap. We used flex wrap property because if item overflown, then came down. That's why we use flex wrap. And for every flex item, we set a common width. As you can see, flex grow 1. We learned about this property in our previous tutorial. That's why all the items are take same amount of space. So let's use the property flex basis. So in item 1 selector, I'm going to type flex basis. And here I'm going to pass 250 pixel. If I save this file, as you can see, now our first flex item width is 250 pixel. Now it's work like maximum width. Let's turn on the developer toolbar. If I select this div, as you can see, our first item width is 250 pixel. But without our first item, all the divs are take same amount of space. But if I try to shrink down the browser size, let me show you. As you can see, it's not going to affect the width of this item 1. And if we reduce the browser width, as you can see, now it shrink down. Because this property works like a maximum width. We can reduce the width of this item below than 250 pixel, but we cannot stretch the width of this item more than 250 pixel. And now I'm going to use flex basis property all of this item. So I'm going to comment out this line and I'm going to type flex basis 100 pixel. If I save this file, at first I'm going to increase my browser panel width. Now you can see still our first item width is 250 pixel. But without our first item, every item's widths are 100 pixel. And if I try to increase the browser size a little bit, let me show you. As you can see, item 5 moved to the right corner. Because without first item, every item's trying to maintain 100 pixel width. And also they are trying to fill the space of this browser. Now let's try to reduce the browser width and see what happened. If I try to reduce the browser width, as you can see, most of the items are shipped to the second row because we use flex wrap property. Otherwise, they are going to overflow to this container. But if I reduce it little more, as you can see, there is no space for 2 items in a single row. That's why they are shrink down. But as you can see, we reduce the item 1 width. But remaining item 1, still all the item widths are 100 pixel because they have space to extend up to their full width. But if I reduce it more and more, as you can see, all the items are reducing their width. So I hope now it's clear for you, this property works like a max width. Not only that, this property also works like a minimum width also. Let me show you. If I comment out this line, and if we use flex grow property for all of this item and save this file, as you can see, all the items are came to the one row. We use flex basis property only for item 1. And for remaining 1, we use flex grow property. And our flex grow value is 1. And as I told you, it's work like a minimum width property also. Let me show you. If I try to reduce the container width, as you can see, it's going to affect all of this item width without item 1. If I try to reduce it more, as you can see, it's not going to affect item 1. Without item 1, all the items are reducing their width. And if we try to reduce it more, as you can see, our last item shipped to the second row. But our item 1 still maintain the same width, 250 pixel. If we use flex basis property with flex grow, then it's work like an minimum width. But if we use flex basis property only, then it's going to act like a max width. Not only that, here we can use percentage value also. Suppose I want to use 50%. 50%. If I save this file, as you can see, it still works properly. Let's increase the percentage value, 90%. If I save this file, now it's clear for you how it's worked. Now every time our first item going to take 90% width of this browser. So this is up to you what kind of value you are going to use. I hope now it's clear for you what is flex basis property. Thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Welcome back guys. In this tutorial we are going to learn what is flex shrink. So let's jump into the computer screen and see what is that. Here you can see side by side I opened my Visual Studio Code editor using Liveserver extension, and I already created a HTML document named index.html. And here you can see the 4 different flex items 1, 2, 3, 4. And this is our flex container. If I show you, here you can see we use display flex. And in our common class I use flex row property, flex row 1. That's why item widths are equally divided. But in this tutorial we are going to learn a new property which is flex shrink. So let's start it. So at first I'm going to remove flex row property and I'm going to set width 200 pixels. If I save this file and resize my browser width, you can see the result. Here you can see our container width is bigger than items width. And as you can see, all items width are 200 pixels. And now I want to use this flex shrink property in our item 1. But at first I want to tell you what is the meaning of flex shrink. Basically, we use flex shrink property to create our flex item responsive. If you want to make your items shrinkable, then you need to use this property. Here you can see it shrink the item width. Let me clear the concept. So in our item 1, I'm going to use this property, flex shrink. 1 is the default value. If I save this file, here you can see there is no changes. But if I use 0 value and then save this file, now you can see, hey, I did some silly mistake. We need to use this property inside the item 1, not all the items. So I'm going to move this property in our item 1. If I save this file, here you can see item 1 did not change its shape. Now our item 1 is not shrinkable. Now it maintains the fixed width 200 pixels. If I increase the browser width, you can see the result. And if I shrink down other flex item to their limits, let me show you. Here you can see our other flex item overflown from this container. And as you can see, our first item did not shrink because we use flex shrink value 0. So now it's clear for you. For shrink, we can use 0 and 1 value. If we use 1 value and then save this file, now you can see the result. Here you can see now it shrink our item. And if you want to turn off the shrink, then you need to use 0 value. Now I'm going to show you another thing. You already know if we use 0 value, we can turn off the shrink. But if we use 1 value, then we can shrink our flex items. Now without 0 or 1, we can use different values. Let me show you. If I use 2 here and save this file, you can see the result. It shrink down our first item compared to other items. Similarly, if I use 3 value and then save this file, you can see again it shrink down our item 1. So if we do not use 0 value, then our item is always shrinkable. And now I'm going to show you the second method. How can we use this shrink property in a different way? For that, at first I'm going to remove the item width. Then I save this file. And also I'm going to use shrink value 1. And now I'm going to use flex basis property. Flex basis. Flex basis 200 pixel. Flex basis means dynamic width. Now you can see we cannot apply any width to all the item. We apply width in our item 1 using flex basis property. Now if I save this file and try to reduce the browser width, as you can see, when blank space is over and if I try to reduce it, you can see our item 1 also shrink down. Now the question is why it shrink down? Because we use 1 value. But if I use 0 value and save this file, now you can see our items are overflown from this container. But if I pass 2 value and then save this file, as you can see, it won't work. If I use value 1 and save this file, you can see there is no changes. In this method, our other values are not going to work. And if you want to cover the remaining space, in that case, you can use flex grow value. Let me show you. So in our item 4, I'm going to use flex grow value. Flex grow 1. If I save this file, as you can see, our item 4 covered the whole blank page. And if I reduce the browser width, you can see our item 4 automatically shrink down. And when shrink over, now it effect on item 1. I hope at that point it's clear for you. And now I'm going to set width to this container. As you can see, we do not use any width to this container. And now I'm going to set container width. So here I'm going to type width, width, width 600 pixel. If I save this file and increase my browser width, now you can see our container size is fixed. And now I'm going to reduce the container width. I'm going to use 300 pixel. If I save this file, you can see it shrink all the items, also the item 1. And if I shrink down the container a little bit, something 250 pixel, and then save this file, here you can see it's also worked. Because we use one value here, flex shrink 1. But if I use 0 value and then save this file, you can see a different result. Here you can see other items are overflown from this container. I hope now it's clear for you what is flex shrink property. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Today in this tutorial we are going to learn what is auto margin in Flexbox. So let's jump into the computer screen and see how it's works. Here you can see side by side I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using LiveServer extension. And I already created a HTML document named index.html. As you can see in my browser, there is a parent container, and inside this parent container, we have a div item. So this is our flex container and this is our flex item. And now I'm going to show you how we can get different result using margin auto value. So in our item, I'm going to type margin, and I'm going to use auto value. If I save this file, you can see the result. Here you can see it horizontally and vertically align center. But the question is, why? Because there are a lot of free space inside this container. That's why it's aligned in center. Now I'm going to use margin left auto. Margin left. If I save this file, as you can see, here you can see it automatically shift to the right side of this container. Our item leaving the space on the left side and shift to the right side. And if I use margin top auto, top, then set this file, now you can see it's coming down from the top because it has free space at the top. With that, I'm going to use margin left property. Margin left. And once again, I'm going to use auto value. If I set this file, now you can see our flex item shift to the right bottom corner of this container. I hope now you can understand how we can get different alignment just using auto value. Let me show you another example. Suppose we have a container, and inside this container we have total 4 flex items. Here you can see the items, item 1, item 2, item 3 and item 4. And I say different background color to these items. And now I'm going to use our margin auto value. I'm going to use it inside our item 2. Margin right auto. If I save this file, you can see the result. Here you can see our item 2 take all the available space inside the container, and it's provide a huge margin and shift item 3 and item 4 right side of this container. Similarly, if I use margin left property, let me show you margin left and then save this file. Now you can see it's provide all the space left side of this item 2. And if I use the same property from item 1, so I'm going to cut this property and paste it here. If I save this file, now you can see it's provide all the space before item 1 and it's move all the item right side of this container. So when you work with the responsive side, you can use this trick to align your flex item. So I hope now it's clear for you using auto value how we can create different layout in Flexbox. So thanks for watching this tutorial. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hey, this is the last tutorial related Flexbox property. And in our upcoming tutorial, we are going to cover some real-life projects. And in this tutorial, we are going to learn what is nested flex. So let's jump into the computer screen and see how it's works. As you can see, there is a container, and inside this container, we have total 3 div items. And if we convert our parent container into flex container, then we call this div flex item. But if we use display flex property in a particular item, in that case, it would be a nested flex container. And these are also flex item inside this container. So let's start the practical and see how we can use it. As you can see, side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using Live Server extension. And I already created a HTML document named index.html. And here you can see a parent div item class container. And inside this container, we have total 4 flexbox item. As you can see, in our container class, we use display property flex. First, I'm going to change the direction of these flex items. So here, I'm going to use flex direction property. Flex direction. And I'm going to use column value. If I save this file, you can see the result. And we already set 100 pixel height to our items. And now I'm going to add 3 more div inside our second item. So here I'm going to add total 3 more div. At first I'm going to create a div with sub item class. Class sub item. Also I'm going to use another class named sub item 1 for our first div. And then I'm going to duplicate this line total 2 times. So I'm going to press Shift Alt down arrow. Sub item 2 and sub item 3. Here you can see I set a common class named sub item. And also we set different class name for each items. Then inside this div item I'm going to type A, capital B and capital C. If I set this file, as you can see, it returned our items row wise. And now I'm going to convert our second flexbox item into a flexbox container. So here I'm going to use a property named display flex. And if I set this file, as you can see, by default it arranges our item in a single row. Now let's set a background color to our items. For that, dot item2 greater than sign dot our class name, which is sub item. Then inside the curly braces, I'm going to set background color. Background white. Also I'm going to set a text color. Color black. If I set this file, you can see the result. And now I want to equally divide our nested flex item inside this container. For that, I'm going to use a property named flex grow. Flex grow. Flex grow 1. If I save this file, you can see the result. Let me give a margin to our items that can tear you. Margin 1 pixel. If I save this file, you can see the result. So as you can see, we have a parent flex container. And inside this parent flex container, we have total 4 flex items. And we convert our second flex item into a nested flex container. And inside the nested flex container, we put total 3 flex items, A, B and C. So I hope now it's clear for you how we can create nested flex items. It's not a very difficult one, it's a very easy process. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again I'm back with a new tutorial related CSS. And in this tutorial we are going to learn a new property related text, which is text decoration thickness. In our previous tutorials we already learned about text decoration properties. Text decoration line, text decoration color, text decoration style. Using these properties we can put underline in any text. Also we can change the underline color and underline decoration style. Not only that, we can use overline also. But the problem is we cannot control the thickness. To resolve this problem, CSS introduced another property, which is text decoration thickness. So let's start the practical and see how we can use this property. So as you can see, side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using Live Server extension, and I already created an HTML document named index.html. So as you can see, we have h1 tag, and here we use this property, text align center. And now I'm going to use another property called text decoration line. So here I'm going to type text decoration line, and this property comes with total 3 values: underline, overline and line through. So I'm going to use underline, and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, here you can see the underline below the text. And now I'm going to change the underline color. To change the color, we need to use property called text decoration color. Text decoration color, and I'm going to use red color. Then I'm going to change the decoration style. So here I'm going to use another property called text decoration style. Text decoration style, and I'm going to use dashed. If I save this file, you can see the result. And now I want to control the thickness of this underline. So we need to use the new property called text decoration thickness. So I'm going to type text decoration thickness, and here I'm going to mention the size, and I'm going to take 10 pixel. If I save this file, here you can see the result. So as you can see, it increased the thickness of this text. And if I make it solid, now it's more clear for you. Solid. After save this file, you can see the result. And if you want to add more thickness, just increase the value. Suppose I'm going to pass 20 pixel, and you can see the result. Also, we can apply it in our overline. Suppose if I pass with underline, I want to select overline. If I save this file, you can see the result. Now we use underline and overline together. So this is it for this tutorial. Thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for the next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again, I'm back with a new tutorial related CSS. And in this tutorial, we are going to learn CSS text underline offset. In our previous tutorials, we already learned about these properties: text decoration line, text decoration color, text decoration style. Using these properties, we can define color, thickness, style, etc. But if I want to provide gap between text and the underline, then we don't have any property. But CSS introduced a new property, text underline offset. Using this property, you can provide the gap between text and the underline. So let's start the practical and see how we can apply this property. So as you can see, side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using live server extension, and I already create an HTML document name index.html. And as you can see in our body tag, we have a h1 tag. So at first I'm going to use a property called text decoration line. So I'm going to type text decoration line. Text decoration line, I'm going to use underline. Next, I'm going to use another property, text decoration color. Text decoration color. Text decoration color, I'm going to use red color. Next property, I'm going to use text decoration style. Text decoration style. Text decoration style solid. And I'm going to save this file. After save this file, here you can see the result. Also, if you want to control the thickness, just you need to use text decoration thickness property. So type text decoration thickness, and I'm going to use 10 pixel, and I want to save this file. After save this file, you can see the underline, but there is a problem. We don't have any gap between text and the underlined. I want to provide gap between text and the underlined. For that, CSS introduced another property, which is text underline offset. So I'm going to type text underline offset, and I want to provide 20 pixel gap. After save this file, you can see the result. Now it provides 20 pixel gap between text and the underline. So this is it for this tutorial. I hope now it's clear for you. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again, I'm back with another tutorial related CSS. And in this tutorial, we are going to learn a new thing, which is current color. In our previous tutorials, we already learned about it. We have total 6 different color mode: hexadecimal, color name, RGB, RGBA, HSL, HSLA. Now CSS add another color mode, which is current color. Now let's try to understand what is current color and how is it work. Here you can see a div element, and in this div element we have a heading, a divider line, a paragraph, a div block, and a button, read more. Then in this parent div element, I add a property named color, and I set color blue. After using this color property blue, it's going to change the text color black to blue. But I want to apply the same color in this anchor tag and this div element. To apply this blue color to this div element and this button, we need to use a property. We need to use background color property. And here, we need to pass this value, current color. When I use this value, current color, it's going to check what color we use in our color value. As you can see, we use blue color. Then it's going to apply the blue color to this div element and this button. And we can use current color anywhere. We can apply it background color, border color, anywhere. So let's start the practical and see how we can use it. So as you can see, side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using Live Server extension, and I already created an HTML document named index.html. So if you notice, you can see in our body tag, we have heading 1 tag, then we have div tag, and inside this div tag, we have heading 2 tag and some paragraph and a anchor tag for button. And here we set an ID to this div element, text. And also we set width, padding, margin, border to this div element. And now I'm going to apply color property in this text element. So here I'm going to use a property called color. And I'm going to use red color. Red. And I'm going to save this file. After save this file, as you can see, it changed the font colors. Now it's turned into black to red. And now I want to set a border below to the subheading. For that, we need to select this subheading. So here I'm going to type hashtag the parent div element, which is text. Then I want to select h2 element. h2, then inside the curly braces, I want to set border bottom property. Border bottom. And I'm going to pass 2 pixel solid border, and for color, I'm going to use current color. I'm going to use current color value. And I'm going to save this file. After save this file, as you can see, if you notice, our border color is red. This is possible because in our parent div element, here we use color property and we set red color. And now if you want to change the color, text color, also the border color, just you need to change once. Suppose I want to apply green color. Green. After save this file, as you can see, it changed the font color, also it changed the border color. At the same way, if you want to apply green color, parent div element border, also you can use this value, current color. So I'm going to copy this value and replace black with current color. And I'm going to save this file. After save this file, you can see the result. And if you want to apply current color to this anchor tag, yes, you can. Let me show you. So here I'm going to select hashtag text. Then I want to select this class, read more. So I copy the class name and here I'm going to type dot read more. Then inside the curly braces, here I'm going to use a property called background. And I'm going to pass current color. After save this file, as you can see, our anchor tag background color become purple. Because by default, it's come with purple color. If I comment out this line and save this file again, as you can see, here you can notice our text color is purple. That's why it said background color purple. Now there is a problem with current color. If I try to change the font color, let me show you. So I'm going to use color property, color, and I'm going to apply red. And then I'm going to save this file. After save this file, you can see the result. Now you notice with the font color, it's changed the background color. Now both the font color and background color become red. That's why our font is not visible in that section. But what if I do the opposite? If I set color, current color, and so I want to change red with current color. And I'm going to change the background color with red color. Then save the file. As you can see, after save the file, now our text is visible. Now you can see our font color is green because its parent div element font color is green and background color is red. So just you need to remember that it is not a good practice to use current color with background property. You can use it with color property only. Otherwise, you can use it with borders, etc. So this is it for this tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again, I'm back with another tutorial related advanced CSS. And in this tutorial, we are going to learn a new pseudo element, which is called marker. We are already familiar with these pseudo elements after, before, first letter, first line, selection and placeholder. In this list, it had a new pseudo element, which is marker. So at first, let's try to understand what is the meaning of that. Here you can see an unordered list. And we have some fruits name in this list. And now I want to change the color of these dots. What we used to do to change the color of this dot, we just assign a li tag a new color and we call this process marker. But we cannot separate the text color from the marker color. And to solve this kind of problem, CSS introduced marker pseudo class. So let's start the practical and see how we can use this new pseudo element. So as usual, side by side I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using live server extension, and I already created an HTML document named index.html. So as you can see in my browser, we have unordered list and ordered list. Also we have ordered list. And now I want to separate the marker color from the text color. For that, we need to use the marker pseudo selector. So here I'm going to type : marker, and then inside the curly braces I'm going to set a color, and I want to set red color. If I save this file, you can see the result in my browser. Here you can see in my browser it's changed the marker colors. Whatever list type we use, it's going to apply it all of these. But now I decide I want to change unordered list marker color. For that, here I'm going to type ul unordered list li. So inside the unordered list, all the li tags, I want to apply the marker pseudo selector. So if I save this file, you can see the result. Now it applied the marker color only the unordered list. And remember, for now, this marker selector only support one CSS property, which is color. You cannot increase the marker size using this selector. Maybe it could support in future. So this is it for this tutorial. Thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for the next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again, I'm back with a new tutorial related CSS. And in this tutorial, we are going to learn about a hack, which is known as important hack. If you want to understand important hack, then before you should have knowledge of CSS priority label. And to understand CSS priority label, first you need to know how we can implement CSS in our HTML page. We can use tag name to make CSS selector. We can use paragraph tag, heading tag, body tag, whatever. So in that way, we can create the selector and styling the element. Also, we can take class name and we can style the element. Then we can use the ID name and also we can target the element. And the last method is inline styling. I want to say we can use style attribute in our HTML tags and then we can style the element. And all the method come with different priority label. CSS always provide first priority inline styling method. Next it provide priority ID, then class name, and at last it provide priority tag name. Suppose in an HTML element we use all the targeting methods. As you can see, here we use same property, but the value is different. In that case, CSS is going to provide priority inline styling method. That's why it's going to give font color orange color. Let me clear the concept with more detail. So as you can see in this example, we have a paragraph tag and here we assign a class name first and here we assign ID second. And in this paragraph, this is just a random text. This is just testing. In our CSS page, if I select this paragraph using its tag name P and set color red, then this paragraph become red color. But if I select this same element using its class name first, then make it blue, in that case, this paragraph become blue color. At the same way, if we use the ID name and make it green, then it become green color. But if we use the inline styling method, style attribute, and then color it tan, at the same time it's going to make the text color tan. So CSS is going to provide priority to inline styling method. So this is how CSS priority label work. But now I want to break this priority label. As you can see, at the same time, here we use different selection method to select this paragraph. But it provides priority to inline styling method. At the same time, we use total 4 different methods, but this time I want to give priority to the blue color, this class name. For that, we can use this hack. We can use important hack, exclamation sign, then we need to type important. So if I break the priority label and make this one important, in that case, it's going to apply the blue color to this text. Now it's going to provide the first priority to this selection method. This is not a hack. It's a technique that we can hack any CSS property. So let's start the practical and see how we can use it practically. So as you can see side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using live server extension, and I already created an HTML document named index.html. So as you can see in our body tag, we have a heading 1 tag, and in this tag, we type hello world. And here you can see in this tag we assign an class name. First, also we assign an ID. Second, also we select this h1 tag in our style section using tag name h1. And now I'm going to change the font color. So here I'm going to use color property. Color red. And I'm going to set this file. After set this file, you can see the result. And now I'm going to select the element using its class name. So here I'm going to type dot first. Then inside the curly braces, I'm going to use color property. Color, and this time I'm going to use blue color. Blue. If I set this file, you can see the result. Now our text turned into blue color. As you can see, both the selectors select the h1 element. First we use tag name, then we use class name. But it provides priority to the class name. Next, I'm going to use ID. So here I'm going to type hashtag second. Second, inside the curly braces, I'm going to use color property. Color, and this time I'm going to use green color. Green. If I set this file, now you can see this time it provides priority to the ID selector. No matter what. If I change the order, so I'm going to copy this section. I'm going to cut this section and paste it before the class name and set this file. Also, it return green color. As I told you, this time it provides priority to our ID selector. And now I'm going to use inline styling method. So here I'm going to use style attribute. Style, and I'm going to use color property. Color. And here I'm going to use orange color. Orange. And I'm going to save this file. After save this file, now you can see it provides priority to the inline styling method. But now, how we can use the important hack? Suppose I want to provide priority to the blue color. I want to say the class selector. To make it important, just here we need to type space, exclamation sign, important. If I save this file, now you can see now this time it's going to important the ID selector. At the same way, if you want to provide priority to the red color, I want to say the element selector, just you need to type the important keyword after the value. If I save this file, you can see the result. And remember, this is not mandatory that you can use this hack only with the color property. You can use this important hack with any property. You can use it with font size, padding, margin, whatever. So this is it for this tutorial. I hope now it's clear for you how we can use this hack, important hack. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for the next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again I'm back with a new tutorial related CSS. And in this tutorial we are going to learn a new selector, which is @support. Now the question is, what does it basically do? Basically, we use this selector for feature detection in the browser. I want to say new CSS property, otherwise value, supported by browser. Suppose we have a CSS property called grid, display grid. This CSS feature is supported by Chrome, Firefox, Safari, Edge, etc. But to know that which browser is going to support this property and value, we need to use this support selector. Using that, we can type different CSS for different browser. So basically we use it for conditional based CSS. That's why sometimes we called it conditional rule. Now let's see how we can use it in our CSS. At first you need to type @support. Then inside the round braces you can put your condition. Suppose we can check for display grid condition. So now the question is what it's going to do. So whenever a user open the web page in their browser, then this support going to check this condition. Is that browser support display grid property or not? If it support the condition, then it's going to run this CSS. Suppose we type @support and in our condition we pass display grid. If the browser support the grid value, then we can assign the main ID display grid. But if the browser is not support this property grid, then we can type different CSS for this element. Not only that, also we can set opposite condition using support, something like that. @support not display grid. It's mean if the browser is not support display grid property, in that case, we can assign this CSS, display block. Not only that, we can use this selector with multiple conditions. Let me show you that. As you can see with the support selector, here we use total 2 conditions, display flex or display WebKit flex. This is the prefix of Chrome browser. This is 2 different conditions. If one of the condition is true, other one is false, then it's going to run the CSS. And if both the condition is true, also it's going to run the CSS. To check the multiple condition, here we use OR operator. But we have another operator, which is AND operator. So as you can see, between the multiple condition, we use AND operator. If both the condition is not true, then it's not going to run the CSS. But if we use OR keyword, if one of the condition is true, then it's going to run the CSS. So if the browser support grid and inline grid, then it's going to run this CSS. In this example, as you can see, here we use total 2 condition. But you can use a multiple condition at once. Just we need to use OR keyword, otherwise AND keyword between them. So let's start the practical and see how we can use this selector @support. So as you can see, side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using Live Server extension, and I already created an HTML document named index.html. So at first, I'm going to type style tag, style, and inside this style tag, I'm going to use support selector @support. Supports, then inside the round braces, I'm going to set the condition. Here I'm going to set display, and I'm going to use flex, display flex. Then inside the curly braces, we are going to select our body tag. We are going to select the body tag. Body, inside the curly braces, I'm going to use background property. Background, and I want to apply background orange color. Orange. If this condition is true and this browser support flex property, then it's going to change the background color. If I save this file, as you can see, now our body color background is orange. Now let me use a property which is not supported by Chrome browser. So for now I'm going to remove display flex, and here I'm going to type box decoration break. Box decoration break, and I'm going to use slice property. Slice. Also, we need to remove this semicolon. We don't need this semicolon in our condition. If I save this file, as you can see, now it do not apply the background color orange because this property and value is not supported by Chrome browser. To use it, we need to use WebKit prefix. So this property is not supported by Google. But if I use not keyword supports not, then apply the orange color. If browsers do not support this property, then it's going to apply it. So after save this file, you can see the result. Now you can see it apply orange background color to the body. Now let's use multiple condition. For that I'm going to use OR operator. So for now I'm going to remove this not keyword, and here I'm going to type OR. Or inside the round braces, I'm going to type display flex. And I'm going to remove this semicolon. And I'm going to save this file. After save this file, you can see still background color return orange because this time one of the condition is true. That's why it returned orange. If both the condition become false, then it's not going to apply the background color. Let me show you. So to make this condition false, I'm going to apply the same property. So I copy this property and replace display flex with that. Then I'm going to change the value of this property. Now I'm going to apply clone value. Clone. If I save this file, as you can see, now both the condition is false. That's why it do not apply the orange background color to this body. So this is how OR operator work. Now let me show you AND operator. This time I'm going to replace OR with AND. And I'm going to save this file. After save this file, still you can see it do not apply orange background color. And now I'm going to make both the condition true. If both the condition is false, then it's not going to apply the background color. But if I make both the condition true, so I'm going to type display flex. Also, I'm going to change this condition, which is position absolute. And we need to remove this semicolon. We don't need to put this semicolon in our condition. If I save this file, now you can see it changed the background color, because if we use AND operator, then we need to make sure if our both the condition is true, then it's going to apply the background color. But if one of the condition is false, then it's not going to apply this background color. So if I make one of the condition fails, box decoration break slice, and save this file, as you can see, again it do not apply this CSS. But if I use OR operator here, OR, and then save this file, now it's going to apply the orange color because now one of the condition is true. So this is how support work. I hope now it's clear for you how we can use it. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again I'm back with a new tutorial related CSS. And in this tutorial we are going to learn a new pseudo class, which is placeholder shown. I know you are already familiar with placeholder. We used placeholder in our input tags. Just we need to use this attribute placeholder, then we can type any text. And this text worked as a label. And whenever we try to type something in this input field, it hides this label text. And if you want to styling related placeholder, then CSS introduce a new pseudo class, which is placeholder shown. And it is work only with total 2 tags, input tag and text area tag. So let's start the practical and see how we can use it. As you can see, side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code Editor and my browser using Live Server extension. And I already created an HTML document named index.html. So as you can see in our body tag, we have a from tag. And inside this from tag, we have total 4 input field. We have total 2 text input field, 1 number input field, and 1 email input field. First, we need to provide name, then we need to provide address, then we need to provide number, and at last we need to provide email. And I already styled this input field according to my needs. And whenever I try to type something in this input field, suppose add1, As you can see, it hides the label text. And now I want to show border to this input field. Until I type text in this input field, I want to say until we remove the label text. For that, we need to use placeholder shown posterior class selector. So here I want to type input, then I'm going to use posterior classes. And here I'm going to type placeholder shown. Then inside the curly braces, here I'm going to assign border. Border, I want 3 pixel solid border. With that, our border color is red. After set this file, as you can see, it applies red border color in our input fields. And whenever I try to write something in this input field, it removes the border color. It removes the border. Let me show you. Suppose if I type hello, as you can see, it removed the red border color. At the same way, if I type in the second field word, also you can notice it removed the red border color. If our placeholder is active, only then we can apply these properties, because here we use this pseudo class placeholder shown. And if I remove the content from this input field, then again it apply the placeholder shown properties. So that's the main usage of placeholder shown pseudo class. And remember, placeholder is not work on every input field. If I duplicate this section and change the input type date, then set this file, and next I'm going to change the placeholder text, enter date, and then set this file. After set this file, here you can see the date field, but you can notice it do not apply the placeholder shown properties, because this pseudo class selector do not work on date, time, month, week, etc. And you need to remember that. And if you want to target any particular input field, yes, you can. Suppose you want to target only text type input field. For that, here you need to use square braces. Then inside the square braces, here you need to provide type. Type equal to, inside the double quotes, otherwise single quotes, you need to provide the input field type, which is text. If I set this file, here you can see the result. This time this pseudo class selector only work in text input fields. So this is how it's work. I hope now it's clear for you. Thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for the next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again I am back with a new tutorial related CSS. In our previous tutorials, we learned about list style. And we are already familiar with list style type property. And this property introduces a new value, string. Now, let's try to understand what is that. If we talk about unordered list, as I told you, we have total 3 values, disk, square and circle. And it's look like that. If we use disk value, then it's going to return a solid dot. And if we use square, then it's going to return a solid square. And if we use circle, then it's going to return a unfilled circle. Now, without this 3 value, we can pass string value. As you can see in this example, here we use a shape. It is not an image. It is an HTML symbol. At the same way, we can use different symbols, something like that. Also, we can pass string as a list style type. In our case, wow. Now, let's start the practical and see how we can use it. As you can see, side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using Live Server extension. And I already created an HTML document named index.html. In our body tag, here you can see an unordered list. And we have total 5 items in this list. And now I want to style this unordered list. For that, I'm going to select the UL tag. UL, inside the curly braces, I'm going to use the property list style type. List style type, and here I'm going to use string value. To use this string value, just we can pass the string value inside the quotation. So inside the double quotes, I'm going to pass demo. After set this file, you can see in my browser, it replaces all the bullet points with this string, demo. So this is how we can pass any string here. Suppose if I provide space, hyphen, and then save this file, now it's look more better. Also, we need to change the position. By default, it is offset. So here I'm going to use a property list style position. List style position inside. If I save this file, you can see the result. Now let me show you how we can use symbols here. To use the HTML symbols, we need to search for it Google. So just search for HTML symbols. Lot of websites provide HTML symbols such as W3 School, Toptail, etc. So I open one of this website. First I'm going to open Toptail. So as you can see, there are multiple HTML symbols. These symbols are not available in our keyboard. If you scroll down this page, you can find lot of symbols. And now I'm going to use one of the symbols. Suppose I want to use this cloud symbol. To use this symbol, just you need to select the symbol and then press Ctrl C to copy this symbol. And now we need to go back to our document. And here I want to replace demo with this symbol. Ctrl V, this cloud. And I'm going to save this file. After save this file, if I open my browser, here you can see the result. Now list style type replace with the symbol. From here you can use any symbol. Suppose if you want to use this phone symbol, just you need to copy this symbol and just you need to paste it here. I'm going to replace cloud with this symbol and then just provide a space and save this file. After save this file, if I show you my browser, now you can see the result. It replaced cloud with this phone symbol. From this website, you can find all type of symbol. Suppose if you want to use currency symbol, then just click for currency. And if you want to use math symbols, then click for math symbols, number, whatever you want to use. At the same way, other websites provide the same kind of symbols. So this is how we can use it. Here we can pass string, also we can pass any symbol. So I hope now it's clear for you how we can use this new value string. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for the next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again I'm back with a new tutorial related CSS. And in this tutorial you are going to learn a new property related CSS, which is scroll behavior. At first, let me show you an example what can we do using scroll behavior. As you can see, here I open a web page and we have navbar, and in our navbar we have total 3 links, 1, 2 and 3. And here in this example I use internal linking method. So if I click on 1, then it's going to redirect to section 1. If I click on 3, then it's going to redirect me section 3. But if you notice, you can see if I click on any of the item, our scroll bar shift to the position. If I click on section 2, you can notice our scroll bar going down. We can create this scroll bar transition using scroll behavior property. But what if we do not use the scroll bar transition property? If I comment out this property, scroll bar behavior, and back to my web page and reload my browser, if I click on section 1, as you can see, now you cannot feel any transition. It instantly jumped to this section. If I click on section 3, now you can notice, now our scroll bar do not move. You cannot feel any transition. That's why scroll bar behavior is important. So let's start the practical and try to understand it. As you know, in HTML we have anchor tag. And using anchor tag, we can create 3 types of links. External link, internal link, and another one is email link. Without this, there are a lot of links we can create using anchor tag, such as download link, telephone link, so I'm not going to talk about that. Our main topic is scroll behavior. If you want to use scroll behavior, you need to use internal page link. And we can use internal page link in our document. Otherwise, we can use it in a div element. Here we can use overflow hidden. Otherwise, we can use scroll property to create the scroll bar. We can use scroll behavior when we have enough data to scroll in our page. If you want to use this property in your document, in that case, you need to use it inside the HTML tag. And if you want to use it in a div tag, then you need to select this div tag. And you can assign scroll behavior property. And in this property, we can pass total two values, auto and smooth. Auto is the default value of this property. It's not going to change anything. But if you use smooth value, then it's going to change your scrolling behavior. So without wasting your time, let's start the practical and see how we can use it. So as you can see, side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using Live Server extension, and I already created an HTML document named index.html. So here you can see a basic layout. If I show you my HTML structure, here you can see we have a navbar. This is our navbar area, and we have total 3 nav item links. For now, we do not provide any link in our anchor tag. Then we have sections. This is section 1, this is section 2, and this section made with section tag, and inside the section tag we have h2 tag, heading 2. And as you can see, in every section we assign an ID. This is for section 1, ID 1, ID 2, ID 3. Now, as you can see, we have enough scroll area in our page. Now, I'm going to use internal linking. If I scroll down this page a little bit, as you can see, our navbar stick to its place. Here you can see, here we use navbar position sticky, top 0. That's why it stick to its own place. Now, I'm going to use internal page linking. At first, I'm going to link section 1 with number 1 anchor tag. To link this, I'm going to use its ID name, 1. So, to link this ID, hashtag 1. This is internal page linking method. Then I'm going to link section 2, hashtag 2. At last, I'm going to link hashtag 3. And I'm going to save this file. After save this file, if I click on link number 2, as you can see, it redirects to section 2. At the same way, if I click on link number 3, it redirects to section 3. But the problem is, if you notice the scroll behavior, if I click on number 1, instantly it jumps to number 1 section. But I don't want it. I want smooth transition in it. So, to resolve the problem, we can use scroll behavior property. So, here I'm going to create a selector in our style section. Before the body tag, I'm going to select HTML tag, the whole HTML. Then, inside the curly braces, I'm going to use the property scroll behavior. And I'm going to use smooth value. After save this file, and if I click on number 3, now you can see a smoothing effect. At the same way, if I click on number 1, you can notice it redirect to number 1, but it scroll the page. So this is what we can create using scroll effect. If you want to assign it in your whole page, in that case, you need to select the HTML tag. Otherwise, you can use it in a div element. So this is it for this tutorial. Thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for the next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again, I'm back with a new tutorial related CSS, and in this tutorial, you are going to learn a new procedure element, which is known as file selector button. Here you can see the list of all the procedure elements, and we already covered this procedure element in our previous tutorials. In this lead, it added a new procedure element, which is file selector button. Now let's try to understand what can we do with file selector button. In HTML, we have a tag known as input, and this input tag comes with different type of values, such as text, email, submit, etc. At the same way, it has a value, whose type is file, input type file. After use file type in our input tag, we can see this kind of button in our browser. Choose file. After click this button, we can choose any file type. I know you are already familiar with that. But if you notice, you can see always it's come with gray color. On the other hand, we can style buttons, we can style any other elements. But till now, we cannot change the color of this file type. We cannot assign any color to this button. And if we want to do it, then we need to take help of JavaScript. And it is a very lengthy process. I want to change the color of this input button. Something like this. And this is possible only through the Procedure class file selector button. So let's start the practical and see how we can use it. As you can see side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using Live Server extension. And I already created an HTML document named index.html. At first, I'm going to create the HTML structure. So I'm going to use from tag. And inside the from tag, first I'm going to create a label. And here I'm going to type a text. For this example, I don't need this for attributes, so I'm going to remove it. And inside this label, I'm going to type upload file. After that, I'm going to use input tag. Input type. Here I'm going to set type file. Also, I'm going to assign an ID to this input tag. ID equal to upload. Then I'm going to set this file. After set this file, you can see the result in my browser. So we done our HTML part. Now we need to style the input tag. This one. So inside the head tag, I'm going to type style tag. Style. We can target it using our ID name upload. Also, we can target it using its type, file. So I'm going to select it using its type. So here, I'm going to type, first I'm going to type the tag name input. Then inside the square braces, I'm going to provide the type, which input type I'm going to select. So here, type equal to file. And now I want to change the background color of this input type file. But we cannot do it directly. We need to use the Procedure class file selector button. So at first we need to type 2 semicolon. Then we need to pass the Procedure selector name file hyphen selector hyphen button. This is how we can use this selector. So at first I'm going to change the background color. So I'll type background color and I'm going to set it red. With that I'm going to change the border color. Border, I want 2 pixel solid border and the border color is green. Now let's set the file and see is it work properly or not. After set this file, as you can see, it worked properly. Now add some little padding. Padding 10 pixel from each of the direction. Also, I'm going to change the text color. Color white. After set this file, you can see the result. Now you might have questioned, what if we remove this selector? If we remove the Procedure class, let me show you. So if I remove the Procedure class and just select the input type file and then set this file, you can see the result. It's not worked properly. Now it add background color to the whole section. That's why we need to use this Procedure selector, file selector button. If I save it again, you can see the result. Now if I click on this button, we can choose any type of file. Suppose I select this landing image. You can see the name of this image, landing.jpg. Not only that, also you can use hover Procedure class with that. So I'm going to duplicate this section and this time I'm going to use hover selector, hover. This time I'm going to change the background color only. I'm going to use the darker version of this red color, something like that. And I'm going to set this file. After set this file, if I hover my cursor on this button, you can see the result. It's changed its background color. So this is it for this tutorial. I hope now it's clear for you how we can style our file selector buttons. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for the next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again I'm back with a new tutorial related CSS. And in this tutorial we are going to learn a filter known as backdrop filter. Suppose we set an background image in our HTML body tag. Otherwise we can assume that we set an background image to a div tag. Now in this div element we have another div element. Also this div come with background color, border, etc. Now I basically don't want to provide any background color to this div element. Something like that. It's a transparent. Otherwise I can feed it with low opacity. But now I want to assign a filter to the inner div element. And to make it possible, CSS introduced a filter which is known as backdrop filter. Using this filter, we can assign any effect to the inner div element section, but we do not add any effect to our main div element background image. Don't worry about it, we are going to do it practically. Also, this backdrop filter property comes with some predefined value. Let me show you. So these are all values that we can use with backdrop filter. These are all effects: blur, brightness, contrast, drop shadow, grayscale, hue rotate, invert, opacity, spia, saturate, and none. Now let's start the practical and apply all the filter one by one. So as you can see, side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using Live Server extension, and I already created an HTML document named index.html. So as you can see in our HTML document, inside the body tag, we have a div tag, div, id, container, and in our style section, I style this div element. Here I set width 600 pixel, height 800 pixel. Also we set border 500 pixel solid border. Then we add a background image to this container, background URL nature.jpg. Now inside this container div element, I'm going to create another div element. Some type div, and I'm going to assign an ID to this div element. ID equal to inner. Then I'm going to style this div element in our style section. At first I'm going to select this div element using its ID name, inner. Then inside the curly braces, first I'm going to set width. Width, here I'm going to set 400 pixel. Next property I'm going to use height. Height, I'm going to set 250 pixel. Also I'm going to set a background color. Background, and I want white color background. So I'm going to use hexa value SSS. Next property I'm going to use border radius. Border radius. And I'm going to set border radius 5 pixel. Also we need to assign border width. Border width, I want 2 pixel solid border. Solid. And I want to set border color white. Hashtag SSS. And I am going to set this file. After set this file, this is what it creates. Now I want to remove the background color of this inner div element. So I'm going to comment out this line. And I'm going to set this file. After set this file, oops, here we need to use only border property, not width property. Border, only border. If I set this file, this is what it creates. Now you can see we have a transparent div element with solid 2 pixel white border. And now we need to move this inner div element vertically and horizontally center. And to align it, I'm going to use a property flex, display flex. So in our parent container, I'm going to type the property name display flex and align items center and justify content also center. After set this file, you can see the result. Let's increase the inner div border width to make it more clear. So here I'm going to pass 5 pixel. After save this file, now it's more visible. And now I'm going to apply backdrop filter in our inner div element. So we can see the image filter effect through this div element. Now it is time to use the property backdrop filter. So I'm going to type backdrop filter. And the first value I'm going to use blur. It is one of my favorite value. Here I'm going to set blur to pixel. After save this file, now you can see the blur effect through the inner div element. And if you want to increase the blur version, just increase the value. If I make it 6 pixel blur and then save this file, now you notice it makes this portion more blur. Not only that, at the same time you can add background color to this inner div element. Let me show you. Suppose I'm going to use this property background color, and here I'm going to use RGBA value. We are going to use alpha value for transparency. So type RGBA, inside the round braces I'm going to type 255 white color, 255 and 255, and for alpha value I'm going to take 0.2. If I set this file, you can see the result. And if I increase the value of transparency, if I make it 0.5 semi-transparent and then set this file, now you can see more whiteness in this blur effect. And remember, we do not set any effect in the background image. Here we use effect in our inner div element section. And if I use any content in this inner div element, it's not going to affect the content. Let me show you. So inside this inner div element, I'm going to add a heading to tag. And I'm going to type hello world. And I'm going to set alignment, text alignment center. Text align center. And I'm going to save this file. After save this file, you can see the result. Now you can see it not going to affect the content which is inside the inner div element. Now let's talk about the next value. So at first I'm going to comment out this background color property. And then I'm going to duplicate this line and comment out previous line. And I'm going to replace blur with brightness. Inside the round braces, here we need to pass value in percentage. Suppose if I use 60% and then set this file, now you can see it reduces the brightness of this inner section. And if I make it 10% and then set this file, now you can notice more brightness drop in this portion. And if I pass 100%, this is the default value. Now it's accurate. But if I want to increase the brightness, we can pass more than 100% value. Suppose if I pass 150% and then set this file, now you can see it increases the brightness of this inner section. If I make it 200, now it's more clear for you. So this is how we can use this filter brightness. Now let's jump into the next filter, which is contrast. So I'm going to duplicate this line and comment out previous line and replace brightness with contrast. Then inside the round braces, I'm going to pass 40%. Then if I set this file, you can see the result. In this value also we need to pass percentage unit. Now you can see the dullness effect in this portion. And if I make it 100% as like brightness, you can see the exact image. And now if I want to increase the contrast, suppose something 150% and then save this file, you can see the result. Basically contrast going to affect on colors. It can reduce the color amount, also it can increase the color amount. If I make it 200% and then set this file, you can see more contrast at that section. Now you can notice at that portion, shadows are much more visible. Also green color is highlighted. Now let's talk about the next filter, which is hue rotate. So I'm going to duplicate this section and comment out previous line. And I'm going to type backdrop filter hue rotate. Then inside the round braces, here we need to pass degree unit. So here I'm going to pass 120 DEG, degree. And if I save this file, you can see the result. If you work in Photoshop, then this option is pretty familiar for you. If we change the degree value, it's going to change the image color. Suppose if I make it 150 degree and then set this file, you can see different color on the sleeves. And if I make it only 90 degree, you can see different result. And we can increase the value up to 360 degree. If I pass 360 degree and then set this file, this is what it look. Now it's look exactly same. And if I make it 1 degree, and let's set the file, now you can see there is no difference. But if I increase the value little bit, something 40 degree, and then set this file, now you can notice the changes. Now let's talk about the next filter. So I'm going to duplicate this section and comment out previous one. And this time I'm going to use invert value. So type invert. This value provide you exactly like film negative effect. So here you need to use percentage unit. So if I make it 60% and then set this file, this is what it look. Now it's look like film negative. And if I make it 100% and then set this file, now it's completely look like film negative. Now let's talk about the next filter, which is sepia. So I'm going to duplicate this line and comment out previous line and replace invert with sepia. And also it take percentage unit. So for now I'm going to pass 50% and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, you can see the result. Basically it can provide you little bit of vintage effect. If I make it 100% and then save this file, you can see the result. Some popular movies and video use this filter. Now let's talk about the next filter, which is saturate. So I duplicate this line and comment out previous one and replace sepia with saturate. Saturate 100%. If I set this file, you can see the default image. If I reduce the value and make 10%, it's going to remove the color. Now it's going to look like black and white, something like that. And if you want to make it full black and white, just pass 1%, otherwise 0%. It's going to make the whole image black and white. You can experiment with it to get different results. Not only that, you can use multiple filters at once. Let me show you. So I'm going to duplicate this line and comment out previous one. This time with that, I want to use invert. So first I'm going to use blur value, blur, and blur I'm going to use 2 pixel blur. And then I'm going to use invert value. Invert value, I'm going to use 100%. If I set this file, you can see the result. Now you can notice with the blur also you can see the invert filter. So you can use multiple filters at once as much you want. Now to make this effect more impactful, I'm going to use hover effect. So at first I'm going to select the inner div tag, hashtag inner. Then colon, I'm going to use potato selector hover. Then inside the curly braces, I'm going to use this filter, backdrop. So copy this section and I'm going to paste it here. And also I comment out this option and I'm going to set this file. So if I hover my cursor on this section, you can see the effect. Also let's add some transition to make it more animated. So here I'm going to use property called transition. Transition, and I want to add transition effect particular backdrop filter. So I'm type backdrop filter. And for transition timing, I'm going to use 0.3 second. And I'm going to set this file. And if I hover my cursor on this image, you can see the result. And if I increase the transition time 7 and then set this file and hover my cursor on this element, you can see the effect. Now you can see the beautiful transition effect. So this is it for this tutorial. I hope now it's clear for you how we can use backdrop filter. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for the next tutorial. Good to see you back, guys. In this tutorial, you are going to learn a new pseudo class name is pseudo class. Suppose we have a div with ID ABC And inside this div, we have a paragraph. With the same way, we have another div, id xyz, and inside this div, we have another paragraph. And now I want to change both the paragraph color. Both the paragraph are inside the different div element. But maybe we have some other paragraph in our website. But specially I want to change these paragraph colors. To select both the paragraph, first we assign the ID, then we select the particular paragraph which is associated with this ID. Then we change the color. So this is our old method. And to create this method, we need to type multiple lines. But now we have isPseudo class to make this multiple line of code in a single line. Something like that. First, we need to use pseudo selector is, then inside the round braces, we need to pass both the div ID. And then outside the round braces, we need to pass the element, which element I want to target, and which element common between them. So here we pass p. Then inside the curly braces, we need to use the CSS property. So this kind of code reduce our CSS file size. Also it increased page speed. So without wasting your time, let's start the practical and see how we can use it. And also I'm going to show you other variants of this pseudo class. So as you can see, side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using Liveserver extension, and I already created an HTML document named index.html. So at first, I'm going to set the HTML. So inside the body tag, at first, I'm going to take a div, and our div name is test1, test1. Then I'm going to duplicate this div and assign a new ID to this div, which is test2. So inside the test1 div, I'm going to assign a heading tag, h1. So in our first div heading, I'm going to type section 1. And in our second div heading, I'm going to type section 2. Section 2. Then I'm going to take another heading in our test1 div. And I'm going to use heading 2. And here I'm going to type subheading. Then I'm going to type paragraph tag p. And here I'm going to pass a dummy paragraph, lorem, and I'm going to pass 20 words. And after this paragraph, I'm going to take another heading tag, which is h3. And here I'm going to pass subheading 2. Then I'm going to take another paragraph, p. And in this paragraph, I'm going to pass, and here I'm going to type lorem 5. Then inside the test2 div, I'm going to add a little paragraph, lorem 20. And I'm going to save this file. After save this file, you can see the content in my browser. And now I want to add a horizontal line between these two divs. For that, I will type hr. After save this file, you can see the result. And now I'm going to show you the old method. I want to change all the heading color inside the test1. For that, we need to select it multiple times. Let me show you how. First, we need to select the ID, and the ID name is test1. Then we need to select the element, which is h1. Then we need to provide comma, and I'm going to duplicate this line 2 times. To select h2 element, we need to pass h2. And to select h3 element, again we need to pass h3. Now, inside the curly braces, I'm going to use a CSS property, which is color. Color red. If I save this file, you can see the result. It changed all type of heading color from our test1 div. But the problem is, we need to type 3 lines of code. And now I'm going to make it one-liner using isPseudo class selector. Let me show you how. So again, I'm going to type our ID name, test1. Test1. Then we need to use isPseudo selector. Is. Then inside the round braces, we need to select the element name. Our first element is h1. Our second element is h2. And our third element is h3. Then inside the curly braces, we can select our property. And our property is color. And this time I'm going to use green color. If I save this file, you can see the result. Basically, it overrides our old property with new one. If I comment out all of this section and set this file again, you can see the same result. Now, we don't need to type our ID name multiple times. Just we need to use isPseudoSelector. Now, let me show you another example. For that, I'm going to add another heading tag outside the div tag, h1. And I'm going to type outside heading. And I'm going to set this file. So as you can see, we have heading tag inside test1 div, test2 div, and outside the div. Now, I decide I want to select this heading tag which is inside the test1 and test2. I don't want to select the outside one. For that, I'm going to duplicate this section, and this time here I need to type after is, we need to use round braces. Then inside the round braces, we need to pass the ID name. Hashtag test1, test1, comma, hashtag test2. After that, I want to select only heading 1 tag. So I'm going to remove this round braces and I'm going to type h1. And this time I want pink color. After set this file, you can see the result. So this is the second method that we can use is isPseudoSelector. So this is how we can select the particular heading which is come from test1 and test2. But if you notice, as you can see, it cannot select the outside heading. And now I'm going to show you another example. Here I'm going to create a complex selector. For that, I'm going to use isPseudoSelector 2 times. Suppose I want to select all the paragraph which is from test1 and test2. For that, again we need to use isPseudoSelector. So I'm going to duplicate this section and comment out this section. And here I'm going to type after is. Then inside the round braces, I'm going to select the elements which is h1, comma, and paragraph p. If I save this file, now you can see the result. Now you can see with the heading, it also applies color in our paragraphs. And now I'm going to show you our another example. In this example, I'm going to show you how we can use hover selector with isPseudoSelector. For that, I'm going to duplicate this section and comment out previous section. And I'm going to remove this one. And here, I want to hover in our paragraph. So, first we need to type the element. Which element I want to hover. So, I'm going to type P. Then, colon, we need to pass the hover PseudoSelector, which hover. And I'm going to save this file. After save this file, if I hover my cursor on this paragraph, you can see it changes the font color. So this is how we can use hover selector with isPseudoSelector. So these are 4 different examples that how we can use isPseudoSelector. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again, I am back with another tutorial related CSS. And in this tutorial, we are going to learn CSS text orientation. The property called text orientation depends on another property. And we already covered this property in our previous tutorial, which is writing mode. Until you use writing mode property, you cannot use text orientation property. Suppose we have a div element and inside this div element we have a text. And now I want to rotate this element at 90 degrees. Something like that. So in writing mode property we have total 2 values, vertical RL and vertical LR. If we use this 2 value, then we can rotate any text. Using writing mode property, we can rotate this text like this. But I don't want this kind of text. I want this result. In this example, as you can see, we type the text vertical. And if you want this kind of text effect, for that, CSS introduce text orientation. Also, this property comes with some predefined value. Let's see. So it's come with total 4 value: mixed, upright, sideways, sideways right. And the mixed is the default value of this property. So let's start the practical and see how we can use it. So finally, as you can see, side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using live server extension, and I already created an HTML document named index.html. In the body tag, we have an item named test, and also inside this body tag, body div tag, we have heading and a paragraph. Then I style this div tag using its ID test. First we assign width 550 pixel. Then we assign a border, a solid black color border. Also we set font 70 pixel Arial font, and then we set padding 10 pixel. And now I'm going to rotate this whole div section 90 degree. For that, I'm going to use a property called writing mode. And here I'm going to use a value called vertical RL. This one. RL stands for right to left. Now, if I save this file, as you can see, it rotates our text. And if you change the orientation, then just you need to change the value LR to RL, RL to LR. If I pass LR and then save this file, you can see the result. Now orientation start from left to right. But for this example, I would like to go with RL. And now I am going to use another property called text orientation. Text orientation. And at first I'm going to use this value, upright. After save this file, you can see the result. Now you can see our text become vertical. Heading, paragraph, all text are typed in vertical. And if I use another value called mixed and then save this file, now you can see it's back to the default mode. If you don't want any changes, then text orientation have mixed value. Most of the time we use this effect when we need to type vertically. Otherwise, if you have a website where you need to put Mandarin, otherwise any Chinese language, then you need this kind of effects. Chinese, otherwise Mandarin, always type in top to bottom. That's why we need upright value, upright. And the remaining two other value, sideways and sideways right, is not supported by any browser. It is not supported by Mozilla, not supported by Google, Opera, any browser. So this is it for this tutorial. I hope now it's clear for you. How can we use text orientation? Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again, I am back with a new tutorial related CSS. And in this tutorial, we are going to learn a new procedural class, which is focus with it. Now, let me show you how we can use this new class. So as you can see in this example, we have a div element, and inside this div element, we have total 4 fields: name, age, gender, and a button. And now I want to change the background color of this div element when I focus on any of the input field. If I focus on name, otherwise age, gender, or a button, it's going to change the background color of this div element. Something like that. Basically, we focus the child element and style the parent element. It is not possible before, but now it is possible because now we have the new class focus with it. And we need to use this pseudo class in our parent div element. It could be parent div, otherwise any parent element. If we focus any of the input field which is inside this parent div element, then it's going to affect the parent div element. Now let's start the practical and see how we can use focus within in our projects. So as you can see, side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using live server extension. And I already created an HTML document named index.html. So as you can see in this HTML page, we already created a login form. In this login form, we have total 4 input fields, such as enter username, enter password, login button, and cancel button. So as I told you, we are going to use focus within posterior class. For now, you can see here we set from background color white. So when I focus on any input field, as you can see, it do not change the background color. Now I want to change parent div element background color after focus the element. After focus any of the input field inside this form. For that, we need to use a pseudo class. So here I'm going to type from colon, and our pseudo class name is focus within. Focus dash within. Then inside the curly braces, I'm going to use background property. Background, and here I'm going to set background color yellow. And I'm going to set this file. After set this file, if I click any of the input field, as you can see, it's changed the background color of this from. Because as I told you, using this pseudo class selector, we can select the background div element. We can select the parent div element. And if I click outside of this form, again it back to the white color. So this is how this pseudo class works. It can select the parent div element using child div element. If you click any of the button or any of the input field, still it changes the color. I hope now it's clear for you what can we do with this pseudo class selector. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for the next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again I am back with another tutorial related CSS. And in this tutorial we are going to learn display table property. We already learned about display property in our previous tutorial. We learned display flex, display grid, display inline block, etc. But display come with another value, which is table. In our previous tutorials, we already learned about display properties such as inline block, last item flex grid, inline flex, inline grid, etc. But in this tutorial, I just try to cover these one: table, table cell, table row, etc. Now let's try to understand what is table and how table will work with display property. Sometimes we need to create table in our web pages, something like that. As you can see in this table, we have total 3 rows and 2 columns. We can use this kind of table in multiple ways. We can show student results, account details, etc. For that, HTML provides a special tag. It was known as table tag, something like that. Inside the table tag, to create table row, we need to type tr. And to provide the column, we need to use td. According to this example, here we create total 3 table row. And also, we have total 2 columns in each row. But now the problem is, I don't want to use any table tag from HTML. I just want to use only the div tags, something like that. I want to use div tag to create the table cells, table row, and table structure. As you can see in this example, here we do not use any table tag, just to use div tag to create the same structure. Our first tag, which is in black color, it's going to work as a table tag. Then, and which is in blue color, it's going to work as a table row. And the green one work as a table column. But it is not very easy to create table like this. To resolve the problem, CSS introduced a special property, which is display table. And we need to use this display table property at the outer div, which is the parent div element. And for the rows, also we need to use a special property called display table row. And for the table cells, for our columns, we can use display table cells property. This is how it's going to create the same table structure using display property. So let's start the practical and see how can we create the table using these 3 properties. So as you can see side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using Live Server extension, and I already created an HTML document named index.html. So as you know, we are going to create table using div tag. So inside the body tag, first I'm going to take a div tag with ID name table. So here I'm going to type hashtag table. And I'm going to hit enter. And inside this table tag, I'm going to take 3 columns. For now, I'm going to take 3 columns. I'm not going to take any row. So I'm going to type dot and I'm going to assign class name to our columns. So our class name is col. And I'm going to hit enter. In our first class, I'm going to type capital A. Then I'm going to duplicate this line 2 times. This is B. This is B and this one is C. Now we have a table with 3 columns. And now I'm going to style this table. So at first I'm going to select the ID hashtag table. Then inside the curly braces, I'm going to use a property called display table. And next I'm going to select all the columns. So I'm going to type .col. Inside the curly braces, I'm going to add border. I'm going to add border. Border, I want 1 pixel solid border. And our border color is black. Hashtag 000. And I'm going to save this file. After save this file, you can see the result. Also, I'm going to add width to this table. For that, I'm going to type width 800 pixel. Also, then I'm going to add border. Border 1 pixel solid border. And the border color is black. And I'm going to save this file. So after save this file, this is what it creates. I think 500 pixel width is enough, so I'm going to make it 500. After save this file, as you can see in my table, we have total 3 rows. But now I want to make them column. After A, I want to print B, then I want to print C. I want to print all of them in a single row. For that, I'm going to use display property again. So inside the call class, here I'm going to type display and I'm going to use display table cell. Table cell. And I want to save this file. After save this file, you can see the result. Now in our table, we have only 1 row and 3 columns. Also, I want to make this table center of this page. So I'm going to use margin property in our table. Margin 0 and auto. After save this file, you can see the result. From bottom to top, it's going to add 0 margin, and from left to right, it add auto. Now here you can notice all the table cells are equally divided. Because we don't have enough content to expand any cell. If I add something in this B cell, suppose lorem, I want to add 5 words, then set this file, you can see the result. Now you can see it expands the B column and reduce the size of A and C column. Now we can provide fixed width to this middle column. Suppose you want to assign 200 pixel width to this middle column. For that, you can use inline styling method. So here I will type style equal to width 200 pixel. If I set this file, you can see the result. Now we cannot extend the table cell size more than 200. And now I'm going to add 2 more columns. So I'm going to duplicate this line 2 times. And I'm going to name it D. And this one is E. If I set this file, as you can see, except the B column, all the columns are equally divided. So in this example, here we create a table with only 1 row. And we have multiple columns in this row. But if you want to create multiple rows, for that, we need to create parent div for all the column divs. It is pretty similar to tier tag. We know that in HTML, tier tag represents table row and td tag represents table column. So let's create a row. So at first, I'm going to select all of these sections and I'm going to cut this section, and then inside the table tag, I'm going to create a row. So I'm going to type .row. And inside this row, I'm going to paste all the columns. And this time, I don't need this unnecessary column, so I'm going to remove D and E. And also I'm going to place it inside the indentation level that you can understand row and column very clearly. With that, I want to create another row. So here I'm going to type dot row. And inside this row, I'm going to create multiple columns. So first I'm going to create, so I'm going to type div dot col. And I'm going to put a name which is D. Then I duplicate this line and I'm going to make this one in. And I want to save this file. So in our first row we have total 3 columns and in our second row we have total 2 columns. And then I'm going to remove the extra data and make this one B. With that, I don't need this style, so I'm going to remove it. And I think for now, I'd have to go with 3 columns to understand it better. So I duplicate this line again and I'm going to type else and save it again. So we have total 2 rows and 3 columns in each row. Now the problem is, after save this file, now you can notice we don't have any width to our cells. This is because we do not style the row class. So we need to style the row. So I'm going to select this class. So I'm going to type dot row. Inside the curly braces, I'm going to use the property display table row, this one. And if I save this file, you can see the result. And now I'm going to add real student data in these columns. For that, first I'm going to pass roll number 1, then I'm going to pass student name, add 1, and last I'm going to pass total marks, which is 250. Then again, in our second row, I'm going to pass roll number 2 and name is Rahul. Ours could be capital and total number is 300. Then I duplicate this section, this row. Now we have total 3 rows and this is roll number 3 and name is Ravi and total marks is 350. Now let's save the file and see is it work properly or not. After save this file, you can see the result. In our first column, it print all the roll number, then it print all the names, and at last it print total numbers. Now let's add little padding to these cells. For that, we need to select column and add padding. Padding, all of the direction I want to add 5 pixel padding. And I'm going to save this file. After save this file, this is what it looks. Now our table is ready, but we don't have any heading in this table. So in the next part of this tutorial, we are going to learn how we can add heading using display properties. So this is it for this tutorial. Thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for the next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again, I am back with another tutorial related display table property. And in this tutorial, we are going to create header and footer using display property. To create this kind of heading in a table, HTML have special tag, which is th tag, table header. But we are going to create this heading section using div tag. And to create this kind of header using div tag, first we need to take div, then inside this div tag we need to take these 3 columns. And also we need to use a special CSS property called display table header group. And we need to use this property in the parent div element. Using it, we can create heading of a table. And at the same way, we can create table footer. Something like that. As you can see, it's an employee table. And we have employee number, name, and salary. And here you can see this is our footer section. And at last we print total salary. And to create this kind of footer, also we need to take a div tag, and inside this div tag we need to create the columns. And at the parent div tag, we need to use this CSS property, display table footer group. This is how we can create a footer of a table. So let's start the practical and try to clear the concept. As you can see, side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using live server extension. And here I open my previous HTML document. And as you know, in our previous tutorial, we have created a table using div tags. But in this tutorial, we are going to create table header and table footer. So at first, I'm going to create the header section. So inside this table block, I'm going to take a div tag and I'm going to set ID hashtag table underscore header. Then inside this block, here I'm going to create total 3 columns. So I copy this section and I paste it here. In our first column, I'm going to type row. And in our second column, I'm going to type name. And in our third column, I'm going to type marks. And I'm going to save this file. After save this file, this is what it looks. As you can see, it's not look like a table header. And now we need to style this div element, table header. So I'm going to copy its ID name, table header, and here I'm going to type hashtag table header. Then inside the curly braces, here I'm going to use the property display. Display table header group. This property. Also, I'm going to take a background color to highlight this row. So here I will type background and I want something light blue color. Light blue. Let's set the file and see is it work properly or not. After set this file, as you can see, it's work properly. So this is how we can create header of this table. Just we need to use this property, display table header group. At the same way, we can create table footer. Let me show you. And to create the footer, I'm going to copy this section and paste it inside this section. And I'm going to change the ID name table header to footer. And in our first column, I don't want to send any value. And in our second column, I'm going to type total marks. Sorry, not marks, marks. And in our last column, I'm going to print total marks, which is 300 plus 350 plus 250. Now it's become 900. And I'm going to set this file. After set this file, it is look like that because we do not use the display property. So at first, I'm going to copy the ID name for this footer. And then I'm going to select this ID. Then inside the curly braces, first property I'm going to use display. Display, and here I'm going to use table footer group. And I'm going to set this file. After set this file, as you can see, we create the footer. Also, I'm going to assign a background color. So type background light green. And I want to set this file. After set the background color, I think there is a problem in my code. Let's see. Yes, this is the problem. We need to remove it. Let's set the file again. Now you can see the result. So as you can see, we successfully create the footer portion. And if you want to make the text center, yes, you can. Just you need to type text align. You need to use center property. And I'm going to use the same property in footer. And I'm going to set this file. With that, if you want to increase the font weight, just you need to type font weight, and I'm going to use bold. And I'm going to use the same property at the footer section. And I'm going to save it again. Now it's look like a complete table. So this is how we can create table header and footer section using div tag. Just we need to use display property with it. But if you want to do the same thing using HTML structure, proper HTML structure, for that we need to use th tag. But we can do the same thing easily with the display property. Now I am going to show you how can we group table rows. We learn how can we group table header and table footer. Also we can group table row and we can provide background color. Let me show you. For that, I'm going to move all the rows inside another div. So at first I'm going to cut that portion. So I select this portion and cut it. Then here I'm type another div tag. Div, and I'm going to assign an ID, and ID name is row group. Row group. Then inside this row group ID, I'm going to paste all the rows. Then I'm going to use this ID as selector and jump to the style section. First I'm going to select this ID, then inside the curly braces display, and I'm going to use row group value, table row group, this one. And I'm also going to set background color, background, and I want yellow background. And I'm going to set this file. After set this file, you can see the result. So this is it for this tutorial. In the next tutorial, we are going to learn call group. Here we are going to learn how we can group any column. Suppose I want to group this column. I want to change background color of this row. So I want to select all the columns. So we are going to learn it at the next tutorial. Thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. This is the new tutorial related display table property. And in this tutorial we are going to learn table call group. As you can see in this example, we have roll number, name and age. These are 3 columns. And now I want to set background color to the name column, something like that. We already done the same thing for a row, but this time we are going to done it for a column. To set the background color like that, CSS introduce another property, display call group. Now let's see how we can use it. At first, in your table, you need to create a div element. And as you can see, in this div element, we assign a class called table call group. Basically, we try to create a table column group. Then you can mention the columns, how many columns you want to select. And also you can assign class to these columns. In our case, table column. In this example, here I take total 2 columns. And if you want more, then you can increase the column size. And also, we need to use a special CSS property for this class, table call group. And we need to use this property, display table column group. And for the column, we need to use this property, display table column. This is going to create a column group and you can change background color with it. So let's start the practical and see how we can apply it. As you can see, side by side, I opened my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using live server extension, and I already opened my previous HTML document named index.html. So here we already create a table. Here we create table header, table footer. We have total 3 columns, also we have total 3 rows. And now we need to create group using columns. So inside the table tag, here I'm going to take another div tag and I'm going to assign ID call table call group. Table dash call group. Then inside this table call group, we are going to create total 3 columns. Because in our table we have total 3 columns. So here I'm going to type div dot and I'm going to assign class name call table column. And I'm going to duplicate it multiple times. And if we pass any value in this column, suppose if I type, this is col 1, this is column 1, and I copy this value and place it here and replace 1 with 2 and replace this value to 1 with 3 and then set this file. After set this file, as you can see, for now it looks like that. But now I'm going to apply these properties. At first we need to assign CSS property to this table call group. So I copy this value and here we type hashtag table call group. Then inside the curly braces, and here I'm going to use a property called display. Display table column group. Table column group. And also we need to select this child, table call. Oops, there is a typing mistake in my class name. It should be E, not R. So I correct it. And then I'm going to copy the class name and create a selector using this class name dot table call. And inside the curly braces, here I'm going to apply the display property. Display table column. This one. And I want to save this file. After save this file, as you can see, it hides all the data from these columns. Here you cannot see the data which we pass inside these div elements, such as col1, col2, col3. And now we need to add different class name to all of this column. So here I'm going to type this is col1 -1. Then I copy the class name and this is col2. This is column 2. And this one is col3, column 3. Basically, here we group 3 different columns: role, name, marks. Suppose now I want to add background color to the name column. For that, we need to select this column, col2. But before we apply the column background color, I want to remove the row group color. For that, as you can see, we need to remove this yellow color. So I comment out this line. Then I'm going to select this column group, col2, and create a selector. And inside the curly braces, we need to apply the background color. So I'm type background and I want to set pink color. And I want to set this file. After set this file, you can see the result. We successfully grouped this name column and we set a background color to this name column. At the same way, if you want to add different color to the role, yes, you can. Just we need to duplicate this section and select. This time we need to select column 1, col1, and here I'm going to assign red color. And I want to set this file. You can see the result. And remember, you can only apply 2 property. You can change the background color of this column group. Also, you can increase column group width. Otherwise, you cannot apply other CSS properties. Let me prove you that. Suppose in column 2, I want to apply text align property. Text align and I want to make it center. So I want to make all the name center position. So if I save this file, as you can see, it's not work. But if we apply width, then I'm going to set it 150 pixel. And then set this file, you can see the result. Now it applied the width. So we can change the background color. Also, we can apply width. Otherwise, we cannot apply other CSS properties such as text align, font size, etc. So I'm going to comment out both the line. I don't need it. This is only for example. And you need to remember that. Now let's talk about the last property of display, which is table caption. We can set heading using display property. For that, inside this table tag, here I'm going to take a div tag, div, and here I'm going to set an ID called caption. Then inside this caption, I'm going to pass h3 tag. You can take any heading tag. For now, I'm going to take h3. And here I'm going to type student information, student info. And to set this caption, we need to select the class name. And in our style section, some type dot caption. Inside the curly braces, I'm going to pass display property, display, and here we need to use a value called table caption, this one. And I'm going to set this file. After set this file, you can see the result. And also I want to make this caption center. So here I'm going to type text align center. Then I want to make it uppercase. So I'm going to type text transform and I want to apply uppercase. Then I'm going to change the font color and I want to set font color and I want green color. And I'm going to save this file. So here you can see we successfully create the table caption, we create the table header, table footer, we can group the rows, also we can group columns. We can do everything using display table property. Here we don't need to create any proper table structure using tr tag, td tag. Just we can do the same thing using div tag. I hope you like this tutorial. Thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for the next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again, I am back with a new tutorial related CSS. And in this tutorial, we are going to learn a new property called accent color. As you know, in HTML from tag, we have total two special tags. One is checkbox and one is radio. They both are input tags. If we want to get multiple values from multiple options, then we use checkbox. And we use radio button when we need to get only one value from the multiple option. And whenever we check this box, otherwise click this button, by default it returns blue color. But if you want to assign different colors, something like that, red, green, purple, yellow, in that case, CSS introduced a new property. And we call this property accent color. Before accent color property, we don't have any property that can change checkbox, otherwise radio button colors. We can't change the default color earlier. To change this color, CSS introduced this property, accent color. So let's start the practical and see how we can apply this property. As you can see, side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using Live Server extension. And I already created an HTML document named index.html. So in our body tag, we have only one heading tag. And inside the body tag, here we set font family Arial and font size 16 pixel. Now inside the body tag, at first I'm going to take from tag. From. Then inside the from tag, first I'm going to take a label. And I'm going to set label name hobbies. Next, here I'm going to take input tag, input. And our input type is checkbox. And also we need to set a name for this input. So I'm going to type name hobby. And as hobbies, first I'm going to type sports. Then I duplicate this line multiple times. And our next hobby is music. And our last hobby is books. As you know, if we use checkbox, then user can select multiple options. Then for radio buttons, I'm going to take another label. So for label, I'm going to type gender. And here I'm going to type input type. This one is radio. With that, we need to pass name, gender. Then we need to pass value, male. And also we need to pass the label, male. Then I duplicate this line. This time I'm going to just change the value name, female. SE, not R. Female. Then I set this file. After set this file, you can see the result. These are all my checkbox option and these two are radio to button option. Now, if I click on any option, otherwise multiple option, and if I click radio buttons, as you can see, it returns blue color. It's the default color. And now I'm going to style these input tags. So inside this style tag, I'm going to select input tag, input. Then inside the curly braces, at first I'm going to assign width 15 pixel. Also I'm going to take height 15 pixel. And I'm going to set this file. After set this file, as you can see, it increased the size of the checkbox and radio buttons. And now I want to change the default color. As I told you, to change the color, we need to use a property called accent color. And you can put any name, any color name, otherwise any hexacode, RGB value, etc. So I'm going to type red color, red. And I'm going to set this file. After set this file, if I click on any checkbox, as you can see now, it's written red color. Also it works with radio buttons. You can use any type of color value. You can use hexa, RGB, RGBA, etc. Just one thing you need to remember. We can apply this property only with these two input tags, checkbox and radio. We cannot use it with text area, text, number, etc. We can only apply it with checkbox and review. So this is it for this tutorial. Thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for the next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again I am back with a new tutorial related CSS, and in this tutorial we are going to learn about a new property which is prefer color scheme. Now what is color scheme? If you are Windows user, otherwise Mac user, then your user interface come with total two color mode, light app color mode and dark app color mode. In light app mode theme, our browser and our browser layout come with light color, and in dark app mode, our browser and our browser outer layout come with darker color. So according to the user choice, user can select any of the light mode. Basically, before this media rule, we create website according to light app mode, something like that. Here we use white color background and black color text. But what if user select the dark app mode? In that case, we need to compromise with the visibility, something like that. As you can see, the text are less visible compared with light app mode, because this time it come with dark background color. Our text and the background both are in dark color. But now when we apply dark app mode, I automatically change the text color, something like that. Not only the text color, we can change theme color of this website. Also, we can change any CSS property. It is possible because only for our new media rule, which is known as prefer color scheme. To use this media rule, at first you need to type @media. Then inside the round braces, you need to pass prefer color scheme and you need to pass a value. And it is come with total two predefined value, light and dark. If you choose light, then whatever CSS you write inside this curly braces, it's going to apply only in light mode. And if you choose dark, then it's going to only apply in dark mode. Now let's apply this new media rule. But before I apply this new media rule, I want to show you something. As you can see here, I open my browser and you can notice all are in light color. And now I am going to change the color mode of my system. And to change the color mode, just you need to search for dark. Then go to the search bar section and here you need to search dark. And from here you need to select this option, turn on dark mode. After open this setting, from here you can choose any mode. So as you can see, here it provided drop down. And by default, we already select light color mode. And if I select dark color mode, then you can see automatically it's changed our default browser color. Now our browser become dark. Inner layout, also outer layout become dark. At the same way, if I back to the white color mode, let me show you. So I'm going to select light again. Now you can notice our browser again come with light color. Now according to this color mode, we can define different CSS for our website. So let's start the practical and see how we can apply it. So as you can see side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using Live Server extension, and I already created an HTML document named index.html. Now as you can see in our body tag, we have a heading to tag and a paragraph. Now at first I'm going to assign a default background color to this body. So inside the style tag I'm going to type body. At first I'm going to select the body, then inside the curly braces I'm going to assign background property, background, and I want to assign orange color, and I'm going to set this file. To use the media rule, as I told you, first we need to type @media. Then inside the round braces, here we need to type prefer color scheme, and here I'm going to apply light color, light. Then inside the curly braces, I want to change the background property. So I'm going to copy the body tag with the background property. Then inside the curly braces, I'm going to paste it here. And this time I want to apply pink color, pink. And I'm going to save this file. After save this file, you can see the result. Now it apply pink color. Because if I search our color mode, now you can see our color mode is light. That's why it apply the pink color. Now at the same way, I want to create selector for dark mode. For that, here I'm going to duplicate this section, and this time I'm going to select dark, this one, and also I want to change the color name, pink to light green, this one, and I'm going to set this file. After set this file, as you can see, there is no changes in my browser. But what if I change the color mode? Let me show you. So I'm going to open this setting, and now I'm going to change the color mode light to dark. After apply dark, you can see the result. Now automatically you can see it apply the light green color as a default body color. And at the same way, again we select the light mode. Let me show you. Then as you can see, again it back to the pink body color. As I told you, you can apply any CSS here. Suppose I want to change the font color when we apply dark color mode. So I'm going to type color, and I want light gray. Light gray. Also I'm going to change the background color, and I want to apply a kind of dark gray color. So here from the color bar, I want to apply this kind of dark color, this one, this color code, and I'm going to save this file. After set this file, if I change the color mode, let me show you, light to dark, you can see the result. Now you can see in my browser, now it's clearly visible. Here we use two opposite color. For background we use dark color, and for the text we use light gray color. So this is how we can use this media rule. I hope now it's clear for you how we can use it. Thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again I am back with a new tutorial related advanced CSS. And in this tutorial we are going to learn a new property called aspect ratio. Now let's try to understand what is aspect ratio. Suppose I want to create a perfect square. To create the perfect square, we need equal height and equal width. Suppose we take 200 pixel width and 200 pixel height. So this is how we can create a square. Now we have a new way to create this square. And now to create this kind of square, first we need to take width. Suppose in our case 200 pixel, but for height, I'm not going to take any height property. Here we are going to use our new property aspect ratio. Something like that. Aspect ratio 1:1. We are not going to use height property to create this square box. In aspect ratio property, we pass a ratio, in which ratio I want to take the height and width. And as you can see, here we use a ratio 1:1. Our first one stands for width, and the second one stands for height. It's mean according to width, we are going to use same amount of height. So here you can pass any ratio according to your needs. Let me show you another example. Suppose in that case, here I'm going to create another div element. This time I'm going to take width 200 pixel, and here I'm going to take height twice then width length. To create this kind of structure using aspect ratio, in that case we need to take aspect ratio 1:2, 1:2. It's mean basically we are going to take double of width value for the height. And if you want to take height half of width length, in that case just you need to reverse the value. Then you need to type 2:1. Now you might have questioned why I use this property. We can do the same thing using height property. Basically we use this property for responsive websites. Let me show you an example. So this div is a square div element. But when we talk about responsive website, then most of the time we need to follow the mobile resolution, otherwise laptop resolution. And as you know, our smartphone come with different resolution. Their width is different. But most of the smartphone resolution is between 320 to 480 pixel. So when we design for mobile, most of the cases we set width 100%. So the width is become responsive. But how we can create perfect square using it? Because our height still 200 pixel. Now width is 100% but height is fixed. So here we can use our new property aspect ratio. Now it automatically increase or decrease the height according to the width length. And it creates a perfect square. So whatever resolution we have in our mobile, we don't need to worry about it. it's going to create a perfect square. We mainly use this property to make our images responsive. So without wasting your time, let's start the practical and see how we can apply this property. So as you can see, side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using Live Server extension, and I already created an HTML document named index.html. Now inside the body tag, I'm going to take a div element. So I'm going to type, and also I'm going to assign an ID to this div element. So I'm going to type hashtag, and our ID name is test. And inside this div element, here I'm going to take a paragraph. So I'm going to type lorem, and I want 10 words. Also I'm going to style this element using its ID name. So I copy the ID name, and here after body I'm going to select this ID name, and inside the curly braces, the first property I'm going to use width 200 pixel. Then I'm going to set background property, background, and I want yellow color. And also I want to set border, I want 2 pixel solid border, solid, and our border color is black, hashtag 000. And I'm going to set this file. After set this file, you can see the result in my browser. And now I want to transform this element into perfect square. For this, I'm not going to use height property. Without using height property, I'm going to use property called aspect ratio. Aspect ratio 1:1. And I'm going to set this file. After set this file, you can see the result in your browser. Here, first value 1 represent the width, and second value 1 represent height. And now I decide to increase the height of this rectangle. For that, now I want 2 times height according to the width length. So here I'm going to change the ratio 1/2 and set this file. After set this file, you can see the result. And if I make it triple, then just you need to pass 3 here and set this file. Now you can notice, now height is 3 times bigger than width. Also, we can do the opposite. Yes. If you want to assign 50 pixel height, for that, just you need to type 2/1. And if you set this file, you can see the result. Now, the width is 200 pixel and height become 100 pixel. Because here we set width 200 pixel. And let me tell you one thing. Suppose you want to create a square, a perfect square. In that case, you can take only one value. Suppose here I'm going to take only 1. After set this file, still you can see the square. If both the value is same, in that case, you can take numeric value only for once. Now let me show you another thing. Now you can see, so we have limited text in this div element, and I'm going to increase the text size. So I'm going to duplicate this section multiple times, and I'm going to set this file. After set this file, it's going to increase the height of this element. Let me show you. As you can see, now width still 200 pixel and height become more than 200 pixel. Because here we use aspect ratio 1. If we use aspect ratio 1, then our content not going to overflow from this container. It's going to increase the height of this container. So in our case, aspect ratio will work as a minimum height property. Always it's going to assign 200 pixel minimum height, and if the content is bigger than its area, then it's going to increase the height. But what if you don't want to increase the height? In that case, you can use overflow property. Just into type overflow auto. If you set it auto, then you can see the scroll bar in your div element. Now again, height become 200 pixel because of aspect ratio. Not only that, this aspect ratio property also work with height. Let me show. In that case, I'm going to assign height width. So I comment out this line width, and here I'm going to type height 300 pixel. Also I'm going to comment out overflow property. And here I'm going to take 1/1, 1:1. If I take this ratio, if I set this file, again it's going to create a perfect square. Because this property work with ratio. if you provide one of the value, according to this value ratio, it's going to create the other property value. And if you want to decrease the width, just you need to change the ratio 2. And if you save this file, you can see the result. Now it assigned 100 pixel width to this element. But this time you can notice our data is overflowed from this container, because here we assign fixed height to this container. And if you want to resolve this problem, just you need to use the same property overflow auto, and it's going to resolve the problem. And instead of decrease the width of this element, if you want to increase it, then just you need to take bigger value for the width ratio. Suppose I want 3 times bigger width compared to height. So here on the pass 3:1 and set this file, and you can see the result. Now container width become 900 pixel, because 3 times of 300 is 900. And one of the most important thing you need to remember, you cannot use height and width property together. Then this aspect ratio property not going to work. Let me show you. So I'm going to apply both the property. And if I save it, as you can see, now width become 200 pixel and height become 300 pixel. Now our aspect ratio value not going to work. If I try to make it perfect square, still it's not going to work. But what if we do not apply both the property? Let me show you. So I'm not going to apply both the property and comment out it. So I comment out it and set this file. Now you can see the result. Now you can see it create a perfect square again. Now by default, aspect ratio set width value auto, and according to the width value, it increases the height. That's why again it create a perfect square box. Now width is depend on content size of this paragraph. If I drag and increase the window size, as you can see, according to the content size, it increase the height and width of this container. Now let's see how we can responsive our images. So at first I'm going to delete this div element. Then also I'm going to comment out these lines. After that, inside the body tag, here I'm going to take an image tag. So here I'm going to type image, and as source, as you can see in my current working directory, there is an image named nature.jpg. So I'm going to pass the image source path, nature.jpg. And if I set this file, you can see the image in my browser. And as you can see, and here you can notice image width is higher than image height. And now I want to make this image a perfect square. So inside this style tag, I'm going to create a selector using its tag name, image. So here I'm going to type image. Inside the curly braces, the first property I'm going to use width, and I'm going to set width 400 pixel. And I'm going to save this file. After save this file, you can see the result. According to image width, it changes the image height. But I want to make it a perfect square. For that, I'm going to use a property called aspect ratio. And I'm going to take ratio 1 by 1. And I'm going to save this file. After save this file, here you can notice it made a square. But the problem is it stretched the image. Now height and width is equal, but it destroyed the image. Now how we can resolve this problem? To resolve the problem, we have another property, which is known as object fit. And here I'm going to type cover, object fit cover. If I save this file, now you can see the result. Now you can see we have the square image, and also it do not distort the image. If I reduce the image width something 200 pixel, also you can see it do not distort the image. Still we have square box. Also we can change the ratio. Suppose I want to create a rectangle. So here I'm going to pass 1 by 2 ratio and set this file. Now you can see the result. Without distorting the image, it adjusts in any rectangle or square box. And now I'm going to turn this image into responsive image. So for now, I'm going to use this ratio 1 by 1. And for mobile testing, I'm going to use a media query. Here I'm going to type @media screen, and inside the round braces, I'm going to set the condition. Here I'm going to type max width, and I'm going to pass 500 pixel. It's mean if the width is less than 500 pixel, then we can apply different CSS to this element. So inside the curly braces, I'm going to assign width to this. I'm going to assign different width to this image. So first I'm going to select the image img, then inside the curly braces, here I'm going to type width 100%. So whenever screen width become less than 500 pixel, then it's going to set 100% width to this image. And also you can see we use the aspect ratio 1:1. So let's save the file. After save the file, now you can see our image is square. So if I reduce the browser width, let me show you. So here from the inspect, I'm going to change the dimension of this browser. I'm going to reduce the browser width. So as you can notice, so whenever this value means width below the 500 pixel, it's going to set image width 100%, something like that. And as you can see here, we use aspect ratio. That's why it creates a perfect square. So this is how we can responsive our image according to the mobile screen. And if I increase the browser window width, again it becomes a square, a small square image. So I hope now it's clear for you how we can use aspect ratio property to make our images and website responsive. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial.
Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again, I am back with a new tutorial related CSS, and in this tutorial we are going to learn CSS display mode. It is a new media rule. Now let's try to understand what is the meaning of it. What is display mode? When we need to open a website, we need to use a special software called browser. And currently we have multiple browser options in market like Chrome, Edge, Safari, Firefox, Opera. These are all popular browsers in market. Without that, there are more browsers. But if you notice, you can see in every browser we have common control. This control bar. Every browser comes with this URL bar. Here we can provide the URL and access the website. Also it comes with navigation button and some options. And also at the right side, it provides open new tab option, bookmark option, and menu option. Now CSS provides us to control to manipulate the browser layout. If you want to hide all of this, yes you can. And it's known as display mode. And we can change browser mode in 3 different ways. First value is browser. It is the default value. If we use browser, then it provides all the controls. It provides URL bar, navigation, bookmark, new tab, etc. This is the default mode and it is known as browser display mode. Then we have another option called minimal UI. If we use this mode, then it's going to remove the navigation bar, URL bar, bookmark option. It's going to show less more control in our browser. At last, we have another display mode, which is full screen mode. So when we open a website in our browser and we press F11 key, then it's going to shift our browser window into full screen mode. And after activate the full screen mode, it hides all the controls. Now, according to your website display mode, you can change your website UI design. I want to say you can change CSS style of your website. That's why CSS introduced a new media query known as display mode. Now let's see how we can use this mode. At first, we need to type @media. Then inside the round braces, we need to use a property called display mode. And here you can use any of this value. Suppose you can use full screen, minimal UI and browser. And according to this value, you can change the CSS property. You define different background color at full screen mode. So when user click F11 key, then it's going to transform your browser into full screen mode. Also, it's going to change the background color of your website. Now let's start with practical and see how we can use these 3 different modes. So as you can see, side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using Live Server extension, and I already created an HTML document name index.html. So as you can see in our body tag we have heading tag, and inside the style tag, here we style the body section. Here we assigned a font family Arial. And now I'm going to set a display mode inside our style tag. So here I'm going to type @media, and inside the round braces here I'm going to type display mode, and I'm going to assign full screen, this one. Then inside the curly braces we can style according to our needs. Next I'm going to duplicate this line. This time I'm going to set browser mode, the default mode, and here I'm going to type browser. Then I'm going to duplicate this line again, and this time I'm going to set mode minimal UI. Then inside the full screen mode I want to change the font color. So here I'm going to type, first I'm going to select the heading 1 tag H1, then inside the curly braces here I'm going to use a property called color, and I'm going to set it green. Then I copy this selection and paste it inside the another display mode, and here I'm going to set color red, and at last I'm going to set it for minimal UI, I'm going to set it blue, and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, now you can see it activate our default mode, means browser. That's why our font color turned into red color. As I told you, this is the default mode. Here you can see all the controls in my browser. Here you can see the navigation buttons, reload option, URL bar, and other options. Now I'm going to press, after select the browser, F11. If I press F11, now you can see our browser turn into full display mode, and also you can notice it's changed the font color. Now our font colors turn into green color, and also you can notice there is no URL bar and other options, and it occupies the whole screen for the browser. And if you want to back to the normal default mode, then again you need to press F11 button. I hope now it's clear for you what is the difference between full screen mode and browser mode. Last we have another option called minimal UI. It's work when we convert our website into a web app. Otherwise we can create a shortcut icon in our desktop. We need real server to apply minimal UI. Otherwise we cannot create this shortcut and open it as a minimal UI. But I can give you a little demonstration how a minimal UI look like. So let's back to the Visual Studio Code Editor. So as you can see, here we create a button named Open Minimal Window, and in this button link with this function Open Custom Window, and here we use a JavaScript code. We create a function which is going to open a custom window. At first we create a blank window, and I set width 500 pixel and height 300 pixel, and we name it my minimal window. Then in this window we write a content. Here we write a HTML tag h1, and inside this HTML tag we type this is my custom HTML. So I'm going to save this file. After save this file, if I try to click on open minimal window, as you can see, so this is how a minimal window look like. This window is different from full screen window. We don't have any navigation bar on it. Also we don't have URL bar menu option, but we have minimize option, maximize option, and close bar and close button. But the problem is it is opened by a live server. That's why I cannot apply this media rule on it. Here I just try to show you how a minimal window look like. So this is it for this tutorial. Thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again I am back with a new tutorial related CSS, and in this tutorial we are going to learn a new Posito class which is full screen. So this is the list of Posito class which is available in CSS, and I already covered lot of Posito classes in our previous tutorials. And in this list CSS added a new Posito class which is known as full screen. Now let's see what is the meaning of it. What can we do with full screen Posito class? Suppose we have a browser, and inside this browser we have a div element, and in this div element maybe it's filled with text, otherwise images. And also you can notice a button below it. Now if I click this button, I want to full screen this div element. Something like that.
And to make it full screen, we need to use little JavaScript. Now, after make it full screen, I want to change CSS styling. Suppose I want to change background color, otherwise I want to change text color. And to make it possible, CSS introduce this pseudo class, full screen. After we convert this div into full screen, it's going to activate this pseudo class and according to this pseudo class styling, it's going to apply the styles on this div element. So let's start the practical and see how we can apply this pseudo class. So as you can see side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using live server extension, and I already created an HTML document named index.html. And as you can see in our body tag, here we create a box div, and also inside this div we have a paragraph. Then we create a button, go full screen, and I already styled this div element and our body section in our style section. Now the problem is our button is not working. We need to use JavaScript for that to make it work. If you do not knowledge about JavaScript, then do just what I am doing. I want to make this div full screen when I click this button. So I'm going to use an event from JavaScript. So I'm going to type on click this one. It's mean whenever I click this button, then we need to target this box using its ID name. For that, we need to use document dot get element by ID, and inside the round braces, inside the single quotes, I'm going to type the ID name box. After target this box, I want to apply a new method from JavaScript which is known as full screen. So I'm going to type dot, it's a method, so I'm going to type request full screen, this one. Also we need to use round braces because it is a method and semicolon 2 in this line. So at first we target this element, the box div element, using its ID name. So I type document dot get element by ID. Now I am going to save this file. After save this file, if I click this button, it's going to turn this div element into full screen mode, something like that. And if you want to exit this full screen, then just click escape key. And now we are able to apply this pseudo class full screen. I want to change the background color of this div element when we make it full screen. Now let's make this selector. So I'm going to type, first I'm going to type the box div hashtag box colon, and we need to use the pseudo class full screen. Then inside the curly braces, we can apply the properties. Now I want to change the background color. So I'm going to type background and I want to make it light green, this color. Also I want to change the font size. Font size, I want to make it 22 pixel. Now let's save the file. After save this file, I'm going to click this button again, full screen. As you can see, now its background color become green color, light green color. Also, it increase the font size. CSS full screen pseudo class. And if you want to quit this full screen, just press escape key. And next, I want to add a heading 1 tag in this box. Let me show you. So I'm type h1, and inside this h1 tag I'm going to type hello world, and I'm going to save it again. Now I decide when I make it full screen, I want to change only the paragraph color, paragraph text color. For that, we need to create a different selector. Let me show you. For that, I duplicate this section, then I'm going to target this paragraph only. So inside this box pseudo class full screen, I want to target the paragraph. So I type P, and then I want to change the font color. So I'm going to type color and I want to make it red. And I'm going to save this file. After save this file, if I make it full screen again, now you can see it changed only the paragraph font color. It make it red. So this is how we can use this pseudo class. Also you can use this same pseudo class with not pseudo class. Let me show you. Suppose I'm going to duplicate this section, and here I'm going to use another pseudo class, not pseudo class. If box in not, then inside the round braces, I'm going to move this pseudo class full screen. Then I target this p tag inside this box tag, and I want to change the color. I want to make it green color. So if I save this file, now you can see the paragraph, it changed the font color. It make it green because we do not activate full screen mode on it. And if I make it full screen, it's going to become red color. And if I back to the old stage, again it become green color. So this is how we can use this pseudo class. We can use this pseudo class with any other CSS properties. So I hope now it's clear for you. Thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial.
Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again I am back with another tutorial related CSS, and in this tutorial we are going to learn a new media rule, and our media rule name is orientation. Now let's try to understand what is the meaning of orientation. So whenever we create a website, we need to create a website for mobile version, also for tablet version. If someone use mobile, then they have total two mode. They have total two mode to open this website. They can visit the website as portrait mode, otherwise landscape mode. Now, according to this view, we can change website's type using this media rule, orientation. And whenever we need to implement this new media rule, orientation, we need to type @media, inside the round braces we need to type orientation. Then we need to pass value. It could be landscape, otherwise portrait. So according to this value, we can change the property. So let's start the practical and see how we can apply this media rule. So as you can see, side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using live server extension, and I already created an HTML document named index.html. Then I'm going to add style tag inside the head tag, style. Then first I'm going to create the media rule, @media. Inside the round braces, I'm going to type orientation, and for orientation I'm going to use landscape. First I'm going to use landscape value. At the same way, I'm going to create another media rule for portrait. So I duplicate this section, and here I'm going to type portrait. And now I'm going to change background color for different orientation. So here I'm going to type body, inside the curly braces I'm going to type background, and as a background here I'm going to type pink color, pink. At the same way, I'm going to copy this section, and here I'm going to paste the code, and this time I'm going to use yellow, and I'm going to save this file. It returned yellow color because now our browser in a portrait mode. But if I increase the browser resolution, otherwise if I make it full screen, now you can see it turned into pink color. And if I inspect this section and click on elements, now you can see it returned pink color because now it's in landscape mode. But if I make it portrait, so if I rotate the screen, now you can see it returned yellow color. It returned yellow color background because now it activates the portrait mode. And if I increase the width, now you can see again it activates the landscape mode. And if I decrease it, then again it activates the portrait mode. So this is the usage of this media rule. Thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again I am back with another pseudo selector. This time we are going to cover CSS has pseudo class. It is another new pseudo class in CSS. Now let's try to understand what is hash pseudo class. To understand it properly, let me show you an example. As you can see, we have total 2 elements. Here we have total 2 heading 1 element. And also you can notice both the text inside this tag hello world is same. But in our first heading tag, here we use span tag. We move world inside this span tag. And now I want to select the element which one have this span tag. In our case, our first h1 element, this tag. Because here we use span tag, but in our second h1 element, we do not use this span tag. So using span tag, we are going to select the parent element of this span tag, in our case h1 tag. It is a parent selector. It's going to select the first heading 1 element. So how can we use it? Let's talk about its syntax. First we need to type h1, the main element I want to select, then we need to type :hash. Then inside the round braces, we need to pass this child element, in our case span. Then inside the curly braces, you can implement the CSS properties. If there is span tag inside the heading 1 tag, then it's going to select the heading 1. Otherwise, it's not going to select the parent element. So here the target element is h1 tag and the search selector is span. Then inside the curly braces, here you can apply any CSS property. In our case, here we apply text decoration underline. And it's going to add this underline in our first h1 tag. So let's start the practical and see how we can apply it. So as you can see side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using live server extension, and I already created an HTML document named index.html. Now you can see in our body tag, here we have total 2 h1 tag, but in our first h1 tag we have span tag for this word. And also we have 2 paragraph tag, and in our first paragraph tag here we use bold word B, bold tag, this one. But in our second paragraph tag here we do not use any child element. Now let's jump into the style section. So here I'm going to type style tag, style, and inside this style tag I want to select only this heading tag which have the child element span. For that we need to type h1 colon, then we need to use hash procedure class hash. Then inside the round braces, here we need to type child element name, in our case span. Then inside the curly braces, we can use CSS property such as if I type color, so I'm going to change the font color of this heading 1 and I want to make it red. And then save this file, you can see the result. So using child tag span, here we select the parent element. At the same way, you can select the paragraph tag, because in this paragraph tag, here we use bold tag inside it, B. So I'm going to duplicate this section, and this time I want to select the paragraph tag P, and here I'm going to search for B tag, bold, and I'm going to set this file. After set this file, you can see the result. Not only that, here we can pass multiple tag at once. Suppose with bold tag, I want to search span tag, and here I'm going to add span tag, span, and inside the span tag, I'm going to put this word. If I save this file, then it's going to apply the same CSS in our second paragraph. Let me show you. So after save this file, you can see the result. Now the question is why? Because as I told you, here we can pass multiple tag. Now it's going to search those paragraphs who have B tag inside it and span tag inside it. That's why it selects multiple paragraph tag. Now let me assign a class to this paragraph tag. Class, and here I'm going to type 1. In our second paragraph, I'm going to add an ID. ID 2. With that, also I'm going to use class 1. I am going to save this file. Now I am going to select the paragraph, otherwise elements, using its class name. Here we target the element using tag name, but this time we are going to target the element using class name. Yes, we can do it using this procedure class. Let me show you how. So here I will type dot 1 colon hash, and inside this procedure class selector I want to target span tag. Then inside the curly braces, I'm going to use property text decoration underline. Also, I'm going to assign the same class in our first h1 tag, class, and I'm going to pass 1. Now, if I set this file, here you can see the result. Now you can see it select those class who have the child span tag. Here you can see, here we use same class name in 3 tag, h1 tag, our first paragraph tag, and in our second paragraph tag, we use the same class name, 111. But in our first paragraph, we don't have the span tag inside it. That's why it do not select it. But in our second paragraph, we have the span tag inside it. That's why it select this paragraph and add a underline. At the same way, it select the first h1 tag, because in this h1 tag, we have this span tag. So this is how we can use this pseudo class. And remember, also we can apply advanced selection inside it, such as direct child selector and many more. But I'm not going to show all of it in this tutorial. But let me show you one advanced selector. So here, I'm going to type div tag, div. And inside this div tag, I'm going to type section. And inside this section, I'm going to put our first div element. Then here I'm going to type another div tag. And inside this div tag, here I'm going to pass our second div element. So I'm going to move this element inside this div tag. Now I'm going to comment out all of this selection and I'm going to save it. After that, here I'm going to use direct child selector. Here you can notice in both the div element we have the h1 tag. But in our first div element, here we use section before the h1 tag. Now let's create a hash pseudo selection. So I'm going to type div semicolon hash. And inside the round braces, I'm going to type h1. Then inside the curly braces, here I'm going to change the background color. So I'm going to type background red. Now as you can see, both the div element had the same h1 tag. But I want to select those div element who have direct child selector, direct child h1 tag, such as this one. As you can see, in our first div element, after this div tag, we have section tag. But in our second div element, we have directly h1 tag. So here I'm going to use direct child selector, this one. And I'm going to save this file. After save this file, here you can see the result. Here it select the second div element because inside it we have direct child selector h1 tag. But in our first div element, we have section tag, then we have h1 tag. That's why it select this one. So this is how we can use hash pseudo selector. I think now it's clear for you. Thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hey guys, good to see you back. Once again, I am back with a new tutorial related advanced CSS, and today in this tutorial we are going to learn CSS print media. If we talk about type of media, CSS provide us to style two type of media such as screen and print. CSS allow us to style for printing purpose only. Also it can allow us to style for our digital screen. After build a website, we access this website in a browser. And to see the web browser, we need a media such as monitor, laptop, tablet, mobile, TV, etc. And screen is the default media in CSS. But if someone try to print the web page, in that case we can provide different style for this print using CSS. Now let's talk about when we need to use print media. Suppose this is a website built by CSS. This is the header section, navbar section, sidebar section and the content section. We use this style for screen media. But when we try to print this web page, then we don't need this header section, this menu section and this sidebar section. We just need the content section. We need to print only the main content. Then the help of print media, we are going to hide this navbar, also this sidebar. Also we are going to remove unnecessary colors. We can hide any unnecessary things that we don't want to print. And if we hide all of these and try to print this page, then it's going to look like that, only the content area. Now let's see how we can use CSS for print media. For that, here we can follow total three different methods. Our first method is, here we can use link tag. But here you can see a different. We need to define the media for this CSS file. In our case, print. And then you need to provide the print CSS file path, print.css. Now let's talk about another way. So this is the second method that we can use for print media. Here we don't need to use any external CSS page. Just we need to use this media query @print. And then we define the style for this page. And the third method is, here we can use import to import the CSS file. For that, we need to import the external CSS file, print.css. We need to type @import, then we need to provide the file path. Then after space, we need to define for what purpose we use it. In our case, print. So this is how we can use print media in our web pages. Now, let's start the practical and see how we can apply it. So as you can see, we are in my Visual Studio Code editor, and here I already create a HTML document, basiclayout.html. If I open this file in my browser, this file is look like that. This is our page. It's a basic website layout. And if I try to print this website, so here I'm going to try to print this website. Now as you can see, here it print all the sections such as navbar, header, sidebar, footer, etc. And if you click on this more settings option and click this background graphics section, now you can see the colorful website. It's going to print this website as it is. But for the print purpose, I don't need this background color, this header section, this navbar section, sidebar section and the footer section. I need only this content area. For that, we can define different CSS for print media. Now, let's apply it. So let's back to the Visual Studio Code editor. And here, so at first, I'm going to create a style file. So I'm going to type print.css. And I'm going to import this style file. I'm going to link this style file in this HTML page. So inside the head tag after title, here I'm going to define link, and inside this link file, first we need to provide the file path which is print.css. After that, we need to define the media. So I'm going to type media. I'm going to type print, and I'm going to save this file. Now, at first, I want to change the font style of the paragraphs. As you can see at that section, we have some paragraphs. And by default, we use Arial font in our body tag. So, I'm going to target the paragraph tags using P. Then inside the curly braces, here I'm going to use font, family, I'm going to use any kind of font, and here I'm going to use Lukida, this one. And I'm going to save this file. After save the file, let's back to the browser. Now if I try to print this web page, this time you can see it changed the font style of this paragraph. After that, I want to hide the header section, this navbar section and the sidebar section. For that, let's back to the Visual Studio Code. At first, I'm going to select the menu section, otherwise the header section. I'm going to use its ID name. So here I'm going to copy its ID name. Then I'm going to type hashtag header. Then inside the curly braces, I'm going to use display property. Display none. Then I don't want to show the menu section. So again, I'm going to copy its ID name and jump into the print.css file. And then I create a selector using its ID name, and inside the curly braces, I'm going to say display none again. After that, I want to hide the sidebar section. So I copy the sidebar ID and back to the print.css file, and again I'm going to type hashtag sidebar inside the curly braces display none, and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, let's back to the browser. So here I'm back to my browser and I'm going to reload my browser. After that, if I try to print this page, let me show you. Now you can see the result. This is what we want. I want only the content area. I don't want to print the heading section, the navbar section and the sidebar section. Not only that, if you want to hide any color from this page, yes, you can. For now, we have only one color in our footer section. Yes, you can remove it also. So here we use external file process. Also, you can use inline CSS. Let me show you how. So here, from this section, I'm going to copy all the code. Then I'm going to comment out this line. I don't need this because we are going to use internal CSS. Then after the style tag, here I'm going to use print media. I'm going to use media query @media. After tag media, we need to define for what purpose, for which media purpose we are going to use. I'm going to use print. Then inside the curly braces, just we need to put the quotes. After put the quotes, I'm going to save this file. And after save this file, if I back to my browser, then reload my browser, and if I try to print the web page, here you can see the same result. It's worked successfully. You can select any element from this page. Also, you can remove the background color, you can change the font style, height, padding, whatever you want to select. So this is it for this tutorial. I hope now it's clear for you how we can use print media. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again, I am back with another tutorial related CSS. And in this tutorial, we are going to learn a new media rule, which is CSS@page. This media rule related with print media, which we learned in our previous tutorial. Now let's see what is page media rule. So whenever we print our web page, we use this kind of paper. So as you can see in this paper, we print some text. And in our previous tutorial, we already learned using print media, we can define the text and font style. But now in this tutorial, we are going to style the page. So as you can see in this page, from the top and from the bottom, we have little margin. At the same way, we have little gap between left and right. If you want to provide this kind of gap in your page, for that you need to use the new media rule, page. And in this new media rule, we can use only two CSS property. First one is margin and second one is size. We already familiar with margin property in our previous tutorial. And size is the new property for this media rule. So let's start the practical and see how we can use this new media rule, page. So as you can see, we are in my Visual Studio code editor and I already created an HTML document named index.html. With that, I already created CSS file called print.css. For now, print.css file is empty. And as you can see in my index.html page, here we create a h1 tag and some paragraph. Here we total create 5 paragraph using p tag. So if I show you my website, let me show, this is how our website look like. Now let's back to the Visual Studio Code. At first, I'm going to include print.css file in this document. For that, here inside the head tag, I'm going to type link tag, link, and I want to link print.css, and I'm going to set this file. After set this file, now let's jump into the print.css file. But before I start coding in CSS, also we need to declare the media. So here I'm going to type media. We need to declare the media and I'm going to use only for print purpose. Print. And I'm going to set this file. We already know about that because we learned about it in our previous tutorial. Now let's jump into the print.css file. Now let's back to the browser. So whenever I try to print this page, we need to click on this 3 dot icon. Then we need to click on print section, print. Now after opening the print page, here you can notice it provides little space from the left and the right, also from the top and the bottom. It provides equal gap in every page. Now if you want to increase this gap, you can use margin property. Now let me show you how we can use these properties. So let's back to the Visual Studio Code, and in this file I'm going to apply the margin. At first I'm going to take our media rule name @page, then inside the curly braces, basically here we can use only two property, margin and size. So at first I'm going to use the property called margin, and I'm going to set margin 0. Then I'm going to set this file and back to my browser. Let's back to the browser and try to print this page. Let's see what happened. If I try to print this page, this time you can see there is no margin left in this print area page. It removed all the margin. And also you can use unit here. You can use inch, unit, centimeter, otherwise percentage. We do not use pixel when we work on print media page. So here I'm going to use another value. I'm going to take 2-inch margin, INC, inch, IN, this one. After set this file, if I back to my browser, and this time if I try to print this page, let me show you. Now you can notice 2-inch margin from all of the direction. Now if you want to assign margin only from the left side, yes you can. For that you can use property margin left, and from the margin left side I want to provide 1 inch margin. Also you can use percentage value, but I would like to go with inch value. So after set this file, if I back to the browser again and try to print this page, now you can see only margin from the left side. So at the same way you can add margin from all of the direction. Now let me show you one thing, the one most important thing. As you can see in our web page, we have total 5 paragraph. We have total 6 paragraph. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now I want to print all the paragraph in a different pages. For that we can use a property. We can use a property called page break after. Let me show you how. So let's back to the Visual Studio Code, and here, and I want to break the pages by the paragraph. So as you can see, we have total 6 paragraph in my page. So I'm going to use the property called P. I'm going to target the paragraph, then inside the curly braces, here I'm going to use a value, a property called page break after, this one, and here I'm going to make it always. So after set this file and provide margin from the left side, and if I back to the browser, let me show you. Now if I try to print the page, let me show you. If I try to print the page, now you can see it divide and print our content in 6 different page, and also it provide margin at the left side. This is page number 1 for the first paragraph. This is page number 2 for the second paragraph. This is page number 3 for the third paragraph. This is page number 4 for the fourth paragraph, and this is page number 5 for the fifth paragraph, and this is for the last paragraph. So this is how we can separate our content for our print purpose. We can print our content in different pages using this property. And remember, for all of the side you can provide different margin value using margin property. Now I want to add different margin for different pages. I want to set different margin for page number 2, page number 3, and page number 4, page number 5 and 6. For that we can use a method. Till now, whatever design we apply, I want to say whatever margin we apply, it apply to all the pages. But now I want to style the pages differently. For that, it introduce 3 different pseudo class. First, left and right. And we can use this pseudo class only with the @page media. Now let's see how we can use it. You can notice the first page of a book always start from right side, and second page always stand to the left side, and third page right side. At the same way, fourth page left side and fifth page right side. And to style it differently, we have these 3 pseudo class. If you want to target all the right side pages such as this 1, 3 and 5 page, then you can use this pseudo class right. At the same way, if you want to target the left side pages, for that you can use the left pseudo class. And if you want to style, otherwise if you want to target the first page only, for that you can use this pseudo class first. So let's start the practical and see how we can use this 3 pseudo class. For now, I'm going to comment out all the lines, I don't need it. And now I want to style the first page of our print page, so I'm going to target the first page using, so at first we need to type media rule page, then colon. After colon we need to type we need to target the first one, first. Then inside the curly braces, here we can set margin for only the first page. So I'm going to set margin, and from all of the direction, otherwise from the left side, so I'm going to use margin left. From the left side I'm going to set margin 2 inch, sorry, not C. And then I'm going to save this file. After save this file, if I back to my browser, let me show you and try to print this page. As you can see, in our first page it provides 2-inch margin from the left side, but our other page looks normal. And now I want to style the right side and left side pages differently. For that, let's back to the Visual Studio Code, and I'm going to duplicate this section. Now after duplicate this line, at first in our first page I'm going to use margin property, only margin property. Margin from top I'm going to use 2-inch margin. From right side I'm going to use 3-inch margin, and top right from the bottom I'm going to use 2-inch margin A, and from the left side I'm going to use 3-inch margin, and I'm going to save this file. And for the right side page, here I'm going to use margin right value, margin right. From the right side I'm going to use 3-inch margin, and for the left side page, I'm going to use margin left value, margin left, and from the left side I'm going to use 3-inch margin again. And before I save this file, let's change the margin for the first page. I'm going to make it from the top, and from the right I'm going to make it 0, and from the left also I'm going to make it 0 to understand it properly. So after save this file, if I back to my browser and try to print the page, let me show you, print. This time you can see in our first page we use margin from the top and the bottom, and we don't have any margin for the left and right side. But you can notice for the second page, it's mean for the even page, here we use margin left, and for the odd page I use margin right. This is for right side page and this is for left side page, and you can clearly understand the margin. So this is how it's work. Now let's talk about another property of this media rule, which is size property. Now the question is, what is the usage of this property? When we try to print any web page, by default it take A4 size print page. This is the default size of print page, A4. Mostly printer we use for household work, we use A4 size paper. But maybe you don't need to use this much of white paper. You don't need this much of area for print. You need less width paper like this. Most of the time we use this kind of paper for billing purpose, something like that. And as you can notice, this paper width is less than A4 size. And to define this kind of paper size, you need this property called size. And here you need to pass the value. And this property comes with some predefined values such as landscape, portrait, auto, and length. As you know, this is the portrait view of paper. And if I rotate this paper, it's become landscape. So if you want to print this paper in landscape mode, then you need to define the size. You need to make it landscape. Without it, we have another value called auto. It's a user predefined value. Suppose user use a big printer machine and its paper size is huge. So according to the printer setting, it's going to adjust the page. And then come length value. It's a user defined. Here you can mention any type of paper size. Suppose you use a paper width 4 inch and length 8 inch. So using this value you can define any paper size. Also you can pass those value which is also available in market such as A4, A5, A3, B5, B4. You can use it with your personal printer. You can use this value with your personal printer. Suppose you want to use, instead of using A4, you want to use A5, then you need to mention the size such as A5, A3, B5. It's according to you. So let's start the practical and see how we can use this property. So let's jump into the Visual Studio Code Editor. So we are in my Visual Studio Code Editor. So at first I'm going to comment out all the lines. I don't need these lines. And also I'm going to comment out this page breaker. I don't need it. And here again I'm going to type page media rule @page. Then inside the curly braces I'm going to define the size. And first rule I'm going to use landscape. And I'm going to set this file. After set this file, if I back to my browser, let me show you. So we are in my browser. I try to print this page. Let me show you. And as you can see, this time it tried to print the page in landscape mode. Now you can notice it reduced the height of this page and increased the width of this page. Also you can use other sizes. You can use predefined sizes. Suppose I want to use A3 size. It is little larger than A4 size, A3, and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, if I try to print this page, let me show you, and this is our print files look like. Now you can see, now you can notice, in one page it complete our content because it is much larger than A4 size. And now you can notice this page is by default portrait mode, but in A3 size also you can apply landscape mode. Just you need to type landscape beside it. Let me show you. Landscape. And you need to save it again. And after set this file, let's back to the browser and try to print the page. Now you can see in A3 page size, we print this page in landscape mode. Now let's back to the Visual Studio Code again. And this time I'm going to define my own size. For that, I'm going to duplicate this section and comment out the previous lines. I don't need it. And here I'm going to use a value called length. And here I'm going to define my own size. I want 3 inch width and 8 inch height. And I'm going to save this file. Now, if I back to my browser, let me show you and try to print this page. This is how our page look like. This is how our print page look like. Its width is 3 inch and height is 8 inch. So that's the usage of size property. So I hope now it's clear for you how we can use this media rule @page. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again I am back with a new tutorial related CSS. And in this tutorial you are going to learn 3 new property about CSS. Break before, break after, break inside. These 3 properties are related with print media. Suppose we have total 2 pages and you want to print both the page. This is our first page and this is our second page. Now you can see we have heading and then have a paragraph. Also we have a subheading and a paragraph. But this paragraph end at second page. But now I want to print this subheading in a separate page. I don't want to print this subheading in that page because I want to specify the first page for the first heading. I want to start this heading from the second page. I want to print it in a second page. For that, we have total 2 property, which is break before and break after. If you want to print your subheading from the next page, in that case, you need to use break before. We need to use the break before property before the subheading. If I use break before, then our subheading, otherwise the heading, start from the second page. But if you want to print the subheading in that page, but if you want to print the paragraph content in the second page, in that case, you can use break after. If you use break after, then it's going to print the subheading, this text in that page, but it's going to print this paragraph to the next page. And one thing you need to remember, you can use both the properties with any other tags. It is not specified for the headings. You can use it with table or any other tag. Now let's talk about the value of this property. What kind of value we need to pass in break before and break after? Basically it comes with two values, page and avoid. If you provide page, then it's going to break the page. And if you don't want it, then you can pass avoid here. Avoid is the default value. And one thing you need to remember, these are not new property. It was known as page break before and page break after. Still this property is supported, but for that you need to use old browser. Now let's start the practical and see how we can use this two property. So I'm in my browser, and in this tutorial I'm going to use this page. As you can see, we have heading, then we have some subheadings and paragraphs. Also we have a table. Now if I try to print this page, print, now you can see, so this is our main heading and with paragraph, and at the same page you can see the subheadings. And now I want to print this subheading at the next page. In our first page I want to print only this much of content. I want to print all the headings in separate page. For that we need to use break before property. So let me show you how we can use it. So let's jump into the Visual Studio Code. So this is our code. For that I'm going to use style.css file. It is for print media. So we need to declare it for media print. Media, and this media is for only for print purpose. Print, and I'm going to set this file. So this external CSS style.css file only work for print purpose. We already learned about it in my previous tutorials. So I'm not going to explain it here how it's work. Now let's jump into the style.css file. Now at first we need to target the tag name. Which tag? This tag h3. So h3, and inside the curly braces, now I want to use break before property. Break before, and here I'm going to pass page value, page. So whenever it found h3 tag in my page, it's going to break the page. Now let's save the file and back to the browser. So if I open my browser, and this time if I try to print this page, let me show you, print. Now you can see it break the content. In our second page it print the subheading 1. In our third page it print subheading 2, and in our fourth page it print subheading 3. But now I want to use the same break after the heading tag. Yes, you can. For that you need to use break after. So let's back to the code and let's jump into the style.css file. Now I'm going to duplicate this line and comment out the previous line. And here I'm going to replace break before with break after. Now if I set this file, it's going to break the content after the h3 tag. Let me show you. So if I try to print this page, this time you can notice it's going to print subheading, the heading tag, and then it break the content. Then it print the paragraph in our second page. At the same way, in this page it prints subheading 2, but the paragraph content is print at the next page. So this is how we can use break after and break before property. Now you decide you want to break the content for after the subheading 2. Yes, you can target particular subheading. I want to say you can target particular h3 tag. For that you can use combinator selector. Also you can assign class. Let me show you. So this is our first h3 tag. So in our second h3 tag I'm going to assign a class demo, and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, let's back to the style.css file, and here I want to target. Now I want to target those h3 tag which have class demo, some type dot demo. Now if I save this file and back to the browser and try to print the page, print, now you can notice it break the page after subheading 2. So this is how we can use it. We can break it from anywhere in our page. Now let's talk about the third property, which is break inside. Suppose I want to print a page like this, and at last you can see we have a table. Also you can notice one entry in this table. But the problem is other entries are print in next page, something like that. But whenever I try to print this page, I want to print the table in a new page, something like that. For that, we can use our previous property such as break before. Otherwise, you can use the new property which is break inside. For that, in our table tag, we need to use this property break inside. And as you know, it comes with two values, avoid and page. But here, avoid and page, these two values do not do the same thing. Remember that. If we pass avoid this time, then it's going to print the table in a new page. But if we pass page value, then it's going to do the same thing. It's going to print the table into different page. So here, the main value is avoid. Avoid means I do not want to break this table from the inside. So let's do the practical. So I am in my Visual Studio Code and I'm going to comment out this line. And then this time I want to break our table. So I'm going to type table tag table, and inside the curly braces I'm going to use break inside property. Break inside avoid, and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, let's jump into the browser and try to print this page. If I try to print this page, now you can see it print our table to the next page. To make it more clear, I'm going to break our subheading 3. Let me show you. So I'm going to jump into the Visual Studio Code again. This time I'm going to break our subheading 3. So I'm going to assign the class. I'm going to assign this class in our subheading 3 section. And I'm going to set this file and going to jump into the style.css file, and I'm going to uncomment this line, break before. And I'm going to set this file. After set this file, if I'm going jump into the browser and try to print this page, now you can see the result. Here you can notice it's not going to break the table in a second page. So how much content we pass, it's not going to break the table. It's going to print the table in a single page. It's not going to break the table. If I remove subheading 3, let me show you. Suppose from the HTML code, I want to comment out subheading 3. And I'm going to save this file. After save this file, if I back to my browser and try to print this page, now you can see still the table is print in the second page. But what? If I use page value, so I duplicate this line and comment out previous one, and instead of using avoid, I'm going to use page. And I'm going to save this file. After set this file, if I back to my browser and try to print this page this time you can see it break the table. The first two rows print in our first page and the other rows print our second page. So this is how we can control our content where we need to print it. So I hope now it's clear for you what is the usage of break after, break before and break inside. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again I am back with a new tutorial related CSS, and today in this tutorial we are going to learn a new property about CSS, which is CSS inset. And before we start our journey, let me tell you something. This property is related to CSS position property. As I told you earlier, this position property came with total 4 values: relative, absolute, fixed and sticky. You can use one of the value at a single time. And whenever we use this value, we need to use 4 other values such as top, right, bottom, left to position the element. But the problem is we cannot use the 4 property at a single line. One by one, we need to use this property. To resolve the problem, CSS introduce inset. If we use inset, we can combine both the property together. And this property is come with another benefits. Whenever we use position property, then we don't need to assign width and height for this div element. So it's reduce the CSS coding. And it is also easy to modify. Now let me show you how we can use this inset property. Suppose we have a browser, and inside this browser we have a div element and we assign a position. It could be any position such as fixed, absolute, relative, whatever. and from the top right bottom left I want to position it, so I pass different values. In our previous method we need to use this property differently, but in our new method instead if we use inset property, then we can use both the value together. We can use all the value together. First we need to pass top value, then right, then bottom, and at last left value. Basically this formation work clockwise. Pretty similar with margin padding. And remember, it is not necessary to use this value in a pixel. You can use percentage unit also. Don't worry, I will show you all the things in our practical. And if you want to assign the same value from all of the direction, in that case you can type inset value, in our case 30 pixel. So it's going to assign 30 pixel from all of the direction. So let's start the practical and see how we can use this property. So as you can see side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using live server extension, and I already created an HTML document named index.html. So at first inside the body tag I'm going to create a div tag, div, and I'm going to assign an ID, and I'm going to assign an ID box. And inside this div element I'm going to type hello world. Then I'm going to take a paragraph. I'm going to take a dummy paragraph which is going to contain more than 2000 words. Lorem 2000. And I'm going to set this file. Then I'm going to start styling this div tag. So inside the head tag I'm going to take style tag. Style. Then inside the style tag, here I'm going to select the box div element. Hashtag box. Then inside the curly braces, I'm going to set background. And I want to change the background color. I'm going to make it orange red, otherwise orange. You can use any color. After that, I'm going to provide a position. I'm going to assign a position. I'm going to make it absolute. Next, I'm going to use the value. The value I want to use inset. For now, I'm going to pass only one value, which is 10%. And I'm going to save this file. After save this file, now you can see it take 10% of gap from each of the direction. According to its height, it take 10% at top and bottom. And according to the browser width, it take 10% at right and left. And if I make it full screen, then according to the browser window size, it's going to change the shape of this element. Let me show you. If I make it full screen, now this is how our div element look like, and this is where we place the div element. But if I assign inset value 0%, let me show you. So if I make it, instead of using 10%, if I make it 0%, now you can see after save the file, it cover whole the browser window. Now it remove gap from every side, from top, left, bottom, right. Now let me show you another example. This time from top and bottom I'm going to take 10% value, and from left and right I'm going to take 20%. And I'm going to save this file. After save this file, if I back to my browser, now you can see from top and bottom it take 10%, and from left and right it take 20%. And this is where we position our div element. And remember, we don't need to assign any width and height to this div element. This is the main benefit of using inset property. Now let's change the unit. Instead of using percentage value, I'm going to use pixel value. So I duplicate this line and comment out previous line, and this time I'm going to use percentage value. So from each of the direction I'm going to take 50 pixel, and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, if I back to my browser, this is how it's look like. Now after save this file, you can notice from every side it add 50 pixel gap. Now let's take 4 different value for 4 different side. For that, here I'm going to take 100 pixel from the top, and from the left I'm going to take 200 pixel. For the bottom I'm going to take 300 pixel, and for the right side I'm going to take 100 pixel, and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, if I back to my browser, this is how it's look like. From the top it take 100 pixel, from the right it take 200 pixel, from the bottom it take 300 pixel, and from the left side it take 100 pixel. So this is how we can position any div element. Also we can define any size to this div element. Now let me show you how can we assign auto value. So I jump into the Visual Studio Code and duplicate this section and comment out the previous line. Now instead of using for different value, we can use auto value. Suppose from top and bottom I am going to use 300 pixel, 300 pixel, and from left and right I'm going to use auto value, auto, and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, if I back to my browser, let me show you. Now you can see from top and bottom it take 300 pixel, but for left and right it take auto value. I want to say now it assign the exact content size from the left and right, and inside it we have the text. So this div element occupy this amount of space from left and right. And if I increase the size inside this element, let me show you. So instead of using hello world, I'm going to add more word. So I'm going to type lorem. I'm going to add 20 more new word, and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, if I back to my browser, let me show you. So after add this much of content, it increase the width of this div element, because now from the left and right we have auto value. Also you can take 4 different type of units for different type of site. Let me show you. So from the top we use 300 pixel, from the left side we use auto, from the bottom side I'm going to use 20%, and from the left here I'm going to use 200 pixel. After save this file, if I back to my browser, you can notice the result. At the top here we assign 300, for the left we assign auto value, for the bottom we assign 20%, and for the left we assign 200 pixel. So this is how we can use combination of different units. Now let me show you another example, and this is the last example for this tutorial. So I'm going to comment out this div element. Also I'm going to comment out this section. I don't need that for now. So inside this body tag, here I'm going to create total 2 div element. So type div, and here I'm going to assign an ID. ID, this div element is for outer div element. So type outer, and inside this outer div element I'm going to take a paragraph, and here I'm going to assign lorem more than 200 word. This is our outer div element, and I'm going to style. Now I'm going to style this outer div element. So here I'm going to target hashtag outer. Then inside the curly braces, first I'm going to assign a background. And here I'm going to assign light green background. I think I don't need this paragraph for this example, so I'm going to remove this paragraph because otherwise it's going to mess up with everything. So I don't need anything. So this is our outer div background color, light green. Then I'm going to assign width and height. Width, I'm going to assign 300 pixel, and height also 300 pixel, and I'm going to save this file. Then inside this outer div element, I'm going to create another div element which is inner. So I'm type div inner, and first I'm going to make outer div position relative. Now I'm going to style the inner div element, hashtag inner. Then inside the curly braces, I'm going to assign background. First I'm going to assign the orange red background, orange red, this color. After that I'm going to define the position. I'm going to make it absolute, and as you know if we use parent div element position relative and child div element position absolute, then our child div cannot go out of this outer div element box. Now it's moved inside this outer div element, and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, if I back to my browser, now you cannot see the inner div element because in our inner div element we don't have any content. So I'm going to assign little content to it. So I'm going to type P, and here I'm going to add 20 word of paragraph. So I'm going to type lorem 20, and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, if I back to my browser, this is how it's look like. Now according to the content size of this inner div element, it occupy the area. Now I'm going to apply the insert property. So here I'm going to type insert, and at first from all of the direction I'm going to take 10% of gap, and as you know it's going to apply all of the direction. So after save this file, if I back to my browser, this is how it's look like. It take 10% gap from all of the direction, and for the remaining part it assign this width and height. Now from top and bottom we use 10%, and for left and right here I'm going to use 0%. After save this file, you can see the result. From the top and bottom we have 10% gap, and for the left and right we do not use any gap. That's why it touched the edge of the outer div element. Basically I want to say now our insert will work according to this outer div element, not to this browser size. So it's work according to the parent div element. This is what I want to show you. So I hope now the concept is clear for you how we can use insert property. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for the next part of this video. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again I am back with another tutorial related CSS, and today in this tutorial we are going to learn CSS hyphen and hyphenate characters. Now let's talk about hyphens property. This property control whether the browser is allowed to automatically break word at hyphenation point when text overflows. This property is pretty similar to overflows, but it is not. And if I talk about its value, let me show you. It's come with total 3 values: none, manual, and auto. Nones mean no hyphenation. Word will only break at spaces or allow line breaks. Manual, hyphenation only occur where you explicit add soft hyphens. As you can notice, here we need to use a special character. It is represent soft hyphen. This special character indicates where a word can be broken to prevent awkward line break, but we use it only when it necessary. Unlike regular hyphen, the soft hyphen is invisible by default, and it is only displayed if the word needed to wrap to the next line in a browser. Don't worry, we will talk about it later. Now, at last we have auto value. Auto. Browser automatically hyphenate words according to the language. So, language attribute is important for this property. So, without talking too much, let's start the practical and see how we can use it and where we need to use it. So, as you can see side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using Lifesaver extension, and I already created an HTML document named index.html. Now you can notice in our body tag we have a paragraph, and here we set the language English because language is important for hyphenation. Now in this paragraph we have a big long word with multiple characters, and after save this file, now in our style section, here we define width and border to this paragraph. So after save this file, as you can see, the word doesn't break. It overflows from this container. In our previous example, to prevent this kind of problem, we use overflow property. Otherwise, text wrap, word wrap, other properties. But I'm going to introduce you to a new property, hyphen. Now the first value I'm going to use auto. So here I'm going to type hyphens auto. And as I told you earlier, if you use this value, you need to define the language. And here we define the language English. Now, if I save this file, Here you can see the result. With the auto value, the browser inserts soft breaks with hyphen where needed. So it automatically adds the hyphens where needed. So this is the usage of auto value. Now let me show you another value, which is manual. So I duplicate this line and comment out the previous line. And instead of using auto, I am going to use manual. And if I save this file, nothing going to happen because we need to use the special characters. In manual, the browser will not try to hyphenate automatically. Instead, you must insert soft hyphens inside your text at the point where you allow a break. Let me show you how. Here you can see a word demonstration. And now I am going to use a soft hyphen between in the middle of this word. So after demos, I am going to use a soft hyphen character. So I separate these two words. Now if I save this file, you can see nothing here because if the word fit on the line, it will be shown as demonstration. It's not going to break the word. It's going to break it if needed to break. So if I use the same soft hyphen at that position, let me show you. In this gibberish word, let me show you. So I'm going to paste the same soft hyphen and save this file. Now you can see the soft hyphen break the word because now it's needed. That's why it break the word. Now the question is why we use manual. We can go with auto also because if you want full control over hyphenation, then you can use it. It is useful for technical, medical or brand items where automatic breaks could look wrong. Now let's talk about hyphenate characters. The hyphenate character property lets you customize the character used for hyphenation instead of the default. So in default we use the dash sign, but instead of dash sign you can use star sign, you can use arrow sign, whatever. Otherwise you can use Unicodes also. So let me show you the demonstration what I am talking about. Now I don't want this dashed hyphen at that position. I want a Unicode such as arrow, which is going to refer to the next line. So here I'm going to use the property hyphenate characters. Hyphenate characters, and here I'm going to use this next line arrow icon, this one. And I'm going to save this file. After save this file, you can notice the result. Now it replaced the default dashed icon with this sign. Instead of this, you can use anything. So if I duplicate this line and comment out this line, here I want to use star sign, such as this one. And save this file, you can see the result. Also, you can use dots. So whatever character you want to use, otherwise word you want to use, you can use it. So if I save this file, you can see the result. So this is the usage of hyphenate characters and hyphens. So I hope now it's clear for you. Thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial.
Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again, I'm back with a new property related CSS. And today in this property, we are going to learn CSS object viewbox property. This property is pretty similar with clippath property, but there is a minor difference between them. The object viewbox property in a CSS is a new experimental feature that allows you to crop and position the visible portion of a replaced element, such as an image, video, frame, object, etc. Similar to how the viewbox attribute works in SVG. Suppose this is an image and now I want to crop this amount of area from this image. For that you can use that property. Also you can use clippath, but if you use clippath then you face little problem. I will show you that later. And to use the property you need to define the position of this box. First you need to define the top position, then you need to define the right, then bottom, then left position. So without talking too much, let's start the practical and see what is the usage of this property. So as you can see, side by side I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using live server extension, and I already created an HTML document named index.html. And inside our body tag we have an image and a paragraph. Now let me show you our previous method to crop image, which is clippath. So inside this style tag, here I am going to select the image img image tag, and inside the curly braces I am going to use property called clip path, this one, and here I am going to use insert function, insert. First I am going to show you the difference between clip path and our new property object view box. At first I am going to provide the top value 15%, and from the right I am going to pass 20%, and from the bottom here I am going to use 15% again, and from the left side I am going to use 20%, otherwise more than that 50%, 40%, 40%, and I am going to save this file. After save this file, this is how our cropped image look like. But there is a problem. It is not a problem, but it is a drawback. You can see a space between this cropped image and the text. Now we need to fill this area. If we use clip path, it's not going to do that by default. Now I want to put our cropped image at the exact position. I want to fill this gap. I don't want this gap, I just want the cropped image. For that, if we replace this, so if we replace the clip path function with the new function, let me show you. If we replace it with object view box, let me show you, and then save this file, you can see the result. You can see the exact cropped image, exact area of the cropped image at that position. But now we are able to use the unfilled space. Now you can put the text at the bottom, at the left side, at the right side, and wherever we want. Also you can change the value according to your needs. Suppose if you want to reduce the left value, if I make it 20%, then save this file, you can see the result. Not only that, if you want to assign width and height to this image, yes, you can. Suppose here I'm going to define width I'm going to define with 300 pixel, 300 px. And I want same amount of height for this image also. So I'm going to use aspect ratio property. Aspect ratio I'm going to pass 1, and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, you can see the result. But as you can see, here you can notice the exact image, but it squeezed the image. It deformed the original image. At the same way, if I make it 200 pixel, 200, and then save this file, again it squeezed the image. So we can use it according to our needs. So I want to make it 300. Basically, it distorts the image a little bit. To resolve this kind of problem, we are going to use another property called object fit. Object fit cover. And if I save this file, you can see the result. We already used this property earlier in this tutorial, so I'm not going to explain it here. So I hope now it's clear for you what is the usage of object view box property and what is the difference between clip path and object view box property. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial.
Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again I am back with a new tutorial, and today in this tutorial we are going to learn about advanced CSS technique such as CSS nesting. To understand the nesting, let's see an example. Here you can notice we have total 3 different type of selector. First we select the UL tag which is inside the nav tag, then we select the li tag which is inside the nav tag, and then we select the anchor tag which is inside the nav tag. But there is a one common thing in these 3 selector, which is nav. Now I don't want to repeat this nav tag multiple times. To resolve the problem, CSS introduce nesting. Let me show you an example of that. At first you need to use the curly braces, then inside this curly braces I am going to select the first selector UL, and which is inside the nav tag. So I type %UL. Then we select the li, %li. Then we select the anchor, $anchor tag. Here $% represent the UL tag is the child tag of nav tag. At the same way, we can select the li tag and the anchor tag. Now it reduces the code and also it organizes the code. We don't need to repeat this nav tag multiple times. Also, it is very easy to maintain because we can get all the code in the same block. Now let me show you how can we use nesting with advanced selector. Let me show you another example. So this is the another example. At first we style the nav tag, then I style the UL tag which is inside the nav tag, and then I style the li tag which is inside the ul and inside the nav tag, and then I style the anchor tag which is inside the li tag and ul tag also inside the nav tag. Now you can notice some tags are repeat multiple times, such as nav tag repeat 4 times, ul tag repeat 3 times, li tag repeat 2 times. Now we can reduce it with the help of nesting. And to reduce the code with the help of nesting, we are going to type something like that. First, we are going to take the nav tag, then inside the nav tag, we are going to style the nav tag. Then, we are going to select the ul tag with the help of ampersand sign, which is inside the nav tag. Then again we style the ul tag. Then inside the ul tag, we are going to target the li tag. And at the same way, we are going to target the anchor tag, which is inside the li tag. And we style these tags. So this is how nesting can reduce our code. Now it's built a hierarchy of code and it's very easy to maintain. Also, I'm going to tell you some important thing with that. Here you can notice we use all the tag name for the selectors such as nav, ul, li, anchor, etc. But it could be classes also. It could be a class, parent class, child class, subchild class, etc. In that case, you can remove the ampersand sign if you use classes, otherwise IDs. Let me show you an example what I am talking about. As you can see, we have a parent class, then we have a child class. And here we apply color to the child class, which is inside this parent class. Now we have total two different ways to apply nesting on it. Our first way is we can use ampersand sign and we follow this method. And in our second way, we can remove the ampersand sign. Still it's going to work for us because as I told you earlier, if we use classes, then we can remove the ampersand sign. Not only class, also this method is work for IDs. Now let's start the practical and see how we can apply nesting. So as you can see side by side, I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using LiveServer extension, and I already created an HTML document named index.html. Now you can see in our body tag here we create a UL tag, and inside this UL tag we have multiple list items li, and in this li tag we have anchor tag link 1, link 2, link 3 and link 4. Now I'm going to style this element with the help of nesting. So at first we need to target this UL tag with the help of its ID name. So I'm going to type hashtag menu. Then inside the curly braces, then I'm going to target the li tag which is inside the menu. For that I am going to use ampersand sign and space li. It's mean all the li tag inside the menu. Then inside the curly braces, I'm going to style the elements. So at first I'm going to assign background color to our properties. Some type background color, background, and I want to apply pink color, pink. And I'm going to set this file. After set this file, you can see the result. It applied background color to all the li tags. Now I want to style all the anchor tags which is inside the li tag. For that, inside it, again I'm going to use ampersand sign. Ampersand, I'm going to target the anchor tags A. Then inside the curly braces, first I'm going to remove the underline. So I'll type text decoration property. Text decoration, I'm going to make it none. Also I'm going to assign a text color to our link. So I'm going to type color property, color, and I'm going to apply red color, red. And I'm going to save this file. After set this file, this is how it is look like. Now you can see all the anchor tags are in red color. Also it removed the underline. Now I want to apply hover effect in our anchor tags. So whenever I hover on it, I want to change the color of this font. For that, we are going to create the hover effect inside this anchor tag. Let me show you how. So here I'm going to type ampersand sign, ampersand hover, and I'm going to change their color when I hover on it. Yes, you can use pseudo classes and selector with nesting. Now we don't need to take the anchor tag again to create the hover. Just we need to use the ampersand sign. Now after save this file, if I hover my cursor on this link, you can see it's changed the color when I hover on it. Now it turned the link into blue color. So this is how nesting works. So this is the first example of nesting. At the next tutorial, I am going to give you multiple examples of nesting. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for the next tutorial. Good to see you back, guys. This is the another tutorial related CSS, and today in this tutorial we are going to learn a new property, which is initial letter. Now let's see what is the usage of initial letter. But before, I'm going to take a paragraph inside my body tag, p tag. Then inside this paragraph I'm going to take lorem, and I'm going to use 200 character of dummy text, and I'm going to save this one and back to the section. Now let's jump into the style section. So inside this style tag, first I'm going to take body tag, body. Then inside the curly braces, I'm going to assign padding from all of the direction, padding 20 pixel from all of the directions, and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, this is how it's look like. Now from all of the direction, I add padding, 20 pixel padding. I add this padding because we are going to focusing on the first letter. Yes, this one is used for basically the first letter, this property. Not only the first letter, you can use it for any other one, but specifically it is used for the first letter. To select the first letter, we are going to use a pseudo class, pseudo element selector. Let me show you. So to type from paragraph, I want to target : first letter, this one. Then inside the curly braces, I'm going to add a color to this letter. Color, I'm going to apply red. Next, I'm going to define font size. Font size, let's apply 50 pixel, and I'm going to save this one. After save this one, this is how it's look like. Now our first letter becomes so big, and also you can notice a gap between the first line and the second line. But I don't want to show the character like that. I want to start the L character from the bottom, not the top. I don't want this gap. You may have seen this kind of styling in various books. And to do that, we have a property called initial letter. Initial letter, and we need to pass total two value. First, we need to define the font size. Now, I'm going to comment out this line and save this file again. And I'm going to assign font size 3 and line height also 3. And I'm going to save this file. After save this file, you can see the result. Now, using this property, we can define the font size. Also, we can define the height, the line height, from where I want to start. Here I mentioned 3. It means it's going to start from the third line. If I mention it 4, let me show you. Then save this file. Now it starts from the fourth line. And if you want to increase the font size, just you need to increase the font value. If I make it 5 and then save this file, this is how it's look like. Now our character take total 5 line of height, and you can notice that at the top we have a space left for one line. So if I make it 5 by 5, it's going to occupy the 5 line. Now if you want to start the letter from the 10th line, yes you can, just you need to pass the value 10. Now it's going to start the L character from the 10th line, and it expand up to total 5 line. So if I increase the line height, if I make it 6 and then save this file, now it occupy total 6 line. So this is how we can increase the font size using this property. Also we can position it from where we want to start the character. Now for this example, I'm going to make it 5 by 5 and save this file again. Now you can notice our paragraph line nearly attached to this character. So you can provide some gap using margin property. So if I provide margin right, and if I pass 10 pixel of gap, 10 pixel, and then save this file. So after save this file, you can see the result. Now we have total 10 pixel margin between the paragraph and the letter, and it's look pretty good. Now you can decorate it according to your needs. You can add background, you can add padding, whatever. So if I try to add background color, otherwise background, here I'm going to assign background black, otherwise dark gray. Dark gray. Then set this file, you can see the result. Also, if I provide little padding, if I make it 5 pixel padding and if I add 5 pixel padding, this is how it's look like. Now let's change the background color, and I'm going to remove, also I'm going to remove padding. No, otherwise I'm going to reduce the padding. I'm going to make it 2 pixel padding, and I'm going to change the font color into white. And background color, I'm going to do the opposite thing. I'm going to make it red, and I'm going to save this file. Now this is how it's look like. So I hope now it's clear for you what can we do with this property, initial letter. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial.
Hello guys, welcome back. In this tutorial, I'm going to introduce you what is Sass, why we need to use Sass, and how can we use Sass. Our first question is, what is Sass? Sass stands for Syntactically Awesome Style Sheets. It is basically a CSS extension. We will do the same work in the Sass file as we do in the CSS file. Otherwise, we can call it CSS preprocessor. Nowadays, it is very necessary that you should have knowledge of any CSS preprocessor. So, there are two famous CSS preprocessors, Sass and Less. And as compared Less, Sass is more popular because Sass comes with more advanced feature than Less. And if you complete this course, I want to say if you learn Sass, then automatically you can understand Less. Just you need to face little syntax difference, nothing else. Now the question is, as I told you earlier, it is work like CSS. Then why Sass is more popular than CSS? Because there is some reasons. Let me show you. First of all, it is very easy to manage. When we work with CSS, it creates very lengthy files. Sometimes it's very difficult to manage lengthy files. But if we talk about Sass, it is very easy to manage. The next reason that made it more popular, it increased our coding speed as compared normal CSS. But it is effective with when you work with big projects, not the small projects. It is not very handy with small projects. Suppose you want to create a 5-page website, in that case, it's not very handy. But if you work with complex and multi-page website, then it is very handy. And the last thing that made it more popular, which is cross-browser compatibility. When you use CSS, some features are not supported in old browser. Sometimes it creates some big issue. But there is no issue with Sass. For its inbuilt feature, it's work with any old browser. Suppose if you work with Internet Explorer 7, otherwise if you work with latest version of Chrome browser, then you cannot see any difference in the output. It is work in the same way as it work in the latest version. Now let's see how we can use Sass file in our HTML file. The strange thing is we cannot use Sass file in HTML. Yes, it's true. We cannot use Sass file directly in HTML. Even browser cannot understand Sass code. Browser can only understand CSS files, not the Sass file. So when we need to create a Sass file, we need a compiler, Sass compiler. It compiles the Sass file and convert into CSS file. So you need to index CSS file on your HTML document, not the Sass file. But you need to type your code in the Sass file, not the CSS file. Then you compile the Sass code and convert into CSS file. Now the question is, what is Sass compiler? In the next video, we will know what is Sass compiler. Now let's talk about the features of Sass. And we are going to cover these features in our upcoming tutorials. Our first feature is variables. We can store value in variables as like programming language. Our second feature is nesting. Using nesting, we can assign a class into the another class. Otherwise, we can use a class into another ID. So this is the use case of nesting. Our next feature is partial and imports. We can create small Sass file and we can import it as like modules. Our fourth feature is mixins. Using mixins, you can reuse your code multiple times. Our fifth feature is extends. Suppose you type some code in a class, but you want to reuse these codes in another class. In that case, you can use extends. Our next feature is operators. Operator means arithmetic operators. If you need to execute any calculation, in that case, you can use these features like addition, multiplication, division, etc. Our next feature is functions. Our Sass come with some inbuilt functions and you can use these functions. And also you can create your own functions like programming language. Then our second last feature is conditional directives. If you want to execute some conditional based work like if-else condition, then you can use this feature. And our last feature is loops. I know you are already familiar with JavaScript and other programming languages. Then I don't need to explain what is loops and what is the use case of loops. You can use any kind of loop like for loop, do while loop, etc. These are all available in Sass. Now let's talk about Sass syntax. Basically, Sass came with two types of syntax, SCSS syntax and SASS syntax. These are basically extensions, SCSS, SASS. Basically, they look same, but there is a minor difference. Suppose we have a CSS syntax. And as you can see, we take total 3 different type of selectors, nav-ul, nav-li and nav-anchor. As you can see, first we need to type nav-ul CSS values. Then we need to type nav-li CSS value. At last, we need to type nav-anchor CSS values. But if we need to use the same code in SCSS syntax, in that case, we need to type like this. We need to select nav element one time. Then inside the curly braces, we need to type all the syntax, ul, li and a. Basically, we call this system nesting. We are going to learn more about it in our upcoming tutorials. But if you type the same syntax in Sass code, then you need to type like this. You don't need to use any curly braces and any semicolons. You don't need to use any semicolon after a property. It's pretty similar with Python programming language. But for this tutorial, I'm going to use SCSS syntax, this one. Otherwise, it may confuse you. Now, let's talk about what kind of knowledge you need to start Sass. For Sass, you should have basic knowledge of HTML and you should have good knowledge of CSS. As I told you earlier, ultimately, Sass file compile into a CSS file. So, you should have knowledge of proper CSS syntax. And if I talk about code editor, you can use any code editor. For this tutorial, I'm going to use VS Code. You can use any code editor. So this is it for this tutorial. In the next tutorial, I'm going to talk about what is Sass compiler and which compiler we are going to use for this tutorial. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. In this tutorial, we are going to learn what is Sass compiler and how can we download the Sass compiler, which can help to compile our Sass file into a CSS file. As you can see in my browser, I opened Sass official website, sass-lang.com. As you can see, it provides some basic introduction of Sass. If you have time, then you can read it. Next, here you can see an option named install. Just click on it. Then it's redirect to this page. If you scroll down a little bit, here you can see 2 different methods. Here you can see a compiler list. And here you can see another method that you can install your Sass using npm. So for this tutorial, I'm not going to use any node package. I would like to go with compiler. And I'm going to use a different compiler, not this ones. And our compiler name is Koala. As you can see, these are most of paid compilers. That's why I'm going to use a free compiler, which is Koala. Just you need to search Koala Sass compiler in your browser. And then you need to click on this link, koala-app.com. And this is the official website of this compiler. As you can see, Koala is a GUI application for Lass, Sass, Compass and CoffeeScript. We use it for compilation purpose for these languages. And you know that these are all preprocessor languages. So basically, using this application, we can compile all of these languages. So at first, we need to download this application. For download, you need to click on this green button, download. And as you can see, our download is already started. And next, you need to open your download folder. And here you can see the setup of this application, Koala setup. And now I'm going to install this application in my computer. Installation process is very simple. Just you need to double click on it. After that, you need to click on next. And then you can choose your directory where you want to install it. And this is the default location. Just click on next. As you can see, I already installed this application. So I don't want to install it again. But you need to complete your installation process. It can take 2 or 3 minutes to complete the installation process. And after complete the installation process, it opens automatically. So for now, I'm going to cancel it. So after complete the installation process, you need to click on the koala icon to open it. Just you need to double click on it. As you can see, first time it's totally empty. And from this point, you can add any Sass file or a less file. So at first, I'm going to jump into my editor and create a Sass file. As you can see, there is a folder named demo, and inside this demo folder, there is another folder named CSS, and inside this CSS folder, I'm going to create a Sass file. So let's create a new file inside this folder. Style.scss. Otherwise, also you can use SCSS syntax. But as I told you earlier, for this tutorial, I'm going to use SCSS syntax. And also you can see the Sass icon in this place. Now, let's add some Sass code in this document. I already copied some Sass code and I'm going to paste it here. This code is for demo purpose, so you don't need to understand it. From the next video, I'm going to talk about it. So as you can see, we create our Sass file successfully. Now, we need to create a CSS file in the same folder with the same name. So I'm going to create a CSS file in this folder, style.css. That's it. And we need to keep this file empty. We don't need to type any CSS code in this file. We need to leave it blank. And now we need to open our Koala software. So I'm going to open our Koala software. So as you can see, side by side, I open my Koala software and my current working directory. And here you can see two different files, a Sass file and a CSS file. And now we need to move this CSS folder in this application. Just I'm going to drag this folder and place it here. This is it. And here you can see it automatically pick all the CSS file and the Sass files. And now I'm going back to our code editor and I'm going to make some changes in our Sass file. Here you can see in my editor, I open my Sass file. With that, I also open my CSS file. If I show you my CSS file, as you can see, now it's totally empty. And now I'm going back to the Sass file and I'm going to save this file. Control S. So if I save this file and show you my CSS file, here you can see the proper CSS code. So this Koala application compile the Sass code and convert into a CSS code. Here you can see with nav tag, it select UL tag also. But in our Sass file, inside the nav tag, we use UL tag. As you can see in our Sass file, we use nav keyword one time. But if I show you my CSS file, here you can see it use nav tag 3 times. With UL tag, with li tag, with anchor tag. Now, let's make some changes in our Sass file and see what happened. So here, I want to increase UL padding, 20 pixel. So I'm going to type 20 pixel. If I save this file and show you my CSS file, here you can see our changes are properly reflected in CSS file. Just you need to remember, you don't need to change anything in your CSS file. The best option is close your CSS file and then just work with only Sass file. I hope now it's clear for you how Sass compilers are worked. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. In this tutorial, we are going to learn Sass variables. But at first, let's try to understand what is variables and why we should use variables. Here you can see we create a selector of body tag. And inside this selector, we set background color red and font family Arial. With that, I'm going to take two other selector, H1 selector and span selector. Now, if you notice, you can see there is a common theme. They are colors. Color red. For body, I use red background color. And for H1 tag, I use red font color. And also I use the same color for span tag. So as you can see, red is the common color. Suppose we have used the same color in 10 places. And now we need to change the color. Then we have to go 10 places to change the color. And it's take lot of time. For that, Sass introduce variables. In variables, we take name for a value. In our case, color, red. And our variable name is primary dash color. And you should remember, before the variable name, you need to use $sign. At first, we need to take a name of variable, then we need to store value in this variable. And next, we need to replace the color name with this variable name. The main benefit using variable is, when we need to change the primary color, suppose I want to change the primary color red to blue, then just we need to make changes in the variables, not the all selectors. We don't need to type blue color name all the places. Just you need to make changes in variable. This feature is also introduced in CSS, but the old browsers do not support the CSS feature. But Sass could. So without wasting your time, let's start the practical and see how variables are work in Sass. Here you can see, side by side I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser. And already you can see I create a basic web page layout. Here you can see the header, a menu bar, a sidebar, and also you can see the content part and a footer. If you notice, you can see there is a common color in this web page, header and footer. And if I hover these links, you can see the same color background of this anchor tag. And also if I hover my sidebar items, you can see the same color, brown color. Not only that, if I select all the content, you can see the same background color behind the content. And now I'm going to show you how can we use variables. So as you can see, our primary color is brown. So we need to find the brown color. Here you can see the color name, brown. We use this color in anchor hover, header section, footer section, and lot of place. And now I want to replace this color value with the variable name. For that, we need to create a variable. So here I'm going to create a variable. So at first, we need to use $sign, dollar, and our variable name is main color. Main dash color. And I'm going to use brown color. And now I'm going to replace the color names with the variable name, main color. So at first, I'm going to replace top bar anchor hover selector, color or variable name. And also I'm going to replace it in header selector, main color. And then in our menu list item. Next, I want to replace it in our content section. And also I'm going to replace it in our sidebar. And next I'm going to replace it in our footer section. So it's done. So if I save this file and reload my browser, here you can see there is no changes. You can see the same header color, same footer color, and if I hover my cursor in my menu links, you can see the background color is also brown. So we successfully replace our color value with a variable. Now, I want to change the main color of this website, brown to blue. So when I hover my cursor, in menu items, I want blue background color. Basically, I want to say I want to change the main color, brown to blue. So I'm going to type blue here. If I save this file and reload my browser, you can see the result. You can see the blue color in header section, footer section, menu section, and sidebar section also. Now we don't need to change the color multiple times because now we use variable. Now you can put any color for one time and it's going to reflect it all the pages. This is the benefit of using variables. Just you need to use variable name as a value. Now if I show you my CSS file, here you can see there is no variables. Just you can see the color names, background blue. It's not only work with colors. You can put any type of value in variable. Suppose I want to change the font style all over the web page. In that case, we can use variable. So I'm going to create another variable. And our variable name is main font, $main dash font, colon. For now, I'm going to use Arial. And now I'm going to replace all the font value with this variable. So I'm going to replace Arial font with this variable. main font. And also we need to replace in header selector, main font. At last, I'm going to replace it in our content header, main font. If I save this file and reload my browser, as you can see, there is no changes. It's worked perfectly. You can see it print Arial font all over the web page. Now, if we need to change the font family, then we don't need to change it multiple times. Now, let's change the font family all over the web page, and I'm going to use Vardhana font. If I save this file and reload my browser, you can see the font style. As you can see, it replaced Arial font with Vardhana font. So now it's clear for you what is the use case of variable in Sass. It not only saves our time, it's also enhances our productivity. We can change thousands of places by changing one place. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, welcome back. Once again, I am back with a new tutorial related Sass. And in this tutorial, we are going to learn Sass nesting. Here you can see three different selectors. As you can see in our first selector, I use nav tag with ul tag. And in our second selector, I use nav tag with li tag. And in our last selector, we use nav tag with anchor tag. And what is the common thing among these three? Which is nav tag. So as you can see, if we use CSS syntax, then we need to use nav tag 3 times. But if we type the same code in Sass, then we need to type like this. And we call this method nesting. Here you can see, at first we start nav tag. Then inside the curly braces, we style all these selectors. ul selector, li selector, anchor selector. So if we use nesting, then we don't need to type nav keyword 3 times. And inside the curly braces, we need to select all other selectors, which is related to nav tag. But when we save this Sass file, it's going to return this kind of CSS code. So it's going to reduce some line of code, but it's going to return the same result. So finally, without wasting your time, let's start the practical and see how it's worked. So here you can see side by side I open my Visual Studio Code Editor and my browser. And I already create a basic web layout. And in my Visual Studio Code Editor, you can see I open total 3 files. Our HTML document, our Sass file, and our CSS file. And you know, I used this layout in our previous tutorial. You can see the variables which I create in our previous tutorial. But in this tutorial, we are going to learn how can we use nesting. But at first, we need to find the position that where we can use nesting. So I'm going to scroll down a little bit. Here you can see top bar selector. And as you can see, after top bar selector, we use top bar with ul, li, anchor tag, and hover. So this is the right place to use nesting method. So at first, I'm going to copy the ul CSS. Copy. And then I'm going to paste it inside the top bar selector. Because top bar is the common tag for all of them. Now, this selector is not necessary, so I'm going to remove it. And next you can see inside the ul tag there is li tag. As you can see, I already used the ul tag inside the top bar section. So now I'm going to copy only the li selector from this position to this position. Copy. And I'm going to paste it inside the ul tag. So at first our top bar selector, and inside the top bar selector I put ul selector, and then inside the ul selector I put li selector. Now I don't need this CSS selector, so I'm going to remove it. And now you can see inside the top bar selector we have anchor tag. So now I'm going to copy the anchor tag selector only. And I'm going to paste it outside the ul tag. So I'm going to remove this code. I don't need this now. And now you can see a hover selector. It's a anchor hover selector, not the top bar hover selector. So I'm going to copy this hover selector and I'm going to use it inside the anchor tag in that position. And I'm going to remove this one. And now I want to tell you a new thing. As you can see, inside the anchor tag, we create anchor hover tag. So it is not necessary to use anchor tag again. So we can remove anchor tag. So here we can use &, something like that. It's mean we use this hover effect with the parent tag. So it's going to create the hover tag of his parent tag. So if I save this file and refresh my browser, here you can see there is no changes. It's work as it is. So we call this method nesting. Similarly, we are going to follow the same process for header section. So I'm going to copy the h1 tag and I'm going to paste it inside the header tag. And I'm going to remove this one. And also I'm going to follow the same process for menu section. So at first I'm going to copy the UL part of this menu and paste it inside the menu section. And I'm going to remove old one. And then I'm going to copy the LI part of this menu and I'm going to paste it inside the menu section. And then I'm going to remove this one. Our next selector is anchor selector, which is inside the LI selector. So I'm going to copy the anchor tag and I'm going to paste it inside the LI tag. And then I'm going to remove this one. And our next selector is anchor hover tag. So I'm going to copy this selector. So as you can see, it's the anchor hover tag, so we need to paste it inside the anchor tag. And then we need to remove the A tag and we can use & here. So for now, this one is useless, so I want to remove it. So basically, it's create our CSS code very manageable. If I save this file and reload my browser, as you can see, there is no changes. And now we don't need to use this menu selector multiple times. And next, I'm going to follow the nesting process for our content section. So at first, I'm going to copy the H2 selector. And then I'm going to paste it inside the content section. And I'm going to remove this one. And next, you can see a pseudo selector named selection. And you can see we use this selection all of the content section. So I'm going to copy only the pseudo selector. And I'm going to paste it inside the content section, not the H2 section. And then I'm going to remove it. And as you know, for pseudo selector, we need to use & sign. So I'm going to type & here. If I save this file and reload my browser, you can see there is no changes. I hope now it's clear for you what is nesting and how we can use nesting. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again, I am back with a new tutorial related Sass. And in this tutorial, we are going to learn what is partial and imports. So at first, let's focus on partial. Partial means parts. I want to say parts of Sass file. Suppose we have a Sass file and our file name is main.sass file and this is our main file. And as you know, if we create a website, our website divided by header, content, sidebar and footer. And sometimes we need to create different designs for different pages. But the problem is when we type all the code in a single file, it creates our file very heavy and messy. We need to scroll up and down our page multiple times. So to solve this kind of problem, we part our layout. For header, we create header file. For content, we create a different file. For sidebar and for footer. And if we work with variables, also we create another file for variables. So basically, it's organize our code and reduce the clumsiness. Suppose we complete the header section style, then we don't need to open it again. We can open the specify part where we need to change. So this is the concept of partial. Now talk about imports. After creating the different parts, we need to import these parts in our main file. And for that, we need to use a special keyword, import. @import, we need to type the file name, header. One important thing you need to remember. You need to create the same extension file. I want to say Sass file, not CSS file. You cannot import CSS file in the main file. Obviously, you need to create Sass file. And another thing you need to remember, when you create your separate file, you need to use underscore before. I want to say underscore header.scss. Our underscore sign recognize this is not the main file. So our Sass compiler successfully identify this is a partial file. And we need to include it in our main file. That's why we don't need a separate CSS file for partial files. And if you use SCSS syntax, then for your partial file also you need to use SCSS syntax. So without wasting your time, let's start the practical and see how we can use partial and imports. As you can see, I already opened my Koala application and I open our CSS folder in this application. With that, I also open Visual Studio Code Editor. As you can see, this is our main Sass file, style.scss. And now I'm going to divide this file with parts. At first, I'm going to start with these variables. I want to create a separate Sass file for our variables. So at first, I'm going to create a new file in our CSS folder. And our file name is variables. And as I told you earlier, to create a partial file, we need to use underscore sign, underscore variables, dot our extension SCSS. And then I'm going to press enter. As you can see, it's created our file. And then I'm going to cut my variables from this file. And I'm going to paste it inside the variable file. And I'm going to remove it from our main file. So at first, I'm going to save this file. Then we need to include this file in our style file. For that, first we need to type @sign. And then we need to type import. Import, inside the double quotes, we need to type the file name. But we don't need to use underscore sign. Just we need to type variables. You don't need to mention file extension. Our compiler is smart enough to understand the file extension. And then you need to use semicolon to end this line. And next, I'm going to create a new file for our header section. So I'm going to type underscore header dot SCSS. And then I'm going to press enter. As you can see, it created a new file. And now I want to separate our header section. For that, I'm going to select from the top bar. From top bar section, I want to copy our header, also the menu. And I'm going to cut and I'm going to paste it inside the header file. That's it. So for our header part, we select top bar, header section, also the menu section. And then we need to import the file in our main file, which is style.scss. So I'm going to type @import. Then inside the double quotes, we need to type the file name, which is header. Then semicolon to end this line. Now for our content section, I'm going to create another file. So inside the CSS folder, I'm going to create underscore content dot SCSS. And then I'm going to press enter. As you can see, it created a new file. Then I back to my style.scss file and I'm going to cut this content part. And I'm going to paste it inside the content.scss file. And I'm going to save this file also. In the similar way, we need to import this file in our main file. So I'm going to duplicate this line and here I'm going to type content. And next, we need to create a file for our sidebar section. So I'm going to create a new file in our CSS folder. Underscore sidebar dot SCSS. So as you can see, we create a new file for our sidebar. And then we need to cut the sidebar section from the style.css file. So I'm going to cut the sidebar section from this file. And I'm going to paste it inside the sidebar file. And then I'm going to save this file. And now we need to import this file in our style file. So I'm going to duplicate this line. And here I'm going to type sidebar. And at last, I'm going to create a new file for our footer section. So inside the CSS folder, once again, I'm going to create a new file. Underscore footer dot SCSS. And in this file, I want to style our footer part. So I'm going to cut this part and paste it inside the footer section. And then I'm going to save this file. And also I'm going to back to our main file, style.sass file. And now we need to import the footer section in our main file. So I'm going to duplicate this line, and here I'm going to type footer. And I'm going to save this file. And at last, you can see the media query section. We use it for responsive purpose. And if you want to separate this part, yes, you can. So let's create another file for media query section. So inside this CSS folder, I'm going to create another folder. I'm going to create a file _media dot SCSS, and then I'm going to press enter. And then I'm going to cut the media query section, and I'm going to paste it inside this media file, and I'm going to save this one. And as you know, we need to import this file in our main file. So I'm going to duplicate this line, and here I'm going to type our file name, which is media. And I'm going to press Ctrl S to save this file. So using partial technique, we successfully separate our web layout. We separate our header section, content section, sidebar section, footer section, also the media queries and the variables. So it's reduce clumsiness of our website. If I open my HTML file, let me show you. As you can see, this is our HTML layout. Let's reload the file. As you can see, there is no changes. It's look as it is. Now, suppose you want to change the header and footer background color. In that case, you need to open variables file. And from here, you can change your main color. I want some green color, something like that. If I save this file and then back to the browser and reload my browser, here you can see the result. It changed our main color. And if I show you my CSS file, let me show you style.css. Here you can see it follows the sequence of our import files. At first top bar, then come header, then come content, and then come sidebar, at last footer, and then our media query. And after media query, as you can see, our body selector and our wrapper selector. And if I show you the style.sass file, you can follow the sequence. First our variables, header, content, sidebar, footer, media query, and as you can see, our body section and our wrapper section. So I hope now it's clear for you what is partial and imports. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. In this tutorial, we are going to learn a new feature related Sass. In this tutorial, we are going to learn mixins. It's a very useful feature. Suppose we have two different classes, class 1 and class 2. And as you can see, I use border radius property both of the classes. For class 1, I use 5 pixel border radius, and for class 2, I use 10 pixel border radius. So you can see I use similar property both the classes. Their property is same, but their value is different. For our old Chrome browser, we use border radius with WebKit, and for our old Mozilla browsers, we use border radius with Moz. So it's a simple CSS method. But the problem is, if we need to use the similar properties 10 times, then what? Then we need to type 30 lines of code. So to solve this kind of problem, Sass introduced mixins. Mixins basically work as like functions. If you had knowledge of JavaScript, then you already familiar with functions. Let me clear this concept. I'm going to show you an example. If you want to create mixin in Sass, at first you need to type @mixins, and then you need to take mixin name. You can take any name, in our case BD radius. Just you need to remember, do not provide any space in this name, and then you need to take round braces, and it's completely optional. If you want to take any parameter, then you need to pass the variable name. As you can see, in our case, value. And then we need to use this 3 property inside this mixin. And also you can pass the parameter with this property. So in this way, we can create our mixin function. Now the question is, how we can use this mixin function in our CSS code. Let me show you. For that, I'm going to use class 1. And if I want to use this mixin, we need to type @include, then our mixin's name, border radius. And inside the parenthesis, we need to pass the border radius value as like function. So when I call this mixin function, then we need to pass a value as a parameter. And then we can use this parameter as a value. Value for 3 different property. So without wasting your time, let's start the practical and try to understand how we can use mixins. So as you can see, side by side I open my Visual Studio Code Editor and my browser, and I already create a new HTML document. And here you can see in my browser, we already create 3 different div for this example. And also we set 3 different ID for this 3 div. For our first div, we set first. For our second, we set second. And for our last div, we set third. And also I link our CSS file with this document. So let's jump into our Sass file and try to explore how mixin works. So at first, I want to set border radius all of this 3 div. For that, I'm going to use mixin method. So let's create a mixin. @mixin. Then after mixin keyword, we need to take the mixin name, and our mixin name is bd-radius. And then we need to use parentheses for our parameters. It is pretty similar with JavaScript function. And then inside the curly braces, I'm going to set our first property, and our first property name is -webkit-border radius. And for now, I'm going to set border radius 5 pixel. And I'm going to duplicate this line 2 times. At first, I use prefix for our old Chrome browser, and then I'm going to use prefix for Mozilla browser. So I'm going to type Moz here. And at last, I'm going to use the exact property, border radius. Now, our mixin is ready to use. And remember, we do not use any parameter in this mixin function, because for now, I do not want to pass any value as a parameter. So at first, I'm going to use this mixin function in our first div. For that, first we need to type include keyword, @include. After include keyword, we need to type the mixin name, and our mixin name is bd-radius. Then parentheses, and semicolon to end this line. Remember, if you want to call this mixin function, always you need to use @include keyword. Now, if I save this file and reload my browser, you can see the result. You can see the border radius in our first div. And now, I'm going to call the same mixin function in our second and third div. If I save this file and reload my browser, you can see the same result, all of these 3 divs. And now I want 3 different border radius for these 3 div. And now I want 3 different border radius for these 3 divs. Suppose for our first div, I want 5 pixel border radius. For our second div, I want 10 pixel border radius. And for our third div, I want 15 pixel border radius. In that case, we need to use parameter in our mixin function. So we need to set a variable name as a parameter. For that, we need to use $sign. Dollar, and our variable name is value. And then I'm going to copy this value, and I'm going to use it as a property value. Something like that. And now we need to pass the value when we call the mixin function. So for our first div, I'm going to set 5 pixel. Similarly, for our second div, I want to use 10 pixel border radius. 10 pixel. And for our last div, I want to use 15 pixel border radius. If I save this file and reload my browser, you can see the result. So as you can see, we successfully set 3 different border radius for this 3 div. So this is the use case of mixin function in Sass. I hope now it's clear for you. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. This is another tutorial related Sass. And in this tutorial, you are going to learn a very useful feature, which is extend. Suppose we have a class named class1. And as you can see, we use total 4 property in this class: color, font size, padding, and line height. With that, we have another class. And our class name is class2. As you can see, in our class 1, we use red color. And in our class 2, we use orange color. Here you can see, without color property, every property and their value are same. Their font size, their padding, and their line height. Everything is same. Now, suppose we have another class, class 3. Similarly, without color, every properties are same. Their font size, their padding, and their line height. So, we repeat their property and their value 2 times. I want to say, we need to type 6 extra line for that. So to handle this kind of situation, Sass introduced a new method, which is extend. So when we need to work with Sass file, at first we need to create class 1 as it is. But when we create our class 2, at first we need to override the color property because I do not want to repeat this red color for this div. That's why I override this color. And next you need to use the extend keyword @extend. And I want to extend this class with class 1 property. That's why I type class 1. You can extend with class ID whatever you want. Similarly, for our third class, just we need to override the color green, and then we need to follow the similar process. @extend our class 1. It's mean I want to use class 1 property in class 3. So without wasting your time, let's start the practical and try to understand how we can use extend method. As you can see, side by side I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using Live Server extension. And I also open our Koala application. As you can see, we have total 3 different div with their different background color and their different size. And for this 3 div, we use 3 different ID, first, second and third. And this is our CSS file, style.css. If I show you my CSS file, here you can see, for our first div, our background color is gray and width is 300 pixel. Similarly, for our second div, we use background color orange and width 400 pixel. And for our third div, we use background color red and width 600 pixel. Without these 2 property, every property and their value is same. You can notice it. Padding 15 pixel, border radius 10 pixel, font family Arial, font size 20 pixel. If we follow this regular method, then we need to type 8 extra line. So to resolve this kind of problem, Sass introduced extend. So let's back to the Sass file. We do not going to change anything in our first div, but in our second div, I'm going to use extend method. Let me show you. At first, I'm going to delete this 4 line. Padding, border radius and font family and font size. Then I'm going to use the keyword @extend. And now I want to extend this second ID with first ID. So here we need to type #first, then semicolon to end this line. If I save this file, here you can see there is no changes. It's worked perfectly. And next I'm going to follow the similar process for our third div. So I'm going to remove these properties. And I'm going to extend @extend. And I want to extend our third div with our first div. #first, then semicolon to end this line. If I save this file, you can see there is no changes in our browser. So we successfully extend our first ID. But if I show you my CSS file, let me show you. Here you can see it create a combination of ID selector, first, second and third. And also you can see 2 different IDs, second and third. It is just used for override the background color and div width, 400 pixel, 600 pixel, background red and background orange. So as you can see, it's very useful. If you notice, you can see it's pretty similar with mixins. But there is a difference between mixins and extend. So what is the difference? The first difference is we can pass a value as a parameter in mixins, but we cannot pass a value as a parameter in extend. And the second difference is we can use combine selector in extend, but inside the mixins we cannot use combine selector. And now I'm going to show you the another method, how we can use extend. So you already know the process how we can use the extend. At first we need to create a class, and then using this class we can extend this class with other class. And you know the process. Suppose now you decide you don't want to show class 1 in your CSS file, but you want to use their property in class 2 and class 3. In that case, you need to use %sign before the class name. Now the class 1 is reusable, similar to mixins. And we call this method placeholder. Now the placeholder do not going to reflect in your CSS file. And if you want to extend your property with this placeholder, then you need to use @extend, %sign and the class name. Just you need to remember placeholder and extend work together. So let me show you the actual demonstration. So once again I am back to my Visual Studio Code editor. So at first I am going to create a placeholder. So I am going to remove this hashtag. And then I'm going to use %sign. Now we transform our first ID into a placeholder. and I'm going to use this placeholder in our second div. And if you want to use placeholder with extend, then you need to use %sign. Now our second div extend with this placeholder. Also, I want to extend our third div with this placeholder. So I'm going to use %sign here. I do not save this file. If I save this file, first it's going to destroy these div properties because we transform our first ID into a placeholder. And as I told you earlier, our placeholder do not going to reflect in our CSS file. So if I save this file, you can see the result. First, it destroy our first div, but it maintained the previous property for second div and third div. And if I show you my CSS file, here you can see the result. Here you can see there is no selector named ID first. You can see only two selector, ID second and ID third. First it create a combination using second ID and third ID, and then it create second ID selector and third ID selector to override background color and width. So using placeholder, we can create a reusable code and we can use it multiple times. So I hope now it's clear for you what is extend and placeholder. In the next tutorial, we are going to learn Sass operators. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. This is another tutorial related to Sass. And in this tutorial, we are going to learn Sass operators. Here you can see we have total 5 different operators. Our first operator name is equality operator. Then come relational operator, numeric operator, string operator and boolean operator. And in this tutorial, we are going to learn equality operator, relational operator and boolean operator. But at first, let's try to understand what is the meaning of operators. At first, I'm going to talk about equality operator and relational operator. As you can see in our equality operator, we have two types of operator, double equal to operator and not equal to operator. In our equal to operator, we need to use equal sign 2 times. But in our not equal to operator, first we need to use exclamation sign, then we need to use equal sign. It means not equal. Using equal to operator, we can compare values. Suppose our first value is 5. 5 equal to 5. Then it's going to return true because both the value are same. Similarly, if we use not equal to sign, also it's going to return true or false value according to the comparison. So this is the use case of equality operator. We are going to learn more about it in our practicals. On the other hand, we have relational operators. And it's come with 4 different operators. Less than operator, greater than operator, less than equal to operator, greater than equal to operator. So all of this equality operator and relational operator use with if condition. And in Sass, we call it if function. In our upcoming tutorials, we are going to learn about it. So in this tutorial, we are going to learn how can we use conditions with that. So without wasting your time, let's start the practical. Here you can see I already put my CSS folder in this Sass Koala compiler. And also you can see I open our Sass file and our CSS file side by side. And here you can see a class selector, class 1. And now I'm going to start this practical with equality operator. Let me show you. So at first I'm going to take a CSS property which is padding. Padding 10 pixel equal to 10 pixel. Here I'm going to compare two values. If I save this file, here you can see in our CSS file, it's written padding true. Here we match 10 pixel equal with 10 pixel. And when I save this file, it's written true. Yes, the condition is true. But we do not use this operator like that. If you're familiar with JavaScript, then you know that. If you know JavaScript, then you're already familiar with if condition. And we are going to learn about it in our upcoming tutorials. And here I just tell you how can we use comparison operators. Here you can see we compare 10 pixel with 10 pixel. But if I change the value 10 pixel to 10 em. If I save this file, now you can see it's written padding false. Because 10 pixel value and 10 em value is not same. Similarly, if I compare with 10 pixel with 15 pixel, let me show you. I'll save this file, it's also written false. Because 15 pixel is greater than 10 pixel. But if I use not equal to operator, let me show you. And then save this file. In that case, it's written true. Because our condition is true. 10 pixel is not equal to 15 pixel. As you can see, here we compare our value with numeric value. but also we can use string value. Let me show you. So here I'm going to type font name Arial, and I'm going to compare with, so I'm going to use equal to sign with Arial. If I save this file, here you can see it's written true because both the fonts are same. But if I use Roboto font, let me show you, and save this file, now it's written false. Not only string value, we can compare complex value also. Let me show you. So inside the round braces, I'm going to type 4 pixel, 6 pixel, and 2 pixel, and I'm going to copy this line, and I'm going to paste it here. If I save this file, as you can see, it's written true because both the value is true. But if I change one value, 7 pixel, and then save this file, now you can see it's written false. But if I use not equal to sign and then save this file, now it's written true because both the conditions are not similar. That's why it's written true. So this is our equality operators. And now I'm going to show you what is relational operators. Basically, relational operator work with numeric values. We cannot use it with string value. For that, let me show you an example. So I'm going to remove this one, and here I'm going to type 50 greater than 4. I want to say, is number 50 greater than 4? If I save this file, as you can see, it's written true. But if I pass 60 here, and then save this file, as you can see, it's written false. Because in our previous condition, 50 is greater than 4. But in this condition, 50 is not greater than 60. That's why our condition written false. Not only that, we can use this value with unit. Let me show you. 50 pixel and 60 pixel. If I save this file, you can see it's written false. But if I pass 40 pixel here and then save this file, now you can see it's written true. Not only that, you can compare with different unit. Let me show you. Suppose I want to compare with 1000 millisecond greater than equal to 1 second. If I save this file, here you can see it's written true. As you can see, their unit is different, ms and s, but their value is same. That's why it's written true. And here I use greater than equal to relational operator. Using this operator, we can compare if 1000 ms is greater than 1s, in that case it's going to return true. Otherwise, if 1000 ms equal with 1s, in that case it's going to return true. But if I pass 2 seconds here and then save this file, as you can see, it's written false. Because 1000 millisecond is not greater than 2 seconds. So here you can see we can compare two different unit value with same category. We can compare millisecond with hour, minute, microsecond, etc. But if I try to compare ms with pixel, let me show you 1000 ms greater than 2 pixel, and then if I save this file, now you can see it's written error. Because their category is different, we cannot compare time with area. That's why we need to use the same category. Now let's talk about the Boolean operators and how we can use it. In Sass, we have total 3 types of Boolean operator: and, or, not. And it's always written true or false result. And we can use all this Boolean operator with multiple conditions. I want to say, if you want to check more than one condition, you can use these operators. We use AND operator if both the conditions are true, then written true, else it's written false. Not only 2 conditions, you can add more condition with this operator. Let me show you the example. Suppose this is condition 1 and I use AND operator, and this is condition 2. In our condition 1, 5 pixel equal to 5 pixel. It means the condition is true. And in our second condition, Arial font equal to Arial font. Here we compare to numeric value, and here we compare to string value. As you can see, both the conditions are true. In that case, it's going to return true result. And if any of condition do not return true, in that case, it's going to return false. Next, let's talk about OR Boolean operator. If one of the condition is true, then it's written true, otherwise it's written false. Suppose we have two conditions, condition 1 and condition 2. In our condition 1, I compare 5 pixel with 15 pixel. And in our condition 2, we compare Arial font with Arial font. In that case, you know one of the condition is true, Arial font equal with Arial font. Because one of the condition is true, that's why it's written true. And if both the condition written fails, in that case it's going to return fails. And our last operator is not operator. It's always written opposite value. If the answer is true, it's going to return false answer. And if the answer was false, it's going to return true answer. Basically, it's written opposite answer. So, without wasting your time, let's start the practical and see how it's worked. So, as you can see, once again I am back to my Visual Studio code editor. And now I'm going to use a condition with Boolean operator. At first, I'm going to use this condition, 1000 milliseconds greater than equal to 1 second. It means it's going to return true result. As you can see, it's written true. With that, I'm going to use AND operator. And 5 pixel equal to 5 pixel. If I save this file, as you can see, it's written true. Because both the conditions are true. But if I false one condition, so I want to change 5 pixel equal to 6 pixel and then set this file. Now it's written false. Now both the condition is not true. Our first condition is true, but our second condition is fails. That's why it's written fails. Because we used AND operator. But if I used OR operator, then what? So now I'm going to use OR operator. OR. If I save this file, it's going to return true. Because as you know, if one of the condition is true, then it's going to return true. And if both the condition is fails, let me show you. So I'm going to change 2 seconds and then save this file. As you can see, it's written fails. And if both the condition is true in OR operator, in that case, once again, and 5 pixel, and then save this file, as you can see, it's written true. So, in OR operator, if both the condition or one of the condition is true, in that case, it's going to return true. And now I'm going to show you the last Boolean operator, which is not operable, and how we can use it. So at first, I'm going to duplicate this line, and I'm going to comment out our previous one. So here, I'm going to use not operator. So I'm going to remove this condition, and first, I'm going to type not. As you know, not operator always return opposite result. So 5 pixel equal to 5 pixel. As you know, the condition is true. If I save this file, here you can see it's written false. Because it's written always opposite result. But if the condition is fails, and if I use not equal to operator, 5 pixel not equal to 5 pixel, and set this file, now it's written true. Because the condition is fails, that's why it's written true. It's always written opposite result. I hope now it's clear for you what is Boolean operators. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our upcoming tutorials.
Hello guys, good to see you back.
This is the another tutorial related Sass operator. And in this tutorial, we are going to learn Sass numeric operator and Sass string operator. As I told you in my previous tutorial, we have total 5 different operators in Sass. Equality operator, relational operator, numeric operator, string operator, and Boolean operator. And we already covered equality operator, relational operator, and Boolean operator in our previous tutorial. And in this tutorial, we are going to cover numeric operator and string operator. So let's get started. At first, I'm going to talk about string operator. String operator means concatenation operator. And we define this operator using plus sign. We use this operator to add a string with another string. Using this operator, we can join two different strings. Not only that, we can join numeric value with string value. Not only that, using this operator, we can join numeric value with string value. If you are familiar with JavaScript, you already know that. Let me show you an example. Here you can see 50 plus px. Here we want to join a string value with a numeric value. As a result, it returns 50 pixel. On the other hand, we have numeric operators: addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, modulus, otherwise we call it remainder. We use this operator for arithmetic calculations. So let's start the practical and try to understand how we can use it. As you can see, I already opened my Sass compiler software, Koala. And also you can see in my Visual Studio Code Editor, side by side, I opened my Sass file and my CSS file. So at first, I'm going to show you how we can use string operators. So for that, I'm going to create two variables, $var, colon, and I'm going to take 50 as value. Then I'm going to duplicate this line, and this is var2. And here I'm going to take 5. So this is variable 1 and this is variable 2. So now I'm going to style a class dot class 1. Then inside the curly braces, I'm going to take any CSS property. Suppose margin. For value, I'm going to use variable 1, var1. var1. Next, I'm going to use concatenation sign. After concatenation sign, I'm going to pass px. Here you can see our var1 return numeric value, and I want to concatenate var1 with string value px. So if I save this file, as you can see, it's written margin 50 pixel. So here we join two different type of value using string operator, and we call this method concatenation. With that, I'm going to show you how can we use numeric operators. So with var1, I want to add var2, $var2. After var2, once again I'm going to use concatenate sign. Now this sign between var1 and var2, it is not a concatenation sign. This is addition sign. But this sign going to act as a concatenation sign. So if I save this file, here you can see our margin is 55 pixel. So as you know, using addition operator we can add two values. But now I'm going to use subtraction operator, minus. If I save this file, now you can see our new margin is 45 pixel. It's reduced 5 pixel from 50 pixel. That's why it's written 45 pixel. This is the use case of subtraction operator, and in that way we can use it. Similarly, we can use multiplication sign. If I save this file, you can see the result, 250 pixel. And if I use division sign and then save this file, now you can see the answer is 10 pixel. And now I'm going to use our last operator, which is modulus. Let me show you how. If we use modulus sign, then it will give you the remainder after division. If I save this file, as you can see there is no remainder, that's why it returned 0 pixel. But if I change the var1 value 54 and then save this file, now you can see the remainder is 4. So this is the use case of modulus operator. So basically we do not use this numeric operator in that way. We use it when we create complex designs. Let me show you. So for this example, I'm going to take a new property, which is font size. Font size, and I'm going to use var1. Concatenate with pixel. If I save this file, you can see the result. Class 1 font size is 54 pixel. But for our heading 1 tag, I want font size 2 times then class 1. Let me show you. Font size $var1 multiply with 2 concatenate pixel. If I save this file, you can see the result. Now our heading 1 font size is 108 pixel because I want to show 2 times font size then class 1 then class 1. That's why I use multiplication operator. So in our class 1 it returned 54 pixel and in our heading 1 it's returned 108 pixel. So in that way we use variables and numeric operator together. And most of the time we use it with if condition otherwise loops. And we are going to learn about it in our upcoming tutorials. So this is it for this tutorial. In the next tutorial we are going to learn a new concept related string, which is interpolation. So stay tuned for our next tutorial. Thanks for watching this video. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again I am back with a new tutorial related Sass. And in this tutorial we are going to learn interpolation, Sass interpolation. In our previous tutorial we learned string operators. With that we learned string concatenation operators. Using string concatenation, we can add string value with numeric value. As you can see the result. Here you can see it. As you can see here, 50 concatenate with pixel, and as a result it returned 50 pixel. But the problem is we cannot use concatenate sign in CSS properties. we can only use it in CSS values. Also, we cannot use concatenation sign in CSS selector. Let me show you an example. Here you can see I take a property named margin hyphen concatenation sign, and I call a variable named position. You can put any value here, left, top, right. I want to say, suppose margin top 20 pixel, but we cannot use concatenation sign in that place. Let me show you another example with selector. Suppose there is a class named image hyphen concatenate with image name, but we cannot use concatenation sign in our selector or properties. We can use concatenation only in our values. But for this kind of concatenation, Sass introduced interpolation. If you want to concatenate with properties, otherwise classes, in that case, we need to use interpolation method. And we need to use this sign, hashtag and curly braces. Inside the curly braces, we need to put the variable name. And then we can concatenate our properties and classes. Let me show you the example. If you want to concatenate these properties and the class, in that case, then we need to type like this, margin hyphen hashtag. Inside the curly braces, we need to pass the variable name, position. This is for property. Similarly, for a class, we need to follow the same method. After hashtag, we need to use curly braces, and then inside the curly braces, we need to pass the variable name. So without wasting your time, let's start the practical and see how we can use it. As you can see, I already opened my Koala application. And in my Visual Studio Code editor, side by side, I open Sass file and our CSS file. So let's start the practical and see how we can use interpolation. So at first, I'm going to declare a mixin, @mixin. And our mixin name is margin. And inside this parenthesis, I want to pass two parameters. Our first variable name is position. And our second variable name is unit. And also, I'm going to call the mixin in our class. Let me show you. So I'm going to select a class, dot class 1. Inside the curly braces, I'm going to include the mixin, @include, and our mixin name is margin. At first, I'm going to pass position value. Our position is left. After position, we need to pass the unit. And here I'm going to pass 20, and then semicolon to end this line. Now, inside this mixin, I'm going to take our CSS property, which is margin. Margin hyphen, here I'm going to use the interpolation method, hashtag curly braces. Now I want to concatenate margin with another variable, and here I'm going to pass position variable, position. As you can see, in our position variable, we pass left value, and then after column, for value, I'm going to use unit variable, $unit. And I want to concatenate with pixel value, px, then semicolon to end this line. So if I save this file, as you can see, in my CSS file, it's print margin left 20 pixel. So now we can change the position just typing the name. Suppose I'm going to pass top, and here I'm going to pass 40. If I save this file, now you can see margin top 40 pixel. So here you can see we use a mixin called margin, and inside this mixin, we use interpolation method, and we pass value from this mixin, and we concatenate with CSS property, and also we concatenate string with unit. So this is the use case of interpolation. In this example, we use interpolation with CSS property, and now I'm going to use interpolation with CSS selector. For that, I'm going to create another mixin, @mixin, and our mixin name is setImage, set-img. Then inside the curly braces, and inside this parenthesis, I want to pass one parameter, and our parameter name is $name. Now inside the curly braces, I want to concatenate our selector, .image dash hashtag. Inside the curly braces, I'm going to call the image name. So here we use interpolation to concatenate our selector. Then inside the curly braces, I'm going to use a CSS property, which is background image. And I'm going to use URL value for the background image. URL, inside the parenthesis, inside the double quotes, we need to pass the file location. And our file location is image / our image name. Also, here we can use interpolation method to take image name. Let me show you. Hashtag, inside the curly braces, I'm going to pass the variable, which is name. After image name, we need to pass the image extension, and our extension is JPG. And now we need to call this mixin, and we need to pass the image name. To call the mixin, we need to type @include. Then we need to pass the mixin name, set image, and also we need to pass the image name. Suppose our image name is cloud, and then semicolon 2 in this line. If I save this file, as you can see, first it creates a CSS selector, image-cloud, and then it creates the image name, cloud.jpg. So using interpolation, we can concatenate CSS selector, and also we can use it as an image name. Because we cannot use plus sign to concatenate CSS selector and CSS properties. That's why Sass introduced CSS interpolation. I hope now it's clear for you. Thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again I'm back with a new tutorial related Sass. In this tutorial, we are going to learn Sass functions. If you are already familiar with JavaScript, then you know what is function. So let me show you how we can create functions in Sass. To create a function in Sass, first you need to take a keyword, @function, then your function name. Remember, do not provide any space between the name. You can use dash, otherwise underscore sign, but do not provide any space. Then inside the parenthesis, you can take one parameter, multiple parameter, otherwise no parameter. It is up to you. For this example, I took one parameter, means one variable, and our variable name is value. And then you need to use curly braces. If you remember, function and mixins are pretty similar, but there is a difference. Basically, function can return a value. It can return arithmetic calculations, but mixin doesn't. But mixins always print what was already written in mixin. But functions return values, and we can use this value in our upcoming codes. Suppose I create a class named 1/3, and inside this selector, as you can see, I use a property named width, and we call our function and we pass a value 1200. Then our function going to divide this value with 3 and return 400, and then it concatenate the number with pixel, and in our CSS it pass with 400 pixel. Let me show you a scenario that can clear your doubts. Suppose we have a parent container and its width is 1200 pixel, and now I want to divide this width into 3 parts. In that case, every cell take 400 pixels. For that, we can create a function which can divide our container into 3 parts. If we change the width of this container, it automatically divide our container into 3 parts. Similarly, if we want to divide this container into a 2 part, in that case, we need to create a function which can divide our value into a 2 part. Suppose in future you want to change the outer div width, something 1500 pixel. In that case, our function going to divide the container with equal size, 500 pixel, 500 pixel and 500 pixel. So this is the use case of function. So we don't need to type the cells width manually. We are going to calculate it using the help of function. So let's start the practical and see how we can use it. So once again, I am back to my Visual Studio Code editor. Side by side, I open style.sass file and style.css file. At first, I'm going to set a container width. For that, I'm going to take a variable. And our variable name is con-width, and for our container width, I'm going to take 1000. For now, I'm not going to take any unit like pixel, em, etc. And now, I'm going to create a function which is going to divide my container width into 3 parts. So, to create a function, I'm going to type @function. And our function name is 1/3, 1-3rd. Then inside the parenthesis, user going to pass a parameter. For this parameter, I'm going to take a variable, $width. Then inside the curly braces, whatever user going to pass, I want to divide it into 3 parts. So for that, I'm going to use return keyword, @return. Then $width divided by 3. Because I want to equally divide the container width into 3 parts. And then I'm going to use concatenate side plus px. This is for unit. Because as a result, I want to return pixel unit. So we successfully create our function, and our function name is 1/3. And now I want to call this function. To call the function, we need to style a class. And our class name is 1/3 width. Then inside the curly braces, I'm going to call a property, and our property name is width. Width. Now I'm going to call our function, and our function name is 1/3. 1/3. Then inside this parenthesis, I'm going to pass this variable. Before I save this file, let me change the container width. I'm going to replace 1000 with 1200. If I save this file, as you can see, our 1/3 container width is 400 pixel. So in future, if I change the container width 1200 pixel to 500 pixel and then save this file, here you can see it's always written the 1/3 of this container width, which is 500 pixel. So this is the use case of function. Similarly, if you want to divide your container width into two parts, in that case, you need to create another function. So I'm going to duplicate this function and I'm going to change the function name. And our function name is half. But this time we need to divide the container width into two parts. So I'm going to divide with 2. And also I'm going to create a selector for that. Let me show you. Our selector class name is half width. Half dash width. Inside the curly braces, I'm going to call the width property. And as a value, I'm going to call our new function. And our new function name is half. And inside the parenthesis, here I'm going to pass our container width variable. Container width. And also I'm going to change the container width 1500 pixel to 1200 pixel. If I save this file, you can see the result. Here you can see our half function divide our container into two parts and return 600 pixel for one part. And our 1/3 function divide our container into three parts and each of the part took 400 pixel. So now it's clear for you how we can use functions for arithmetic calculations. So in the next tutorial, we are going to learn Sass inbuilt functions. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. This is the another tutorial related Sass. And in this tutorial, we are going to learn Sass number functions. Here you can see Sass come with total 6 inbuilt function. Numbers function, string function, color function, list function, selector function, and last one is introspection. And in this tutorial, we are going to learn only number functions. So let's see how many number function we have in Sass. As you can see, we have total 11 number function in Sass. And we are going to cover all of these in this tutorial. So let's start the practical with AVS function. Basically, AVS function return absolute value. Let's start the practical. As you can see, I already opened my Visual Studio Code editor and side by side I open style.sass file and style.css file. So at first I'm going to create a class .class1. Then inside the curly braces, at first I'm going to take a CSS property and I'm going to use padding property. Padding. So our first function is AVS, means absolute function. So here I'm going to type ABS. This function always return absolute value. If I pass a negative value, let me show you, minus 14 pixel. If I set this file, as you can see, it's written absolute value 14 pixel. It's removed the negative value and return 14 pixel. And if I remove the minus sign and then set this file, as you can see, it's always written absolute value. Now let's talk about our next function, which is cell. But before, I'm going to duplicate this line and comment out previous one. Here I'm going to use cell function, CEIL. Then inside the round braces, I'm going to pass a floating value. Let me show you. 5.3. What happened if I set this file? Let me show you. If I set this file, as you can see, it's written padding 6. If we use cell function, every time it return above value. If I use 5.9 and set this file, also it return 6. But if I use 5.1 and set this file, also it returns 6. It's always written above value. But if I pass 5.0 and then set this file, now it's written only 5. If we pass float value in cell function, it's always written above value. Similarly, we have opposite function. For that, I'm going to duplicate this line and comment out previous one. And here I'm going to type float function, FLOOR. Then inside the round braces, I'm going to pass 4.7. This function always written below value. If I set this file, as you can see, it's written only 4. Without 0, whatever value we use after dot is going to return only 4. If I pass 9 here, it's also return 4. Let's jump into our next function, which is a round function. So I'm going to duplicate this line and comment out previous one. And here I'm going to type round function. Round. If I save this file, as you can see, it's returned 5. This function is combination of ceil function and float function. After decimal, if the value is bigger than 4, then it's always return the above value. But after decimal, if the value is lower than 5, then it's going to return below value. Let me show you. If I pass 4.4 here and then save this file, as you can see, now it's returned only 4. But if I pass 4.5 and then save this file, now you can see it's returned 5. So this is the use case of round function. So I hope now it's clear for you how ceil, float and round function work. Our next function is max function. So I want to duplicate this line and comment out previous one. And here I'm going to call max function. This function always return the maximum value. Suppose if we have 3 value, let me show you 1 pixel, 3 pixel and 5 pixel. If I save this file, as you can see, it's returned 5 pixel. It's always return the maximum value from the list. At the same way, we have opposite function, which is min function. So I'm going to duplicate this line and comment out previous one, and here I'm going to call our min function. If I save this file, as you can see, it's written the lowest value from this list. It's always written lowest value. Basically, we do not use this function like that. When we need to work with complex arithmetic calculation, then we use this function. Now, let's talk about our next function, which is percentage. So I'm going to duplicate this line and comment out previous one. And here I'm going to type percentage. This function always return the percentage value. If I pass 0.3 and save this file, as you can see, it's written 30%. Also, if we work with arithmetic calculation, let me show you 200 pixel divided by 50 pixel. If I save this file, as you can see, it's written 400%. This function always return percentage. Our next function is comparable. For that, I'm going to duplicate this line and comment out previous one. And here, I'm going to type comparable. Using this function, we can compare two units. If the units are matched, then it's written true, otherwise it's written false. Let me show you the demonstration. So here I'm going to pass 2 pixel, comma, and our next value is 4 pixel. If I save this file, as you can see, it's written true, because their units are same, pixel and pixel. But if I pass em unit and then save this file, em and save this file, as you can see, now it's written false, because their unit is different. That's why we could not compare it. But if I pass centimeter value here, cm, and if I pass mm unit and then save this file, as you can see, now it's written true, because we can compare centimeter with millimeter. That's why it's written true. Let's talk about our next function, which is random. So I'm going to duplicate this line and comment out previous one. So here I'm going to type random. This function always return a random value. If I save this file, as you can see, it's written a random value. If I save this file once again, you can see it's written a different random value. By default, random function return value between 0 to 1. That's why it's written float value. But if I pass a number, something 12, and then save this file, now it's written a number between 0 to 12. It could be any number between 0 to 12. And in our case, it's written 10. If I save this file once again, now you can see it's written 1. Let's talk about our next function, which is unit. For that, I'm going to duplicate this line and comment out previous one. And here I'm going to type unit. For this example, I'm going to pass a number, which is 22. If I save this file, as you can see, it's written only the double quotes, not the number, because we do not pass any unit. But if I pass pixel, px, and then save this file, as you can see, it's written only the unit, pixel. Unit function always return the unit. Similarly, if I pass centimeter, cm, and then save this file, here you can see it's written centimeter. Now, let's talk about our last function, which is unitless. For that, I'm going to duplicate this line and comment out previous one. And here I'm going to type unitless. Basically, this function going to return two value, either true, either false. Basically, this function going to check does we provide unit with this value or not. If I save this file, as you can see, it's written false. Because we provide unit, that's why it's written false. But if I do not provide the unit and save this file, as you can see, now it's written true. We can use this function with if conditions. In the next tutorial, we are going to learn strings related functions. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again, I'm back with a new tutorial related Sass. And in this tutorial, we are going to learn Sass string function. Here you can see the list of inbuilt function of Sass. In our previous tutorials, we learned about number function. And in this tutorial, we are going to learn string functions. So let's see the string functions. As you can see, we have total 9 string function in Sass. Quote function, to uppercase function, str index function, to lowercase function, str insert function, unique id function, str length function, unquote function, and str slice function. So without wasting your time, let's start the practical. So as you can see, I am in my Visual Studio Code editor, and side by side I open style.sass file and style.css file. So at first I'm going to create a class, and our class name is class1. Then inside the curly braces, I'm going to use a CSS property, and our property name is font family. Font family. But here I'm not going to use the font family name directly. For that, I'm going to use a string function, and our string function name is quote. Quote. Then inside the parentheses, I'm going to call the font family name, and our font family name is Arial. Basically, the quote function going to wrap the string with double quotes. If I save this file, here you can see the result. Font family inside the double quotes Arial. In the opposite way, we have another function, which is unquote. If I use unquote and wrap this font name inside the double quotes and then save this file, as you can see, it removed the quotation from the string. So this is the use case of unquote function. Let's jump into our next function, which is to uppercase. So here I'm going to type to dash uppercase dash case. Basically, this function going to convert the string into uppercase. If I save this file, as you can see, all the letters are in uppercase. At the same way, we have opposite function, which is to lowercase. If I type to lower and then save this file, as you can see, it convert our capital letter A into a small case. Basically, it convert uppercase character into lowercase. Let's jump into our next function, which is string length. So here I want to type our next function, which is str length. Str dash length. Whatever string value we pass inside this string function, it's going to count the character of the string and return the length in number. As you can see, in Arial word, we have total 5 characters. So if I save this file, oops, there is a mistake. Length spelling is not correct. Length. If I save this file, you can see the result. It's written 5. So this is the use case of str length function. Let's talk about our next function, which is string index. So I'm going to call this function string index. Then inside the parentheses, in this function, as a first parameter, we need to pass the string. I already copied a string and I'm going to paste it here. It's a dummy text from lorem ipsum. But at first, let's turn on the word wrap. Using this function, we can search character or word from the string and it's return index number. So as you can see, as a first parameter, we pass the string. And then in our second parameter, I want to search the dummy word. So inside the double quotes, I'm going to pass dummy. If I save this file, as you can see, it's written 23. It's written the index number of dummy text. If you count the characters, D would be 23. Let me show you another example. Now I want to search lorem word from the string. So I'm going to type lorem. If I save this file, as you can see, it's written 1. Because lorem word start from the first index. That's why it's written 1. And remember, It's also count the space between the words. So this is it for this tutorial. In our upcoming tutorial, I'm going to cover string insert function, unique ID function, and string slice function. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. This is the second part of Sass string functions. And in this tutorial, we are going to learn string insert function, unique ID function, and string slice function. So without wasting your time, let's start the practical. As you can see, inside the Visual Studio Code editor, I open our previous files, style.sass file and style.css file. Suppose I want to insert a word inside this string. For that, we need to use string insert function. So here I'm going to type string insert. I want to add hello word. So here I'm going to type hello. I want to add hello word beginning of the string. For that, we need to pass another parameter. So here I'm going to type comma, and here I'm going to pass the index number 1. And also I'm going to provide a space in that place. And also I'm going to provide space after O. So if I set this file, you can see the result. Using insert function, we can insert word or a character inside this string. And just we need to pass the index number. That's it. Let me show you once again. Suppose this time I want to add some word in this string. So I copy this word and remove it. And here I'm going to pass the word ipsum. And now I want to insert ipsum word after lorem. For that, I'm going to count exact index number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So here I'm going to pass 7 because also I want to provide a space after lorem. So if I set this file, you can see the result, lorem ipsum. So this is the use case of insert function. Let's talk about our next function. Our next function is string slice. So here I'm going to type str slice. Suppose I want to slice down lorem word from the string. In that case, we need to pass total 2 parameters. Let me show you. In our first parameter, we need to pass our string, and in our second parameter, we need to pass the index number. As you can see, lorem word end in 5th index. So here I'm going to pass 6. If I set this file, now you can see it's remove lorem word and print is simply dummy text. But in our next example, I want to return only is word. In that case, we need to pass total 3 parameters. Our starting index number and our ending index number, which is 9. If I set this file, as you can see, it return is. So using this function, we can slice any section of our string. Let's talk about our last function, which is unique ID. At first, I'm going to remove all of these, and here I'm going to type unique ID dash ID, then our parenthesis, and semicolon to end this line. If I set this file, as you can see, it's written a unique ID. It returns some random characters. If I set this file again, every time it's written a new ID. And by default, always this function return 9 character unique ID. Basically, we use this function with if conditions. So we cover all of these Sass string functions. Thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again, I'm back with a new exciting tutorial related Sass. And in this tutorial, we are going to learn Sass color functions. As I told you earlier, Sass came with some inbuilt functions. Number function, string function, colors function, list function, selector function, and introspection function. We complete number function and string function in our previous tutorial. In this tutorial, we are going to learn color function. So without wasting your time, let's see how many color functions we have in our Sass. In this tutorial, we are going to cover these basic but important Sass functions: lighten, darken, adjust hue, saturate, desaturate, mix, and transparentize. I know we have total more than 7 function related color in Sass, but these are the most important one. That's why I'm going to cover these 7 functions. So let's start the practical and see how it's work. Here you can see side by side I open my Visual Studio Code editor and my browser using Live Server extension. And I already created a HTML document named index.html. With that, I already create style.sass file and style.css file. As you can see in my browser, we have total 2 div, class 1 and class 2. Class 1 filled with pink background color and class 2 came with empty background color. So let's jump into the Sass file and see what we have done. As you can see, at first we create a variable name base color, and our base color is pink. And then we style our divs and set a border. Then in our class 1 we set background color, which is our base color, pink. And we do not set any background color in our class 2. And now I'm going to modify this color, and I want to fill this div with the dark shape of this pink color. For that I'm going to use a function named darken. So at first I'm going to use a CSS property which is background, and I'm going to call our function. So here I'm going to type darken. Then inside the parentheses we need to provide a color. For color I'm going to use the same color which is base color. So I'm going to copy the variable and paste it here. And then in our second parameter we need to provide the value from 0 to 100%. So here I'm going to pass 30%. So if I save this file, here you can see our container filled with 30% more darker than previous one. And if I show you my style.css file, as you can see, it creates a new color. Then once again, I'm going to back to my style.sass file. So as you can see, if I apply 30% darken color to this base color, it returns this kind of color. Similarly, if I apply 70% and then save this file, you can see the difference. Now it's written more darkened color. I show you two divs because this is the original color and this is the darkened part of this color. So this is the use case of darken function. Our next function is lighten function. Let me show you. So at first I'm going to duplicate this line and comment out previous one. And here I'm going to type lighten. And I'm going to pass 30% value here. If I save this file, as you can see, it's written 30% lightened color from our base color. If I show you my CSS file, as you can see, it's written pure white because our pink color is already a lightened color. So if I use blue color, let me show you base color blue. And then save this file. Now you can see the lightened part of this blue color. And if I show you the CSS file, you can see the color code. We can use those functions with hover effects. Let's talk about our next function, which is adjust hue. First, I'm going to duplicate this line and comment out previous one. And here I'm going to type adjust hue dash hue. If I save this file, as you can see, it's changed the color. Basically, using this function, whatever color we pass in our first parameter, it can return darkened part or lightened part of this color according to this value. And in our second parameter, we need to pass value with degree. If I pass 20 here and then save this file, you can see the difference. It's written more darkened than the previous one. If I pass 70 degree, let's see what happened. If I save this file, it written lightened part of this color. Using hue function, we can rotate colors. So as you can see how we can use hue function. Let's talk about our next function, which is saturate. So at first, I'm going to duplicate this line and comment out previous one. And here I'm going to type saturate. Basically, this function increases the brightness of this color. If I save this file, you can see the result. As you can see, it still returns the same color. Let's change the color. So here I'm going to use a brown color. So I'm going to provide a hexadecimal value. Hash AD4038. If I save this file, now you can see the color difference. This is the base color and this one is 70% saturated than base color. It increased the brightness of this brown color and return red color. Similarly, we have opposite function which is desaturate. Let me show you. So I'm going to duplicate this line and comment out previous one. And here I'm going to type desaturate. And also I'm going to change the base color, which is blue. If I save this file, as you can see, this function reduces the brightness of this color and return this color. Saturate function always increase the brightness of this color and desaturate function always decrease the brightness of this color. And if we reduce the value 20% and then save this file, now it's tried to match with base color. But if we increase the value 90% and save this file, now you can see the difference. It reduces the brightness of this color. But if I pass 0 value and save this file, now you can see it's written the original color, the base color, blue color. But if I use full value 100% and save this file, now you can see it's written gray color only. So now let's talk about our next function, which is mix. So I'm going to duplicate this line and comment out previous one. So here I'm going to type mix. Using this function, we can mix different colors. In this function, basically we need to pass total 3 parameters. So with base color, I want to add, as you can see our base color is blue. I want to add red color. So here I'm going to type red, comma, and then we need to pass the percentage value. So here I'm going to pass 50%. It's mean how much blue color I want to add with red color. If I save this file, as you can see, it's written purple color. If we mix red color and blue color, in that case it's written purple color. And if I decrease the percentage value 20% and then save this file, now you can see it's written pink reddish color. It applied 20% base color to this red color. If I increase the value 90% and then save this file, now you can see the different result. Now you can see our new color is much stronger than red color and it's written nearly blue color. So this is the way how you can use mix function. Now let's talk about our last function, which is transparentize. So I'm going to duplicate this line and I'm going to comment out previous one. And here I'm going to type background transparentize. Basically, using this function, we can transparent our color. If you are already familiar with CSS, you know RGBA value. And A stands for alpha value. And we can transparent our color using alpha value. So similarly, we have function in Sass which is transparentize. Here we need to pass total 2 parameters, color and value. For color, I'm going to use our base color. And here we need to pass value between 0 to 1. So here I'm going to type 0.4. It's mean it's 40% transparent. So let's save the file and see is it work properly or not. As you can see, it's 40% transparent our background color. And if I show you my CSS file, here you can see it use RGBA value. And here you can see it's written alpha value 0.6. And if I want to make it complete transparent, in that case we need to pass value 1. If I set this file, now you can see it's completely transparent. But if I show you my CSS file and compare with alpha value, here you can see it's written 0. In CSS, for complete transparent, we need to use 0. But in Sass, for complete transparent, we need to use 1. Obviously, it's work only for this function. So this is it for this tutorial. I hope now it's clear for you what is Sass color functions. So thanks for watching this video. In our upcoming tutorial, we are going to cover Sass list functions. So stay tuned for our next video. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again, I'm back with a new exciting tutorial related Sass functions. And in this tutorial, we are going to learn Sass list functions. As I told you earlier, we have total 6 functions in Sass: number function, string function, color function, list function, selector function, and introspection function. And in this tutorial, we are going to learn list function. These are all inbuilt functions. But before, we need to understand what is list. If you are familiar with JavaScript, then you already familiar with arrays. Array means in a single variable we can store multiple values. And if you want to do the same thing in Sass, then we have list. Here you can see, first we take a variable named list, and inside this variable we set total 3 values: 5 pixel, 10 pixel and 15 pixel. This is the first method that you can create list in Sass. Let me show you the second method. Here you can use separator between the values. You can use comma. So you can use values without comma, otherwise you can use value with comma. And there is another way that you can create list in Sass. Let me show you. Also you can use square braces to create a list in Sass. And now I'm going to show you the list functions. Using list function, you can manipulate your list. You can add new value in your list, otherwise you can remove a value from this list. You can do lot of stuff using those functions. Our first function is length function. Then comes nth function. Next, set end function, join function, append function, zip function, index function, list separator function, and our last function is bracketed function. So we have total 9 list function in Sass. And I'm going to cover all of these in this tutorial. So without wasting your time, let's start the practical and see how it's worked. So finally, I am in my Visual Studio Code editor. Side by side, I open style.sass file and style.css file. So at first, I'm going to create a variable named list, $list, then colon, and here I'm going to set some values. 5 pixel space 10 pixel space 15 pixel, then semicolon to end this line. And now I'm going to create a class, dot class 1, then insert the curly braces, and then I'm going to call a CSS property which is padding. And here I'm going to use all the list function one by one. Let's call our first list function which is length. So here I'm going to type length. Using length function we can count total number of value in our list. So if I pass the variable name $list and set this file, as you can see it's written padding 3 because we have total 3 value in our list. If I increase the value 20 pixel and then set this file, as you can see it's written 4. So as you can see it count multiple values. And also if I remove the unit pixel, let me show you, and then set this file, also you can see it written 4 because this function is smart enough to identify the values. That's why without unit it can count our values. And if I use comma between them and then set this file, as you can see now it's also written 4 because we can create our list using space, otherwise using comma. Let's back to the previous position. So I'm going to press Ctrl Z. Not only that, we can pass property and values in length function. Let me show you. First, I'm going to use round braces. And inside the round braces, first I'm going to use width property, width 10 pixel. Also, I'm going to use height property, height 5 pixel. If I save this file, as you can see, it's written 2 because we pass total 2 value in this function, width and height. This function is quite powerful to identify these values. So this is our length function which can count our list values. Now let's talk about our next function which is nth. But first I'm going to duplicate this line and comment out previous one. And here I'm going to type nth. Basically we pass total 2 parameter in nth function. In our first parameter we need to pass the list value and in our second parameter we need to pass the index. Let me show you. So in our first parameter I'm going to pass list, $list. And in our second parameter I'm going to pass an index number. So I'm going to pass 2. If I save this file, as you can see it's written 10 pixel. Now the question is why it's written 10 pixel? Because as you can see in my list at index 2 we have 10 pixel value. That's why it's written 10 pixel. We have total 4 value in my list. It means we have total 4 index in this list. So in our second parameter, if I pass the index number, according to the index number, it returns the value. Similarly, if I change the index number 4 and then set this file, now you can see it returns 20. Not only that, we can pass negative value also. If I pass -1 and then set this file, now you can see it returns 20 once again. But the question is why? Because from left side, we count positive values. At the opposite way, we count negative value from the right side. So this is our -1, this is -2, this is -3 and this is -4. If I pass -3 and set this file, you can see it's written 10. So we can print value from this way, otherwise this way. Now let's talk about our next function which is setInit. So I'm going to duplicate this line and comment out previous one. If you want to add a new value to our existing list, in that case you can use setInit function. So here I'm going to type setInit, set-nth. And inside the round braces we need to pass 3 parameters. First our list, then the index number where you want to set. I want to set it at index 2. That's why I pass 2. And in our third parameter we need to pass the new value. And our new value is 30 em. Here I want to replace 10 pixel with 30 em. If I save this file, you can see the result. 5 pixel, 30 em, 15 pixel, 20 pixel. So using this function you can replace a value to your existing list. And also you can pass minus value here. If I pass -1 and then save this file, now you can see it replaced 20 pixel with 30 em. let's talk about our fourth function, which is join. So I'm going to duplicate this line and comment out previous one. And here I'm going to call join function. Using join function, we can join multiple lists and we can create a single list. For that, I'm going to create another variable, which is list2. And also, I'm going to change those values: 50 pixel, 100 pixel, 150 pixel, and 200 pixel. So here, we need to pass to our two parameters, list1 and list2. Dollar list, comma, and our second parameter, we need to pass our second list, list2. Dollar list2. So, if I save this file, you can see it's written a new list. And we have total 8 value in this list. 5 pixel, 10 pixel, 15 pixel, 20 pixel, 50 pixel, 100 pixel, 150 pixel, and 200 pixel. And you can see there is no comma between these values. So basically this function combined two lists and return a new list. But what if we use comma in our first list? Let me show you. And in our second list, I just use space to separate values. If I save this file, as you can see in our new list, it used comma in our whole list to separate values. Also, we can pass another parameter in our join function, which is separator. Suppose I don't want comma between these values. In that case, in our third parameter, we need to pass space. If I save this file, as you can see in our new list, it separates our value by using space, not the comma. And also you can use auto value. It's the default value. So here I am to type auto. If I save this file, now you can see it provides comma between values. But if I do not use comma in our first list and then save this file, by default, as you can see, it's written space. It separates our value using space. But now I want to separate this value using comma. In that case, we need to pass comma here. If I save this file, now you can see it provides comma between values. So our third parameter stands for separator. So this is it for this tutorial. In our upcoming tutorial, we are going to cover append function, zip function, index function, list separator function, and is bracketed function. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorials. Hello guys, once again I'm back in my Visual Studio Code editor. And as you can see, side by side I open style.sass file and style.css file. In our previous tutorial, we learned about length function, nth function, setNth function, and join function. But in this tutorial, we are going to cover the remaining ones: append function, zip function, index function, list separator function, and is bracketed function. So without wasting your time, let's start the practical. At first, I'm going to start with append function. So I'm going to duplicate this line and comment out previous one. And here I'm going to type append. Then our round braces. Suppose if you want to add a new value in the existing list, in that case, you can use append function. Suppose in our first list, I want to add 30 pixel after 20 pixel. In that case, we can use this function. Let me show you how. This function adds only single value. In our first parameter, we need to pass the list, which is $list. Then comma, and then we need to pass the new value, which is 30 pixel. If I save this file, as you can see in a CSS file, it's written 30 after 20 pixel. So it's add a new value in our list. So we can add new value using this function. Also we have third parameter that we can use as separator. Let me show you. As you can see, our values are divided by space. So here I'm going to use our third parameter, which is comma. If I save this file, you can see the result. Now you can see our values are separated by comma. You can use any value here: auto, space, comma. Let's talk about our next function, which is zip function. So I'm going to duplicate this line and comment out previous one. And first, I'm going to remove this one and I'm going to type zip. Basically, this function going to join two values. I want to say it add 5 pixel with 50 pixel, 10 pixel with 100 pixel, 15 pixel with 150 pixel, and 20 pixel with 200 pixel. So here I'm going to pass two parameters. Our first parameter is $list and our second parameter is $list2. If I save this file, you can see the result. As you can see, it combined 5 pixel with 50 pixel, 10 pixel with 100 pixel, 15 pixel with 150 pixel, 20 pixel with 200 pixel. Let me show you a good example for this. So here I'm going to take some color name. So inside the round braces, I'm going to take red, green, and blue. Also, I'm going to take another list. Inside the round braces, for red, I'm going to take 120. For green, I'm going to use 255. And for blue, I'm going to use 70. So if I set this file, now you can see red color value is 120, green color value is 255, and blue color value is 70. So this is the good use case of zip function. And if you do not use comma for separation purpose, let me show you. So I'm going to remove this comma and I'm going to use space. In that case, you can remove round braces. If I save this file, as you can see, it's also worked perfectly. So it's totally on you. You are comfortable with separator or not. You can use comma, otherwise space. So let's talk about our seventh function, which is index. So I'm going to duplicate this line and comment out previous one. And here I'm going to type index. Suppose you want to search something in your list. In that case, you can use index function. So as a parameter, at first we need to provide the list name. And our list name is $list. And in our second parameter, we need to pass the keyword, which I want to find. I want to find 15 pixel. If I set this file, as you can see, it's written index number. It found our keyword at index 3. And if I remove the unit and then search the file, as you can see, it's also written 3. But if I try to find a result which is not exist in this list, let me show you 40 and then set this file, as you can see, it's written nothing. If exist, then it's written, otherwise it's written nothing. Now, let's talk about our eighth function, which is list separator. So I'm going to duplicate this line and comment out previous one. And here I'm going to type list separator. List separator. List separator basically return the separator name. Here we need to pass the list name and then it's going to return which separator we use in this list. So I'm going to pass $list. If I set this file, as you can see, it's written space. So here you can see in our list 1, we use space for separate our values. But if I use comma in our list 2, and here we pass list 2 and then set this file, now you can see it's written comma. Because here we use comma to separate our values. We have total 2 types of separator, comma, otherwise space. And now I'm going to talk about our last function, which is bracketed. So I'm going to duplicate this line and comment out previous one. And here I'm going to type is bracketed. Is dash bracketed. Basically this function returns 2 value. True, either false. It is basically going to check does we use square braces in our list or not. So here I'm going to pass our list name, $list. If I set this file, now you can see it's written false result. But if I use square braces in our list 2, let me show you, and then pass, and if I pass list 2 in this function, and then set this file, as you can see, it's written true. Basically, we are use this function with if condition, and we are going to learn about it in our upcoming tutorials. So this is it for this tutorial. In our next tutorial, we are going to learn selector functions. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again, we are back with a new tutorial related Sass. And in this tutorial, we are going to learn Sass selector functions. But before, we need to understand what is selector. Here you can see, inside the class 1, we have an anchor tag. And we set hide and wait to our anchor tag, which is inside this class 1. So our anchor tag is our selector. But Sass provides some inbuilt function that can manipulate our selectors. Let me show you the functions. So as you can see, we have total 7 selector function in Sass. Selector next, selector append, selector replace, is super selector, simple selectors, selectors unify, and selector extend. So moving forward and start our practical. Here you can see I already opened my Koala application. And side by side, I open style.sass file and style.css file. So at first, let's create a variable in our Sass file. $, and our variable name is selector. Then colon. At first, I'm going to show you what is the usage of selector nest function. So here I'm going to type selector nest. Basically, inside this selector nest function, we pass total 2 parameters, and both the parameters should be selector. So for our first parameter, I'm going to take double quotes, and for our first parameter, I'm going to use ul, and for our second parameter, I'm going to use li, and then semicolon to end this line. Basically, this selector function going to create our first parameter parent tag, and it make our second parameter child tag of our first parameter. I want to say it going to create ul tag, parent tag, and li tag, child tag. It's going to combine both the tag and create a selector. To apply it, we need to create a class. For that, I'm going to use interpolation method. So at first, I'm going to type hashtag, and inside the curly braces, I'm going to use our variable which is selector. $selector. So whatever value we have in our selector variable, it's going to paste it here. So inside this selector function, I'm going to use a property. You can use any property. For now, I'm going to use height. Height 20 pixels. So let's set the file and see what we get in our CSS file. If I save this file, here you can see in the CSS file, it creates ul tag, parent tag, and li tag, child tag. It combined both the selector and made a combined selector. Basically, this is the usage of selector nest function. Let me show you another example of this function. So I'm going to remove this one, and inside this double quote, I'm going to take total 2 classes. Our first class is .xyz, comma, and our second class is .abc. And now I'm going to take our second parameter. So I'm going to use comma, and inside the double quotes, our second parameter is p tag. And if I set this file, here you can see in my style.css file, here you can see it create 2 different group of classes. First, it select our paragraph tag, which is inside our xyz class. And next, it select another paragraph tag, which is inside the abc class. And if you want to use pseudo class, yes, you can. Let me show you. First, I'm going to remove this class, and I'm going to use only xyz class. Then in our second parameter section, I'm going to type %, our pseudo selector, which is hover. If I save this file, here you can see it use hover selector with xyz class. So here you can see if you want to add 2 parameters, for that you need to use $sign. Let me clear this section once again. Suppose with xyz I want to add underscore abc. Let me show you. Then after $underscore abc. If I save this file, here you can see it create a new class xyz underscore abc. So this was our first function, which is selector nest. Let's talk about our another function, which is selector append. So here I'm going to remove selector nest, and I'm going to type selector append. Similarly, in this function, we need to pass total 2 parameters. And this append function going to combine both of these parameters. Let me show you. So in our first parameter, I'm going to use paragraph tag. And in our second parameter, I'm going to use a class. So here I'm going to type .abc. Selector nest function basically provide space between 2 parameters. But in append function, it's going to combine both the parameters. If I save this file, you can see the result. As you can see, there is no space between p tag and abc class. I want to say it create a single selector. It means all the paragraph tag with abc class height should be 20 pixels. Let me show you another example. Suppose here I'm going to use .xyz class. And in our second parameter, I'm going to use underscore copy. If I set this file, as you can see, it creates a new class xyz underscore copy. In our previous function, we need to use $sign to join these 2 parameters. But in this function, we don't need to use $sign. Now, let me modify this selector and jump one step further. So after copy, I'm going to use comma, and here I'm going to type underscore image, img. So as you can see, in our second parameter, we use two different names, copy and underscore image. You can take any name as you wish. So if I save this file, as you can see, it creates total two different selector, xyz underscore copy and xyz underscore image. So basically it combine our first parameter with copy, and again it combine our first parameter with image and create two different selector. So this is it for this tutorial. And in our next tutorial, we are going to learn about our remaining selectors. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again, we are in my Visual Studio Code editor. And as you can see, side by side, I open style.sass file and style.css file. In this tutorial, we will continue with selector function. And I'm going to start this tutorial with selector replace function. Let me show you. For that, I'm going to type selector hyphen replace. It is understandable from the name itself, it will replace something. And in this function, basically we pass total 3 parameters. Suppose in our first parameter, I'm going to pass c.xyz. This is our class name. And in the second parameter, we need to pass which we have to replace. Suppose I want to replace .xyz class. So here I'm going to type .xyz. And now in our third parameter, we need to pass the new value. And here you need to pass the value you want to replace with. I want to replace .xyz with .abc. If I save this file, here you can see the result. As you can see, there is no class name c.xyz. It replaced .xyz with .abc. That's why it passed c.abc. Let me show you another example. If there is no h1 class, h1 in our first parameter, in that case, if I save this file, as you can see, it do not replace .xyz with abc. It simply print c.xyz because this replace function cannot find h1 in our first parameter. That's why it print as it is. So this is the usage of selector replace function. Let's talk about our next selector function, which is super selector. So here I'm going to type is hyphen super selector. Basically, we use this selector for testing purpose, not the modifying purpose. And it's written only one value, true, either false. And to understand it, we need to pass total 2 parameters. In our first parameter, we need to pass a selector. But we call our first selector super selector. Suppose our super selector is A. And we call our second parameter sub selector. And in our sub selector, I'm going to pass A dot, and also I'm going to set a class xyz. If I set this file, it is going to return true. But the question is why? Because this function going to search our super selector in our sub selector. If super selector exists in our sub selector, in that case it's written true. So let's set this file. As you can see, it's written true here. Basically, we use this function with if condition. But if I replace the position a dot xyz, and if I remove xyz from our sub selector and then set this file, as you can see, it's written false. Because this super selector doesn't exist in this sub selector. That's why it's written false. So this is the usage of super selector. Let's talk about our next selector, which is simple selector. So I'm going to remove this one and I'm going to type simple hyphen selector. Using this selector function, we can divide our selectors. If we pass combine selector here, it's going to divide these selectors. Let me show you. Suppose I'm going to pass here a dot abc. If I set this file, here you can see it divide our selectors. It create one selector A and another selector .abc. This is the usage of simple selector. So this is it for this tutorial. In our upcoming tutorial, I'm going to cover the remaining selector functions, selector unify and selector extend. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. This is our third tutorial related Sass selector function. And in this tutorial, we are going to learn selector unify function and selector extend function. So let's jump into the Visual Studio Code editor and see how we can use this function. So at first, I'm going to call selector unify function, selector dash unify. In this function, we have to pass total 2 parameters. Suppose in our first parameter, I use on the anchor tag, and in our second parameter, I'm going to use .info. Basically, this function trying to create a match between these 2 parameters. So if I set this file, as you can see, it create a match and create a new selector, a.info. Let me show you more example related to this function. Suppose in our first parameter, I'm going to type a.active. And in our second parameter, I'm going to pass a.info. If I set this file, as you can see, it creates a new selector, a.active.info. It means it's going to select all the anchor tag with active class, otherwise info class. And then it's going to apply this CSS. But if I pass to different selector, let me show you anchor tag in our first parameter and h1 tag in our second parameter. If I set this file, as you can see, it's written error because it did not create any combination between 2 parameters. So this is the usage of unify function. Let's talk about our last selector function, which is selector extend. So I'm going to remove selector unify and here I'm going to type extend. This function also works like selector unify function. Basically, this function tries to extend a class and try to create a new selector. And in this function, we can use total 3 parameters. Suppose our first parameter is anchor.info. And in our second parameter, I'm going to pass only anchor tag, A. And in our third parameter, I'm going to pass a class, .link. So this function trying to match second parameter with our first parameter. If they found a match, then it print as it is. And then it tried to create combination with link class, .link. If I save this file, as you can see, first it create a combination a.info. It means it print as it is because it found anchor tag in our first parameter. That's why it print as it is. And then it create a combination .info.link. This is our another selector. This function always create a strange combination. Let me show you another example. Now in our second parameter, I'm going to pass h1 tag. And in our third parameter, I'm going to pass h2 tag. If I set this file, as you can see, it print our first parameter as it is. And it do not try to extend our selector because it did not found any match in our second parameter. That's why it cannot extend our selector. Basically, we do not use this complex selector function in our project. And most of the time, we use selector next function, selector append function, and selector replace function in our project. So this is it for this tutorial. In our upcoming tutorial, we are going to start map functions. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again, I am back with a new tutorial related Sass. And in this tutorial, we are going to learn map function. At first, let's try to understand what is map. In our previous tutorial, we learned about list function. This is the example of list function. As you can see, in a variable, we save total 3 values, 10, 20, and 30 pixels. As you know, we can store multiple value in list function. Similarly, in our map function, we can store multiple value. But the process is different. Let me show you. As you can see, this is the example of map function. And we save total 2 value here, 400 and 500. But there is another value inside the inverted quotes. One is regular and another one is medium. These are keys. These are map keys and these are values. It means regular value is 400 and medium value is 500. As you know, in our list we have index. Example, our 10 value index is 1, 20 value index is 2, 30 value index is 3. Using index, we can specify the position of this value. Using their position, you can get the values. If you want to extract third index value, then it's written 30 pixel. But in maps, we do not use indexes. Here we use keys. Here we can set different name for our keys. This is our another example. Here you can see we use a color name green, and for green we use hexadecimal value. Similarly, for blue we use hexadecimal value. Also we have function in our map similar to the list, and it has some inbuilt function also. Here you can see we have total 6 different map functions: map get, map merge, map remove, map keys, map values, and last one is map hash key. And we are going to cover all of this one by one. So without wasting your time, let's start the practical. As you can see, I already opened my Koala application. And also you can see side by side I opened style.sass file and style.css file. So at first I'm going to create a variable, and our variable name is font weight, $font dash weight, then colon. After colon, inside the round braces, at first I'm going to create our key, and our first key is regular. With that, I'm going to pass our first value, and our first value is 400. Then I'm going to create our second key, which is medium. Also our value is 500, and our last key is bold, and the value is 700. Then semicolon to end this line. So this is our map, and now I'm going to use this map. For that, I'm going to create a class .test. Then inside the curly braces, I'm going to use a CSS property which is font weight. Font weight. And now I'm going to call our first map function, which is map get. Then inside the round braces, we need to pass our map name and the key name. As you can see, our map name is font weight. So here I'm going to pass font weight. And in our second parameter, we need to pass the key. And for key, I'm going to pass bold. So inside the double quotes, I'm going to pass bold. If I save this file, as you can see, our font weight is 700. So in map get function, we need to pass total 2 parameters: font weight, our map name, and the key. And this function always return value of this key. And as you know, our bold key value is 700. But what happened if I pass different key which is not exist in this map function? So here I'm going to pass bolds. If I save this file, as you can see, it's written nothing, because there is no key name bolds. If the key is exist, then mapGet function return the value. Now let's talk about our next function, which is map key. So here I'm going to type map key. In map keys function, we need to pass total 1 parameter, only the map name. If I save this file, as you can see, it's written all the key from this map. Our first key is regular, our second key is medium, and our third key is bold. So this is the usage of map key function. It's written all the keys name. Let's talk about our next function, which is map values. So here I'm going to pass values. It's also work like map key function. If I save this file, as you can see, it's written all the values. And here we need to pass only 1 parameter like keys. So this is it for this tutorial. In our upcoming tutorial, I'm going to cover the remaining functions: map merge, map remove, and map hash key. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Good to see you back, guys. In this tutorial, we are going to cover the remaining map functions: map merge, map remove, and map hash key. So let's back to the Visual Studio Code editor. So finally, we are in Visual Studio Code editor, and we are going to start with map merge function. This function going to merge to different map and return one map. So we need to create another map. For that, I'm going to take a variable, and our variable name is lightweight dash weight. After semicolon, inside the round braces, our first key name is lightest, and our value is 100. And our second key name is light, and the value is 300. And semicolon to end the line. And now I'm going to use map merge function. So here I'm going to type map merge. And if I pass another parameter, as you know, in this function we need to pass total 2 parameters. So here I'm going to pass another parameter, which is our another map, lightweight. So I copy the variable name and I'm going to paste it here. But there is a problem. If I save this file, it's going to return error. Let me show you. If I save this file, as you can see, it's written error. Because map merge function return a new map, not a value. That's why we cannot print it directly as a value. We need to create a new variable to store this new map. Let me show you. So I'm going to create a variable named merge. And now I'm going to call this function. So I'm going to cut this function from this place. And I'm going to paste it here. Basically, this function merged two maps and return a new map. And now I'm going to call map keys function. So here I'm going to type map keys. And here we need to pass our new variable, merge. So here I'm going to pass merge. If I set this file, as you can see, it's returned all the keys from our new map. As you can see, first it print regular, medium, bold from front to weight map, and then it print lightest and light from lightweight map. So this is the usage of map merge function. Let's talk about our next function, which is map remove. We cannot call map remove function directly. Similarly, we need to create variables. So I'm going to duplicate this line and I'm going to change the variable name, remove. And here I'm going to call map remove function, map remove. In this function, we need to pass total 2 parameters. In our first parameter, we need to pass the map name, in our case, font weight. But in our second parameter, we need to pass the key name. Which key I want to remove? Suppose I want to remove bold key. So here I'm going to type bold. And if I call our new variable remove in our test selector and then set this file, as you can see, it's written regular and medium key only. It remove bold key. So this is the usage of remove function. Basically, we pass the key name which we want to remove. Now let's talk about our last function, which is map hash key. So here I'm going to type map hash dash key. Basically, this function return two type of value, false either true. In this function, we need to pass total 2 parameters. So as first parameter, I'm going to pass font weights. And as our second parameter, we need to pass the key name. And I'm going to pass bold key. If the bold key exists in our font weight map, then it's written true. So let's save the file. As you can see, it's written true. But if I pass wrong key name, bolder, and then save this file, as you can see, it's written false. So this is the usage of map hash key function. So this is it for this tutorial. In our upcoming tutorial, we are going to learn Sass introspection function. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial.
Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again I'm back with a new tutorial related Sass. And in this tutorial we are going to learn Sass introspection function. We already learned about number function, string function, color function, list function, selector function, map function. And in this tutorial we are going to cover introspection function. So let's see how many functions we have in introspection function. As you can see, we have total 6 functions in introspection. Basically these functions are using conditions. And it's always written Boolean value, true either false. So let's start the practical and try to understand how we can use these functions. Here you can see we are in Visual Studio Code Editor and side by side I open style.sass file and style.css file. And as you can see in our style.sass file, we already create some variable, num variable, char variable, list variable, map variable. With that we create a mixin named border radius, also create a function named sum. As you can see in our num variable we save 15 pixel and in our char variable we save a string robo2. And in our list variable we create a list using multiple value 15 pixel, 25 pixel, 30 pixel. And in our map variable we create a map. So at first I'm going to create a class where I'm going to check our introspection function dot test. Inside the curly braces I'm going to use a CSS property which is padding. First I'm going to start with variable exist function. So here I'm going to type variable exist. And here we need to pass the variable name. Basically we use this function with if conditions and it's written true or false. This function going to check if the variable name exists in this file, then it's going to return true, otherwise it's going to return false. So let's check the variable. So here I'm going to pass
dollar, our variable name is map. If I save this file, you can see, oops, we need to remove the dollar sign and then save this file. Now you can see it's written true. And if I pass a value which is not exist in our file, in that case, let me show you maps and then save this file. As you can see, it's written false. Let me show you one thing. As you can see, we check our map variable. But if I cut this map variable from this place and paste inside this selector and then save this file, as you can see, it's also written true. Because if the variable is exist anywhere in our file, in that case it's going to return true. These are our global variable, but now map is our local variable. Let's jump into our another function which is global variable exist. Let me show you. So here I'm going to type global variable exist. If I save this file, it's going to return false. Let me show you. As you can see, it's written false. But you can see our map variable is exist in our file. Then what's the matter? Because our map variable is not global variable anymore. Now it's local variable. Now our global variables are num variable, char variable and list variable. So if I pass num here and then save this file, as you can see, now it's written true. Now let's jump into our another function which is mixin exist. So here I'm going to type mixin exist. In this function we need to pass a mixin name. So here I'm going to copy the border radius mixin name and I'm going to paste it here. If I save this file, as you can see, it's written true. But if I remove radius and then save this file, as you can see, it's written false. Similarly, we have another function which is function exist. If the function exists in our file, in that case it's going to return true. Function, and if I pass the function name and our function name is sum and then save this file, as you can see, it's written true. Let's jump into our fifth function which is type of. So here I'm going to type type of. In this function, basically we pass a variable name. Here we need to pass the variable name. By mistake, I saved this file, that's why it's written this error. And our variable name is $list. If I pass this variable and save this file, as you can see, it's written our variable type, which is list. Similarly, if I pass char variable name and then save this file, here you can see it's written string. Our char variable's type is string. This function always return variable type. Now let's jump into our last variable which is inspect. So here I'm going to type inspect. I don't find any proper usage of this function because it's print as it is value. If I save this file, here you can see it's written roboto. We just use it for inspect purpose. If I pass list here and then save this file, as you can see, it print our list as it is. I think it's not a very important function. So this is it for this tutorial. Thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial.
Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again I'm back with a new tutorial related Sass. And in this tutorial we are going to learn Sass content directives. We already learned about Sass mixin in our previous tutorials. Using mixin, we can create reusable code. We can use it as like functions. As you can see, we create a mixin named bd_radius, and inside the mixin, as you can see, we use different properties for different browsers. Here we use prefix. For Chrome, we use WebKit. For Mozilla, we use Moz. And then I use the actual property border radius. And as you can see, also we set the value. So whenever we need to call the mixin in our selector, then we need to pass the value as a parameter. As a result, in our CSS file, it's written like this: border radius 5 pixel. From here, we can pass multiple values. But from here, we cannot pass any CSS property. Suppose I want to set border style using this mixin, but it is not possible through this. And to solve this kind of problem, Sass introduced content directives. Basically, we use it to send extra data without mixin value. I want to say with this value, we can send extra data.
Let me show you the example. As you can see, we use our same mixin, but here we use content directives. For that, we need to type @content. So whatever we pass, it's going to embed with this value. And this is the way to send data to this directive. As you can see, we call our mixin border radius and we set value 5 pixel. After that, we use curly braces. And inside the curly braces, we need to pass the directive values, border style, dashed. This is our content directives data. And if I set this file, it's going to return this CSS code. After border radius, it set border style dashed. As you can see, it passed our extra data after border radius. So let's start the practical and see how we can use it. As you can see, we are in my Visual Studio Code editor, and side by side I open style.sass file and style.css file. And I already created a mixin named border radius, BD radius. And also I call this mixin in our selector. And here you can see the result in our CSS file. And now I want to send extra data with this mixin. For that, we need to use curly braces. And here I'm going to pass border style. So I'm going to type border style dashed. So as you can see, we send extra data through this mixin. But if you want to print the extra data in the mixin, for that you need to use content directives. So for that, we need to type @content. If I set this file, as you can see, now it's print border style dashed. So we send the extra data through the content directives. Now we can send multiple property through this mixin. Let me show you another example. This time I'm going to send complete selector through these content directives. For that, I'm going to comment out all the lines. And here I'm going to create a new mixin, @mixin. And our mixin name is test. And inside the curly braces, I'm going to use only content directives, @content. And to use this mixin, I'm going to type include, @include. And our mixin name is test. Then inside the curly braces, at first I'm going to take a selector, and our selector name is class1. Then inside the curly braces, I'm going to use a property color red. So here you can see, using this mixin, we are going to pass the complete selector with properties. If I set this value, as you can see, it creates a class .class1, and inside this class1 it set a property color. And to run this extra content, we use content directives. Let me show you another example how we can use content directives. Suppose our class1 selector is inside the ID 1. So to send this content inside the ID, we can use it this way. Let me show you. So I want to set an ID, hashtag, and our ID name is men. Then inside the curly braces, I'm going to pass this content. So I'm going to cut this content and I'm going to paste it here. If I save this file, as you can see, it put our directive content inside the menu ID. That's why it print menu first. So we can use content directives this way also. Now menu become parent selector and class1 become child selector. Let me show you another example to usage of content directives. So I'm going to comment out these lines. At first, I'm going to create a button selector, .button. Then inside the curly braces, first I'm going to use border property. Border 1 pixel. And I'm going to use solid border, solid. And I want border color red. At the same time, I want to create a hover selector for this button. So here I'm going to call a mixin, which I do not create it, @include. Include, and our mixin name is hover. Inside the curly braces, I'm going to set border width. Border width 2 pixel. And now I'm going to create the mixin named hover. So here I'm going to type @mixin. Mixin hover. Then inside the curly braces, I'm going to create a pseudo selector for our class. For that, we need to use $sign, $column hover. Then inside the curly braces, I'm going to pass the content @content. We use this $sign because we need to create the hover selector using button. So if I save this file, as you can see, first it create button selector and then it create button hover selector, and border width is our extra content data. So this is it for this tutorial. In our upcoming tutorial, we are going to learn about it more. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again I'm back with a new tutorial related content directives. And as you can see, we are already in my Visual Studio Code editor. And side by side I open style.sass file and style.css file. Most of the time we use content directives with media query. Let me show you an example with media query. For that, I'm going to comment out all the previous codes, and here I'm going to take a body tag. Then inside the curly braces, I want to set a background color. Background gray. And now I'm going to create 3 different media query. @media, screen, and inside the round braces, I'm going to use max width property. Max width. And I want to set max width 1300 pixel. Then inside the curly braces, I'm going to pass a selector, and our selector name is body. So I'm going to use the same selector and the same property. That's why I'm going to copy this section and paste inside the curly braces. And here I'm going to set red background color. So when our screen resolution match with this media query, then it set our background color red. And now I'm going to create 2 other media query for different resolution. So I'm going to duplicate this section, and here I'm going to set 1000 pixel. I want to set blue background color, blue. So at 1000 pixel browser width, it set our background color blue. And again, I'm going to set another media query. So I'm going to duplicate this portion, and here I'm going to set 800. At 800 pixel, I want to set green background color. So here I'm going to type green. This is the normal CSS method. If I save this file, here you can see the result. As you can see in our CSS file, it print as it is. But now I'm going to use content directives for media query. So to use content directives, we need to create a mixin. So at first, I'm going to create a mixin. @mixin. And I want to use this mixin for media screen. That's why I'm going to set mixin name media. Then inside the round braces, I'm going to pass a parameter. And our parameter variable is width. And inside the curly braces, I'm going to pass this code, media screen. So I copy this code and I'm going to paste it here. And here I'm going to pass our width variable, $width. Then inside the curly braces, I'm going to use content directives, @content. Then semicolon 2 in this line. And if you want to use this mixin, you need to include it. But first, I'm going to comment out these lines, these media queries. I don't need this now. And now I'm going to include this mixin with include keyword, @include. And our mixin name is media. Then inside the parenthesis, we need to pass the value. As you can see, our first max width is 1300 pixel. So here I'm going to pass 1300 px. Then inside the curly braces, here I'm going to pass our additional content for content directives. So our first selector is body. Inside the curly braces, I want to set background red. And as you can see, we use total 3 media screen resolution, 1300 pixel, 1000 pixel and 800 pixel. So I'm going to duplicate this section 2 times. And here I'm going to pass 1000 pixel. At 1000 pixel, I want to set blue background color, blue. And in our last media query, I want to pass 800 value, max width 800. And here I want to set background color green. If I set this file, as you can see, it's written the same result. It's print as it is. But this time, we don't need to use media query word multiple times. We pass our content through content directives, and we already create a mixin for media query. From include section, you can change the screen size. Suppose I'm going to pass 700 pixel. If I set this file, as you can see, it set our media query 700 pixel. Not only that, you can pass multiple property. Let me show you. With background, I want to set border. Border 2 pixel solid, and our border color is white. And I'm going to set this file, and here you can see the result. Now at 700 pixel, it set our background color green. Also, it set a solid border with white color. This is the best usage of content directives. I hope now it's clear for you. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again, I'm back with a new tutorial related Sass. In this tutorial, we are going to learn Sass media directives and attribute directives. Let's try to understand what is media directives. Here you can see a class named container, and we set container with 1100 pixel, and we center our container using margin. So if we create media query using CSS, in that case, we need to use media query in this way. As you can see, we set a breakpoint at 1150 pixel, and inside this media query, we set container with 900 pixel. So when browser width achieve 1150 pixel, then it reduce our container width from 1100 pixel to 900 pixel. And as you know, for responsive purpose, we need to create multiple breakpoint for different screen size. So we need to create a lot of media query. And also we need to type the container width every time. So unnecessarily, we need to set container width multiple times. To resolve this kind of problem, Sass introduced media directives. To use media directive, we can handle this situation. So let's see how we can use it and reduce our unnecessary lines. So as you can see, finally we are in my Visual Studio Code editor, and side by side I open style.sass file and style.css file. And I already opened my CSS directory in our Koala application. So at first I'm going to create a class, and our class name is container. Then inside the curly braces, I'm going to set container width with 1100 pixel. Also, I'm going to set margin. Margin, I want to center the container, so I'm going to use 0 pixel. Also, I'm going to use auto value. And now I want to set different media query for different breakpoints. But we are going to type less code in Sass. So inside the curly braces, I'm going to create the media query @media. Media screen, and inside the round braces, I'm going to set the breakpoint. So I'm going to type max hyphen with 1150 pixel. So this is our first breakpoint. So at 1150 pixel width, I want to reduce the container width. For that, we don't need to type container again. Just we need to type width property with 900 pixel. As you can see, here we use nesting method. Similarly, I'm going to create 2 other breakpoints. So I'm going to duplicate this section 2 times. And here I'm going to set max width 950 pixel. So at 950 pixel browser width, I want to set container width 700 pixel. So as you can see, we don't need to use container selector all the time. Similarly, at 700 pixel width, I want to set container with 500 pixel. So basically, you can see in my Sass file, we work with only one selector. But if I save this file, as you can see, it's create total 4 different selector. As you can see, our first selector is our container, and 3 other selector is our breakpoints. So in Sass, if we use @media inside the container section, we call it media directives. And here you can see the difference. In our CSS file, every time inside the media screen, it create container selector. Then inside the container selector, it adjusts the container width. But in our Sass file, if we use media directives, we don't need to use container selector again and again. So this is the usage of media directives. So let's try to understand our next directive, which is attribute directive. In our previous tutorials, we learned about Sass nesting. And here you can see the example of nesting. As you can see, there is a parent class. and inside the parent class we have a child class. And also we have a sub-child class, anchor tag. As you can see, in our parent tag we set width 1100 pixel, and in our child tag we set color red, and in our sub-child tag we set color pink. And if I compile this file, it's going to return this CSS code. As you can see, it creates total 3 different selectors: parent selector, parent and child selector. Also it creates parent, child and sub-child selector. So as you can see, it's unnecessarily create parent tag in our CSS file. But I don't want parent selector every time. We can remove it using Sass. To resolve this problem, Sass introduced at-root directives. So in the next tutorial, we are going to learn how we can use it practically. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Good to see you back, guys. In this tutorial, we are going to learn at-root directives. As you can see, side by side, I open style.sass file and style.css file. So at first, I'm going to create a nesting group. So at first, I'm going to take a parent class, dot, and our parent class name is item. Then inside the curly braces, I'm going to use a CSS property, and our CSS property name is color green. Then inside this parent class, I'm going to create another class. I want to create a subclass, and our subclass name is item wrapper, dot, item dash wrapper. Then inside the curly braces, I'm going to use a CSS property, and our CSS property is color red. And then I'm going to take another selector in our item wrapper, which is image. Inside the curly braces, I'm going to take width property, width 100%. Then outside this item wrapper, I'm going to take another class. I want to create another subclass of this item, and our selector name is dot item child. Then inside the curly braces, I'm going to use a CSS property background pink. And if I save this file, as you can see, it's automatically create total 4 selector. Our first selector is for our item, and our second selector is for item wrapper, and our third selector is for image, which is inside the item wrapper, and our last selector is item child selector. Now, if you notice, you can see it repeat item class every time. Now you decide you don't want item class for this portion, for item wrapper and for our image. To resolve this kind of problem, Sass introduced at-root directives. So we need to type here at-root directives. So here I'm going to type @@root. Then I start curly braces. And we need to close this curly braces after image tag. So here I'm going to close this curly brace. And then I'm going to save this file. As you can see in my CSS file, it removed item from our selector. Here you can see there is no class name item. It's print item wrapper image. But in our last selector, you can see the item class again. So this is the usage of at-root directives. Basically, it's remove unnecessary selector names. I hope you got the point. Let me show you another example of at-root directives. For that, I'm going to comment out this section. And I'm going to save this file. So at first, I'm going to take a media, @media. And our media name is print. Then inside the curly braces, I'm going to take a class, dot item wrapper. Then inside the curly braces, I'm going to take another selector, and our selector name is item. Then inside the curly braces, I'm going to use a CSS property, and our CSS property is color red. If I save this file, here you can see it print our media. And inside this print, it select item wrapper item. Then inside the curly braces, it print color red. But if you notice, you can see there is no CSS property in our item wrapper class. This property is from item class. But it's also select the selector item wrapper. But I don't want this item wrapper selector. If we want to remove this item wrapper class, then we need to use at-root directives. Let me show you. So after item wrapper, we need to type @@root directives. Then we need to start our curly brace. And also we need to end this curly brace after that. If I save this file, as you can see, it remove item wrapper and now it select only item class. So as you can see, it directly select item selector. It ignore item wrapper selector. which is completely unnecessary because there is no CSS property inside the item wrapper class. I hope now it's clear for you. And one thing you need to remember, attribute directives come with predefined value, and we call it without. Let me show you the example how it's work. So at first I'm going to remove these lines, item wrapper. Then inside the media print, here I'm going to take a class, and our class name is container. And inside the curly braces, here I'm going to take total two property. Our first property is width 130 pixel. Also, I'm going to take another property which is color red. So we create this CSS for print purpose. If someone try to print the page, then it's going to print our container with 130 pixel and color red. But in our actual website, I don't want this color and width. For this, here I'm going to use our attribute directives. @attribute. And inside the curly braces, here I'm going to use the same properties. But here I'm going to change the values. For width, I'm going to use 100 pixel. And for color, I'm going to use green. It's mean if someone try to print our web page, then it return 130 pixel width and red color. But in our website, it's look 100 pixel and green color. And now I'm going to use the predefined value of attribute directives. So inside the round braces, I'm going to pass without. And here we need to pass a value named media. It's mean it is also part of container class but without media. After save this file, you can see the result. As you can see, our print media work this point to this point. And after that, it print without media. So this is our website CSS and this is our print CSS. So I hope now it's clear for you. In the next tutorial, we are going to learn control directives. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial.